Good evening, dear listener, and welcome gently back to the Sleepy Story. Tonight, the wind moves softly through ancient forests. Moonlight settles upon forgotten castles, and far beyond the quiet hills, old fairy tales begin to awaken once more. So now, rest your head comfortably. Allow your thoughts to grow slower and softer, and let the world outside drift peacefully away. Because tonight, we enter a land of enchanted woods, sleeping kingdoms, wandering princes, silent winter halls, kind-hearted children, and magical creatures hidden beneath the stars. These are old stories, timeless stories, the kind once whispered beside candlelight during long winter nights. You may hear the rustle of swan wings in the darkness, the crackling of fires inside lonely cottages, the whisper of snow falling against castle windows, and the distant songs of forests untouched by time. There is no hurry here, only calm footsteps through quiet fairy tale worlds. One gentle story after another, guiding you slowly toward deep and peaceful sleep. So close your eyes, breathe slowly, and let the comforting darkness carry you softly onward. Tonight's journey begins now. Good evening, dear listener, and welcome gently back to the Sleepy Story. Tonight, the wind moves softly through ancient forests. Moonlight settles upon forgotten castles, and far beyond the quiet hills, old fairy tales begin to awaken once more. So now, rest your head comfortably. Allow your thoughts to grow slower and softer, and let the world outside drift peacefully away. Because tonight, we enter a land of enchanted woods, sleeping kingdoms, wandering princes, silent winter halls, kind-hearted children, and magical creatures hidden beneath the stars. These are old stories, timeless stories, the kind once whispered beside candlelight during long winter nights. You may hear the rustle of swan wings in the darkness, the crackling of fires inside lonely cottages, the whisper of snow falling against castle windows, and the distant songs of forests untouched by time. There is no hurry here, only calm footsteps through quiet fairy tale worlds. one gentle story after another, guiding you slowly toward deep and peaceful sleep. So close your eyes, breathe slowly, and let the comforting darkness carry you softly onward. Tonight's journey begins now. Was once hunting in a large wood and pursued his game so hotly that none of his courtiers could follow him. But when evening approached, he stopped, and looking around him, perceived that he had lost himself. He sawed a path out of the forest, but could not find one. And presently he saw an old woman with a nodding head, who came up to him. "My good woman," said he to her, "can you not show me the way out of the forest?" "Oh yes, my lord king," she replied, "I can do that very well, but upon one condition, which if you do not fulfill, you will never again get out of the wood, but will die of hunger." "What then is this condition?" asked the king. "I have a daughter," said the old woman, "who is as beautiful as anyone you can find in thy whole world, and well deserves to be your bride. Now if you will make her your queen, I will show you your way out of the wood." In the anxiety of his heart, the king consented, and the old woman led him to her cottage, where the daughter was sitting by the fire. She received the king as if she had expected him, and he saw at once that she was very beautiful. But yet she did not quite please him, for he could not look at her without a secret shuddering. However, he took the maiden upon his horse, and the old woman showed him the way, and the king arrived safely at his palace, where the wedding was to be celebrated. Now the king had been married once before, and had 7 children by his first wife, 6 boys and a girl, whom he loved above everything else in the world. He became afraid soon that the stepmother might not treat his children very well, and might even do them some quite great injury. So he took them away to a lonely castle, which stood in the midst of a forest. The castle was so entirely hidden, and the way to it was so difficult to discover, that he himself could not have found it if a wise woman had not given him a ball of cotton, which had the wonderful property, when he threw it before him, of unrolling itself and showing him the right path. The king went, however, so often to see his dear children, that the queen, noticing his absence, became inquisitive, and wished to know what he went to fetch out of the forest. So she gave his servants a great quantity of money, and they disclosed to her the secret, and also told her of the ball of cotton, which alone could show her the way she had now no peace until she discovered where this ball was concealed. And then she made some fine silken shirts. And as she had learned of her mother, she sewed within each a charm one day. Soon after, when the king was gone out hunting, she took the little shirts and went into the forest, and the cotton showed her the path. The children, seeing someone coming in the distance, thought it was their dear father, and ran out full of joy. Then she threw over each of them a shirt that, as it touched their bodies, changed them into swans, which flew away over the forest. The queen then went home, quite contented, and thought she was free of her stepchildren. But the little girl had not met her with the brothers, and the queen did not know of her. The following day, the king went to visit his children, but he found only the maiden. "Where are your brothers?" asked he. "Oh, dear father," she replied, "they are gone away and have left me alone." And she told him how she had looked out the window and seen them change into swans which had flown over the forest. And then she showed him the feathers which they had dropped into the courtyard, and which she had collected. Together, King was much grieved, but he did not think that his wife could have done this wicked deed. And as he feared the girl might be also stolen away, he took her with him. She was, however, so much afraid of the stepmother that she begged him not to stop more than one night in the castle. The poor maiden thought to herself, "This is no longer my place. I will go and seek my brothers." And when night came, she escaped and went quite deep into the wood. She walked all night long, and a great part of the next day, until she could go no further from weariness. Just then she saw a rough-looking hut, and going in, she found a room with so little beds. But she dared not get into one, so crept under, and laying herself upon the hard earth, prepared to pass the night. There, just as the sun was setting, she heard a rustling and saw 6 white swans come flying in at the window. They settled on the ground and began blowing one another until they had blown all their feathers off, and their swans down slipped from them like a shirt. Then the maiden knew them at once for her brothers, and gladly crept out from under the bed. And the brothers were not less glad to see their sister, but their joy was of short duration. "Here you must not stay," said they. To her, "This is a robber's hiding place. If they should return and find you here, they would murder you. Can you not protect me?" Then inquired the sister. "No," they replied, "for we can only lay aside our swans' feathers for a quarter of an hour each evening, and for that time we regain our human form, but afterwards we resume our changed appearance." Their sister then asked them with tears, "Can you not be restored again?" "Oh no," replied they. "The conditions are too difficult for 6 long years. You must neither speak nor laugh, and during that time you must sew together for us 6 little shirts of star flowers, and should there fall a single word from your lips, then all your labor will be in vain." Just as the brothers finished speaking, the quarter of an hour elapsed, and they all flew out of the window again, like swans. The little sister, however, made a solemn resolution to rescue her brothers or die in the attempt, and she left the cottage, and going deep into the forest, passed the night amid the branches of a tree. The next morning she went out and collected the star flowers to sew together. She had no one to converse with, and for laughing she had no spirits. So there up in the tree she sat intent upon her work. After she had passed some time, there it happened that the king of that country was hunting in the forest, and his huntsmen came beneath the tree on which the maiden sat. They called to her and asked, "Who art thou?" But she gave no answer. "Come down to us," continued they. "We will do the no harm." She simply shook her head, and when they pressed her further with questions, she threw down to them her golden necklace, hoping their width to satisfy them. They did not, however, leave her, and she threw down her girdle. But in vain, and even her rich dress did not satisfy them. At last, the huntsman himself climbed the tree and brought down the maiden and took her before the king. The king asked her, "Who art thou? What were you doing upon that tree?" But she did not answer, and then he questioned her in all the languages that he knew. But she remained dumb to all as a fish. Since, however, she was so beautiful, the king's heart was touched, and he conceived for her a strong affection. Then he put around her his cloak, and placing her before him on his horse, took her to his castle. There he ordered rich clothing to be made for her, and although her beauty shone as the sun beams not a word escaped her. The king placed her by his side at table, and there her dignified mien and manners so won upon him that he said this, "Maiden will I marry, and no other in the world." And after some days he wedded her. Now the king had a wicked stepmother who was discontented with his marriage, and spoke evil of the young queen. "Who knows whence the wedge comes?" said she. "She who cannot speak is not worthy of a king." A year after, when the queen brought her firstborn into the world, the old woman took him away. Then she went to the king and complained that the queen was a murderess. The king, however, would not believe it, and suffered no one to do any injury to his wife, who sat composedly sewing at her shirts and paying attention to nothing else. When a second child was born, the fall stepmother used the same deceit. But the king again would not listen to her words, saying, "She is too pious and good to act." So could she but speak and defend herself, her innocence would come to light. But when again the old woman stole away the third child, and then accused the queen, who answered not a word to the accusation, the king was obliged to give her up to be tried, and she was condemned to suffer death by fire when the time had elapsed, and the sentence was to be carried out. It happened that the very day had come round when her dear brothers should be set free. The 6 shirts were also ready, all but the last, which yet wanted the left sleeve. And as she was led to the scaffold, she placed the shirts upon her arm, and just as she had mounted it, and the fire was about to be kindled, she looked around and saw 6 wands come flying through the air. Her heart leapt for joy as she perceived her deliverers approaching, and soon the swans flying towards her alighted so near that she was enabled to throw over them the shirts, and as soon as she had done so, their feathers fell off, and the brothers stood up alive and well. Foreign, but the youngest was without his left arm, instead of which he had a swan's wing. They embraced and kissed each other, and the queen, going to the king, who was thunderstruck, began to say, "Now may I speak, my dear husband, and prove to you that I am innocent and falsely accused." And then she told him how the wicked woman had stolen away and hidden her 3 children. When she concluded, the king was overcome with joy, and the wicked stepmother was imprisoned. Thereafter, the king and queen forever lived in peace and prosperity with their 6 brothers. It was in the middle of winter, when the broad flakes of snow were falling around, that a certain queen sat working at her window, the frame of which was made of fine black ebony. And as she was looking out upon the snow, she pricked her finger, and 3 drops of blood fell upon it. Then she gazed thoughtfully down on the red drops which sprinkled the white snow, and said, "With that my little daughter may be as wide as that snow, as red as the blood, and as black as the ebony window frame." And so the little girl grew up. Her skin was white as snow, her cheeks as rosy as blood, and her hair as black as ebony, and she was called Snow White. Sadly, this queen died, and the king soon married another wife who was very beautiful, but so proud that she could not bear to think that anyone could surpass her. She had a magical looking glass, to which she used to go and gaze upon herself in it and say, "Tell me, glass, tell me true of all the ladies in the land, who is fairest, tell me who." And the glass answered, "Thou queen, art fairest in the land day by day, year by year." Snow White grew more and more beautiful, and when she was 17 years old, she was as bright as the day, and fairer than the queen herself. Then the glass one day answered, "Queen," when she went to consult it, as usual, "thou queen may fair and beautiful be, but Snow White is lovelier far than thee." When the queen heard this, she turned pale with rage and envy, and calling to one of her servants, said, "Take Snow White away into the wide wood, that I may never see her." More than the servant led the little girl away, but his heart melted when she begged him to spare her life. And he said, "Will not hurt thee that pretty child." So he left her there alone. And though he thought it most likely that the wild beasts would tear her to pieces, he felt as if a great weight were taken off his heart when he made up his mind not to kill her, but leave her to her fate. Poor Snow White wandered along through the wood in great fear, and the wild beasts roared around, but none did her any harm. In the evening, she came to a little cottage and went in there to rest, for her weary feet would carry her no further. Everything was spruce and neat. In the cottage on the table was spread a white cloth, and there were 7 little plates with 7 little loaves and 7 little glasses with wine in them, and knives and forks laid in order, and by the walls did 7 little beds. Then, as she was exceedingly hungry, she picked a little piece off each loaf, and drank a very little wine of each glass. And after that, she thought she would lie down and rest. So she tried all the little beds, and one was too long and another was too short, till at last the 7th suited her, and there she laid herself down and went to sleep. Presently, in came the masters of the cottage, who were 7 little dwarfs that lived among the mountains, and dug and searched about for gold. They lighted up their 7 lamps, and saw directly that all was not right. The first said, "Who's been sitting on my stool?" The second, "Who's been eating off my plate?" The third, "Who has been picking up my bread?" The fourth, "Who's been meddling with my spoon?" The fifth, "Who's been handling my fork?" The sixth, "Who has been cutting with my knife?" The seventh, "Who has been drinking my wine?" Then the first looked around and said, "Who's been lying on my bed?" And the rest came running to him, and everyone cried out that somebody had been upon his bed. But the 7th saw Snow White and called upon them to come and look at her. And they cried out with wonder and astonishment, and brought their lamps, and gazing upon her, they said, "Good heavens, how lovely she is!" And they were delighted to see her, and took care not to awaken her. And the 7th drawer slept an hour with each of the other dwarfs in turn, till the night was gone. In the morning, Snow White told them all her story, and they pitied her, and said if she would keep all things in order, and cook, and wash, and knit, and spin for them, she might stay where she was, and they would take good care of her. Then they went out all day long to their work, seeking for gold and silver in the mountains. And Snow White remained at home. And they warned her, saying, "The queen will soon find out where you are. So take care and let no one in." But the queen, now that she thought Snow White was dead, believed that she was certainly the handsomest lady in the land. So she went to her class and said, "Tell me, glass, tell me true, who is fairest? Tell me who." And the glass answered, "Thou queen, thou art fairest in all this land, but over the hills in the greenwood shade, where the 7 dwarfs their dwelling have made, there Snow White is hiding." and she is far lovelier, O Queen, than thee. Queen was very much alarmed, for she knew that the glass always spoke the truth, and she was sure that the servant had betrayed her. And as she could not bear to think that anyone lived who was more beautiful than she was, she disguised herself as an old peddler woman and went her way over the hills to the place where the dwarfs dwelt. Then she knocked at the door and cried, "Find wares to sell." Snow White looked out of the window and said, "Good day, woman. What have you to sell?" "Good wares, fine wares," replied she. "Lacens and bobbins of all colors. I will let the old lady in. She seems to be a very good sort of a body," thought Snow White. So she ran down and unbolted the door. "Bless me," said the woman, "how badly your stays are laced. Let me lace them up with one of my nice new laces." Snow White did not dream of any mischief, so she stood up before the old woman, who set to work so nimbly and pulled the lace so tightly that Snow White lost her breath and fell down as if she were dead. "There's an end of all thy beauty," said the spiteful queen, and went away home. In the evening, the 7 dwarfs returned, and I need not say how grieved they were to see their faithful Snow White stretched upon the ground, motionless, as if she were quite dead. However, they lifted her up, and when they found what was the matter, they cut the lace, and in a little time she began to breathe, and soon came to herself again. And then they said the old woman was the queen. "Take care another time and let no one in when we are away." When the queen got home, she went to her glass and spoke to it. But to her surprise, it replied in the same words as before. Then the blood rang cold in her heart, with spite and malice, to hear that Snow White still lived. And she dressed herself up again in a disguise, but very different from the one she wore before, and took with her a poisoned comb. When she reached the dwarf's cottage, she knocked at the door and cried, "Find wares to sell." But Snow White said, "I dare not let anyone in." Then the queen said, "Only look at my beautiful combs," and gave her the poisoned one. And it looked so pretty that the girl took it up and put it into her hair to try it. But the moment it touched her head, the poison was so powerful that she fell down senseless. "There you may lie," said the queen, and went her way. "Bye-bye, good luck, The dwarfs returned very early that evening, and when they saw Snow White lying on the ground, they thought what had happened, and soon found the poisoned comb, and when they took it away, she recovered, and told them all that had passed, and they warned her once more not to open the door to anyone. Meantime, the queen went home to her glass and trembled with rage when she received exactly the same answer as before. And she said, "Snow White shall die if it costs me my life." So she went secretly into a chamber and prepared a poisoned apple. The outside looked very rosy and tempting, but whoever tasted it was sure to die. Then she dressed herself up as a peasant's wife and traveled over the hills to the dwarf's cottage and knocked at the door. But Snow White put her head out of the window and said, "I dare not let anyone in, for the dwarfs have told me not to do as you please," said the old woman. "But at any rate, take this pretty apple. I will make you a present of it." "No," said Snow White, "I dare not take it." "You silly girl. Answer," the other. "What are you afraid of? Do you think it is poisoned? Come, do you eat one part, and I will eat the other." Now the apple was prepared, that one side was good, though the other side was poisoned. Then Snow White was very much tempted to taste, for the apple looked exceedingly nice. And when she saw the old woman eat, she could refrain no longer. But she had scarcely put the piece into her mouth when she fell down dead upon the ground. "This time, nothing will save thee," said the queen, and she went home to her glass. And at last it said, "Thou queen art the fairest of all the fair." And then her envious heart was glad as a heart could be. When evening came, and the dwarfs returned home, they found Snow White lying on the ground. No breath passed her lips, and they were afraid that she was quite dead. They lifted her up and combed her hair and washed her face with wine and water. But all was in vain. So they laid her down upon a bier, and all 7 watched and bewailed her 3 whole days. And then they proposed to bury her. But her cheeks were still rosy, and her face looked just as it did while she was alive. So they said, "We will never bury her in the cold ground." And they made a coffin of glass so that they might still look at her, and wrote her name upon it in golden letters, and that she was a king's daughter. Then the coffin was placed upon the hill, and one of the dwarfs always sat by it and watched, and the birds of the air came too and bemoaned Snow White. First of all came an owl, and then a raven, but at last came a dove, and thus Snow White lay for a long, long time, and still only looked as though she were asleep, for she was even now as white as snow, and as red as blood, and as black as ebony. At last, a prince came and called at the dwarf's house, and he saw Snow White and read what was written in golden letters. Then he offered the dwarfs money and earnestly prayed them to let him take her away. But they said, "We will not part with her for all the gold in the world." At last, however, they had pity on him and gave him the coffin. But the moment he lifted it up to carry it home with him, the piece of apple fell from between her lips, and Snow White awoke and exclaimed, "Where am I?" And the prince answered, "Thou art safe with me." Then he told her all that had happened, and said, "I love you better than all the world. Come with me to my father's palace. In you shall be my wife." Snow White, of course, consented and went home with the prince, and everything was prepared with great pomp and splendor for their wedding. To the feast was invited among the rest Snow White's old anime, the queen, and as she was dressing herself in fine, rich clothes, she looked in the glass and said, "Tell me, glass, tell me true of all the ladies in the land who is fairest. Tell me who." And the glass answered, "Thou lady, art the loveliest here. I ween but lovely, or far, is the new made queen." When she heard this, the queen started with rage, but her envy and curiosity were so great that she could not help setting out to see the bride. And when she arrived and saw that it was no other than Snow White, whom she thought had been dead a long while, she choked with passion and fell ill and died. But Snow White and the prince lived and reigned happily over that land for many, many years. The mists of the early twilight were falling, and Elsa, the little girl who lived at the woodman's cottage, was still far from home. She had wandered out in the spring sunshine in search of bluebells and wild anemones with which the wood abounded, for the child loved the company of the birds and flowers better than the rough play of the boys who were called her brothers. The woodman and his wife said she was strange and dreamy, full of curious fancies, which they found it hard to understand. But then they were not Elsa's real parents, which might account for their difficulty. They were kind to her, however, in their fashion, and Elsa always tried to remember to obey them. But sometimes she forgot she had forgotten today. For although the good wife had told her to remain near the cottage, the eagerness of her search for the flowers she loved had led her farther into the wood than she had ever been before the sunlight disappeared and the darkness seemed to come quite suddenly. Under the thick branches of the trees, the birds had chanted their last evening song and gone to their nests, only a solitary thrush saying loudly, just overhead. Elsa thought it was warning her to hurry homewards. She turned quickly, taking, as she thought, the direction of the cottage. But as she was barely 7 years old and felt a little frightened, it is not surprising that she only plunged deeper into the wood. Now she found herself in the midst of a great silence. The beautiful tracery of young green leaves through which she had hitherto glimpses of the sky had disappeared, and over her head stretched only bare, brown branches, between which she saw the shining stars, clear as on a frosty winter's night. The stars looked friendly, and she was glad to see them, but it was growing dreadfully cold. The plucked flowers withered and fell from her poor little numbed hands, and she shivered in her thin cotton frog. What would she not have given for a side of the open door, and the fire in the woodman's cottage, and a basin of warm bread and milk, even though it was given with a scolding from the woodman's wife? She struggled on with her poor little tired feet, for it seemed to her that the wood was growing thinner. Perhaps there might be a house hereabouts, but oh, how terribly cold now there was frost upon the ground at her feet, frost upon dead leaves and blades of grass, frost upon the bare tree branches. The moon had risen, and she could see that all the world around her was white and chill and dead. Surely she had wandered back into the cruel, bitter winter frost, bound and hard. It was strange that she had strength to go on, but she looked up at the stars and thought that they were guiding her. At length, she came to the border of the wood, and there stretched before her a wide open space, with only a few trees scattered here and there, and through an opening of the trees, the cold moon shone down upon a white, silent house. The house looked as dead and winter-bound as everything else. But still it was a house, and Elsa said to herself that surely someone must live in it. So she thanked the friendly stars for leading her aright, and with what remaining strength she had dragged her poor little numbed feet up the broad path or road between the trees. At the end of the road, an iron gate hung open upon its hinges, and Elsa found herself in what once had been a garden. Now the lawns and flower beds were all alike, one blinding sheet of ice and frozen snow. But there was the great white house, and from one window shone a light, surely the light of a fire. All the rest was dark. Up a flight of stone steps, the child dragged her weary feet across a terrace that had surely once been gay with flowers, until she stood before a huge door, brown and black, except where the frost gleamed closed and barred with iron bars. The great knocker hung high above her reach, but with her poor little hands she beat against the woodwork. Surely, if someone did not let her in soon, she must fall down there and sleep and die upon the step. But at the sound of her faint knocking, there came from within the deep banging of a hound, and Elsa was terrified anew, but could not run away. Then, in a few moments, a heavy bar seemed to be withdrawn, and the great door opened slowly. A tall man stood. Within, a man in the dress of a hunter, pale-faced in the moonlight, but strong and powerful, and wearing a long, dark beard that reached almost to his waist. His was a figure to fill any child with fear. But Elsa saw only the scene behind him. A great blazing would fire upon an open hearth with rugs in front of it, upon which were stretched 2 large hounds, a third shaking himself slowly, and followed his master to the door. Elsa stretched out her little hands to the blazing warmth with the cry of a perishing child. "Take me in. Oh, take me in," she pleaded. "Please, let me come in." She ran forward. Then, with a strange hoarse sound that she did not understand, the man stooped and lifted her in his arms and carried her forward, and later gently down upon the rugs in the graceful warmth, and the hound sniffed rounder and seemed well pleased and ready to welcome her, and for a little while she remembered no more. When Elsa came to herself, she thought she must have been asleep, but the waking was a little strange and difficult. She found that she was propped up among soft cushions still upon the rugs. The dogs now lay at a respectful distance, each with his 4 paws stretched out and his nose held between them, while with gleaming eyes he watched with keenest interest all that was going on. The rough-looking man with the long, dark beard and the pale face knelt beside her, holding a basin of warm, steaming broth. Then Elsa sat up and tried to drink, but she was so weak with fatigue and cold that her new friend was obliged to feed her with a spoon, which he did rather awkwardly. After she had swallowed the broth, the warm blood flowed once more freely through her veins, and she sank into a deep, sweet sleep, her little head falling serenely against the stranger's breast, and her hair spreading out in golden waves over the arm that held her, when Elsa once more opened her eyes. The cold gray light of morning fell through the uncurtained windows into the hall. She found herself lying on a couch covered with rugs of warm fur at the side of the hearth were logs of pine wood, newly kindled, leapt and blazed, filling the air with sweet, pungent odors. For a while, she was bewildered, wondering how she came to be there instead of in her own little room at the woodman's cottage. Then she saw her friend of the night before kneeling in front of the fire, evidently preparing food, while the dogs, grouped around, sat on their haunches with ears erect, keen and observant, watching his movements. Vanessa remembered, and she clapped her hands with a merry laugh, the laugh of a happy, waking child. The man kneeling by the fire started at the sound, and then turned his grave face towards her with a wistful expression. Strange to see. "I want to get up," said Elsa promptly. "If you please, I can wash and dress myself. I've been taught how. Wait a few minutes, little lady. Then you shall have all you want." The voice sounded strangely, and the man seemed to listening to its tones, as though surprised to hear himself speak. But the rough, halting accents seemed less out of keeping with the old house than Elsa's. Laugh. The dogs came and licked her hands, and she played with them until the man rose from his place before the fire, and lifting her up, Vader, "Come with him." He led her to a small room off the hall, which was indeed curious. In its arrangements, a toilet table stood there with most costly fittings, brushes with silver and ivory handles, relying upon the faded silk. A little pair of satin shoes had been thrown carelessly upon the floor. A cloak of crimson satin was flung over a chair. All these things looked as though a hand had cast them aside. But yesterday, yet all were faded and soiled, and the dust lay thick, as though that yesterday had been many years ago. And among these relics of unknown past, the child made her simple toilet. She had never seen such magnificence, or felt she thought so sad. But when she returned to the hall 10 minutes later, the sadness was forgotten. She looked a quaint little figure. Indeed, clad in a silken wrapper provided by her host, which trailed far behind on the ground. Greatly to her delight, her little feet were cased in dainty slippers, which, small as they were many sizes too large, in spite of misfits. However, she contrived to walk with a stately grandeur quite amazing to behold, until the dogs jumped and fawned upon her, when she forgot her finery in a game of play and lost her slippers in the rug. On the table, a breakfast was rudely spread, cold meats for the master of the house, who fed his dogs from his own plate, while for Elsa was provided a bowl of goat's milk and some crisp cakes, which she thought delicious. When the meal was over, Elsa pleaded to be allowed to do for her new friend the household duties she had been taught to fulfill by the woodman's wife, and soon, with the wrapper deftly pinned about her waist and the silken sleeves tucked up from bare and dimpled arms, she stood before a bowl of steaming water, washing plates and dishes. Only the table was rather high, and she was forced to stand upon a stool. From that day, a strange new life began for little Elsa. The rough-looking man who had given her shelter seemed to be living quite alone with his dogs. Every morning, he went out with them and his gun, apparently to hunt and shoot in the forest, for he usually returned to Leyden with game, which served to keep the larger stocked of other kinds of provisions. There seemed to be a plentiful supply on the premises. The granaries were well stocked with corn, which the master ground himself, while some goats tethered in the outhouses gave a sufficient quantity of milk for the daily needs of the little household of Elsa's return to the woodman's cottage. There seemed to be no question she was terrified at the thought of being again lost in the wood, and pleaded hard to remain with her new friend, who on his side was equally loath to part with her soon, having learned many useful ways from the woodman's wife. She became a clever little housekeeper and could make a good stew, while Ulrich, as the master of the house, Bader call him, was out with his dogs in the forest, though now only 2 of the hounds accompanied him in his expeditions. One was always left as Elsa's companion and guardian. Then, too, she could milk and feed the goats and keep the place clean and tidy. But all the day was not given to such work as this. When all Ricard returned, and they had dined together, he would bring the great carved wooden chair with the huge back up to the fire, and Elsa would fetch a stool to his side and busy herself with needle and thread, while he told her strange stories. Or sometimes he would fetch a ponderous volume from a library the house contained and read either to himself or aloud to her such things as she could understand. Now, if you wonder where Elsa found the needle and thread, which I have mentioned, I must tell you that Ulrich had given her a little work basket, neatly fitted, but the silk lining of which was made faded, and some of the needles were rusty. There was in it also a gold and thimble, which Elsa found a little too large. As for the clothes she worked at, one day he brought her a quantity of beautiful garments, some of silk and satin, and some of fine cloth, and in these, having nothing of her own, but her one poor little cotton frock, the child managed to dress herself till she looked like a quaint little fairy princess. Her stitches were awkward and badly done at first, but as time went on, instinct helped her small knowledge, and she grew handy with her needle when she was cooking and feeding the goats. She wore a woolen petticoat and an apron, a costume more suited to the occasion. In the evenings, Ulrich taught her many things to read and to write, and even to speak in strange languages, so that her education was by no means neglected. He let her wander over the great mansion where she would, and showed her many of the rooms himself. All bore signs of having been used quite recently, and yet a long time ago dust was thick everywhere. And soon Elsa grew to understand that the dust must remain and accumulate. No hand was to be allowed to touch anything in that strange, silent house beyond the hall, and the little room which Ulrich had arranged for her sleeping apartment, one part of the mansion, However, she never penetrated at the end of a long passage, hung a heavy velvet curtain, and behind this was a door always securely locked. Only Ulrich passed. Beyond it had stated times, and when he returned from these visits, he was more than usually sad. For many hours, the weeks slipped into months, and Elsa dwelt on in this strange home. Every day. At first, she looked eagerly for the breaking of the frost, for the promise of the sunshine and flower she had left behind in her wood. But the spring never came. The bitter cold and the frost continued, and in time the child's heart must have frozen too. But for the strong, warm love which had sprung up within it, for Ulrich, old and thoughtful, she grew beyond her years, but never unhappy. Ulrich needed her, was glad of her presence. She could minister to his wants and brighten his sad life. So Ulrich's love grew more to her than the flowers and sunshine of the outer world. To think of leaving him now would break her heart, but she wondered often over the mystery that shadowed his life and hers. And the months grew to years, and Elsa was 12 years old then. One evening, Ulrich came in from one of his visits to the closed chamber, more sad and thoughtful even than usual, and taking Elsa's hand in his, bade her to sit beside him for a little while and put aside her work. She came obediently, looking anxiously into his face. "Little Elsa," he said, "I have counted the time, and it is now 5 years since you came to me. You told me then you were 7 years old. Now you are there for 12, and will soon be growing into a maiden. The time has come." Instinctively, the child clasped his hand closer, not to part, as father, for she had learned to call him, "That my child must rest with you." "Then it is soon settled," said Elsa, trying to laugh, "for I will never leave you." Something like the light of hope shone in the man's clouded eyes, eyes in which Elsa had never seen a smile, although his lips had smiled at her often. "Listen," he said, "before you speak rash words. I must tell you all. Then you shall decide. It is a little more than 11 years since the curse fell upon me. I was a hard man then, Elsa, hard and cruel and strong. It was my boast that I never forgave a debt or pardoned an enemy. I had married a young and beautiful wife, and her I loved passionately, but in my own hard and selfish fashion. Often I refused to heed even her gentle pleadings for the suffering, the sinful, and the poor, and we had one child, a girl, then only a few months old. It was a new Year's Eve that I decided upon giving a great entertainment to all the country. Round I did it, for my own glorification. Among the rich, I was disliked, but tolerated on account of my position. But the poor, far and wide, I was feared and hated. Everyone invited came to my ball. My wife looked exquisitely lovely. More lovely, I thought, than on our bridal day. Everything ministered to my pride and satisfaction. We had mustered here in this hall, to drink the health of the dying year and welcome the incoming of the new. When above the sounds of laughter and good cheer was heard from, without a pitiful, feeble wail, the wail of a child in pain. That feeble cry rang then above every other sound. It rings in my heart, still before I could interfere. My wife with her own hands had flung wide the great barred door, and I saw a sight which I alone could explain. Upon the step was huddled a woman with a child in her arms, a man gaunt and hunger-stricken towered behind her in the darkness. Two other children clung to her, shivering and weeping. We were in the midst of the cruel, bitter winter. The earth was frost-bound, hard, and cold, even as now that day I had given orders that these people, poor and starving as they were, should be turned from their home. The man I suspected of being a poacher, and he was doing no work, a good for nothing. But she, my wife, had pleaded for them that I would wait at least until the summer. Now she bent down to the poor creature on the step, who was striving to nurse and warm her babe and her chill arms, and whispering something. I guessed it was a promise of shelter. In my fierce pride and anger, I laid my hand upon her arm and with a strong grip drew her back. Then, without a word, I closed the door and barred it. But within there was no more laughter. A voice rose upon the still night air, the sound of a bitter curse, a curse that should rest upon me and mine, the chill of winter and of death, of pitiless desolation and remorse, until human love should win me back to human pity and God's forgiveness, one by one, with cold good nights. My guests departed. My wife stole away to her own apartments without a word upon her arm. I sank the mark of my cruel hand in the morning. The curse had fallen. The woman I had turned away had been found at my gates, dead, her child still clasped to her breast. The servants fled and left me alone, taking with them our child, my wife. That night, she too died to me. The man's head drooped upon his hands. For a moment, there was silence in the hall. Elsa stood, her child's heart grieved at the terrible story, her whole nature sorrowing, pitiful, shocked. Presently, Ulrich recovered himself and continued. Now, Elsa, you know all, my child. If you will return to the world and leave me to work out my fate, you shall not go penniless. I have wealth for your sake. I will venture once more among the haunts of men and see you placed in a safe home. Then I will try to forget. It is right that you should shrink. Father, dear Father, I love you. You are sorry. I will not leave you. Do not send me away. A look of rapture changed the worn and tear-stained face of the man who had owned his sin, and the child's arms closed once more around his neck, and her golden head nestled to his breast. A few minutes later, he led her to the closed chamber. Together, they passed beyond it, and Elsa found herself standing in a richly furnished room. Near a window was a couch covered with dark velvet, and upon the couch a figure lay, stretched as if in quiet death-like sleep, or carved in marble. The figure was that of a young and very fair woman. Her dress of white satin had yellowed with time. Her hands were clasped upon her breast, as though in prayer. Her golden hair lay unbound upon the pillow. It is fitting, now, said Ulrich, that you should come here. Softly, Elsa advanced. She stood beside the couch, gazing down upon the still white face, so sweet in its settled grief, but which in this long silence seemed to have lost its first youth. Elsa bent lower and lower. What new instinct filled her warm young heart and made her speak? Mother, awake, she said. Mother, and kiss the cold, quiet lips. Was it a ray of sunlight that stole through the open window and trampled upon the mouth, curving it into a smile? Slowly, the dark eyes opened and rested with a look of ineffable love upon Elsa's face. And so the curse and the shadows of eternal winter passed away from the house of Ulrich, and his young bride came back from her long slumber. In due time, the garden too awoke to the touch of spring, and the flowers bloomed, and the birds mated once more, and sang in budding trees, and the sun shone, and Elsa's love bound closely together the hearts of her father and mother. For perhaps you have been clever enough to find out that the woodman's wife was the nurse who had carried her away on the night of the New Year's ball. Once upon a time, there lived in an old and ruinous house by the shore of the wild sea a widowed nobleman and his only child, a daughter named Isabella. They were very poor, in spite of their high birth, so poor that one by one the fields and woods of their little domain had been sold in order to buy the bare necessities of life, knowing that his death would leave Isabella quite alone in the world, and practically penniless. Her father brought her up more like a boy than a girl she could ride a horse as. Gracefully as an Amazon, she could swim like a born mermaid, and even outdo her father in his favorite sport of fencing. Yet so sweet was the gentle nature which the girl had inherited from her mother, that this strange upbringing never spoiled her in the least late. One October evening, when the fierce gusts of wind from the sea shook the old house to its very foundation and set the ragged tapestries swaying on the walls, Isabella's father died, leaving her only the ruinous house. A handful of copper pants and a single golden florin. The sum of money was enough to keep body and soul together for a few weeks. But what was Isabella to do when the little pittance was gone? Her father had once counseled her to go to the king and ask for his protection. But the king's castle was hundreds of miles distant, and Isabella shrank from begging or the highway. At last, the brave girl resolved to make her own way in the world. Taking the golden florin with her, she went to a neighboring town and purchased a suit of clothes at pages and squires wear, who are in the service of noblemen. She then cut her black hair short, put on the boy's clothes she had purchased, and went into the marketplace to see if she could work in the service of some great family. Now it was the custom in those days for masters and servants to meet by a fountain in the marketplace. The masters, who were in need of servants, standing on one side of the fountain, the servants, who were in search of masters, on the other. When Isabella came into the marketplace, there was no one standing on the master side of the fountain, but on the other side, ready for the first master who should appear, was a little group of noisy, brazen squires. And pages Isabella, or has she now called herself Florian, strode boldly over and joined this group, her heart beating high with the thrill of the great adventure. Suddenly a black knight, mounted on a black horse and leading another horse by the bridle, clattered over the cobblestones of the square, and taking his place by the fountain, called on the pages to come to him, in spite of the horseman's summons. However, the pages paid no attention to him at all, curious to know the reason of their indifference. Florian questioned a fellow page and was told that the knight was no other, the enchanter of the Black Rock, and that no page or squire would take service with him, because his castle was haunted by goblins, ghosts, and all manner of terrifying spirits. Now, Florian was no coward, and as the saying is, beggars cannot be choosers. So much to the astonishment of the pages, Florian walked over to the enchanter, who sat fuming with anger and impatience, and offered to go with him. The knight bade Florian mount the horse which he was holding, and amid the cat calls and hooting of the pages, master and boy galloped away. All day long they rode, and when it was near the end of the afternoon, Florian found himself at the edge of a wild and desolate moor, within the great circle of the horizon, under the pale sky. Not a tree, not a house, not a shepherd's hut even was to be seen. Nothing but the great barren waste, rolling, rising and falling to the very edge of the world. Lower and lower sank the sun. It grew cold, and a blue mist fell. And then twilight came, a green, mysterious twilight. Suddenly, from a hillock of the moor, Florian beheld afar the enchanted dwelling. A great sunken marsh lay before him, beginning at the foot of the little hill and stretching away league after league till its farther shore was hidden in the gathering darkness. The autumn wind stirred the dead brush at its brim, and though the dying twilight was still gleaming in the sky, the great bog had caught little of its glow and lay full of coiling blue mists and islands of mysterious darkness. A dreadful mourning, cry uttered by some demon of the moor sounded through the mist, chilling the blood in Florian's veins, and as if in answer to the cry, thousands upon thousands of will-o'-the-wisps appeared darting and dancing in the very heart of this terrible marsh. A great black rock uprose, and on this rock its turrets and battlements outlined against the burning face of the moon stood the castle. Ghostly lights, now green, now blue, flickered in its windows. The enchanter reined up his horse at the brink of the mire and cried, "List, list, will-o'-the-wisp, lend me your light." Scarcely had the last word fallen from the enchanter's mouth when the dancing witch fires hurried toward him from all sides of the marsh. Soon a pale road leading across the bog to the castle stood revealed, an enchanted road which melted away behind the riders as smoke melts into the winter's air, to the very gates of his castle. Did the ghost fires accompany the enchanter? Then, rising swiftly, high into the air, they fled like startled birds in every direction. Doors opened of their own will. Strange goblins and ghostly creatures passed, and bright, whirling globes of fire fled hissing across the castle courtyard. Just as they were about to enter the castle itself, the enchanter turned and fastened his burning eyes on Florian. "Boy," said he, "let nothing that you hear or see make you afraid. Be assured that no power or spirit can harm you. There is only one demon in the world whose power is greater than mine, and that is fear. Himself be brave. Keep the doors of your heart locked against fear. Be faithful, and you shall never have cause to regret your coming." So Florian, who was by nature brave, felt ashamed of having allowed the demon fear to knock at the door of his heart, and resolved never to let his courage fail, no matter what might happen. True to his resolve, the lad remained. During the year he spent in the service of the enchanter. At first, to be sure, he had to struggle to conquer his fear of some of the goblins. But as time passed, and no ghost or goblin ever ventured to annoy him, he grew accustomed to their presence and paid no more attention to them than he paid to the great ravens who flew croaking over the mire. So faithful and courageous was the little page that when his year was up, the enchanter begged him to remain yet another year, promising him rich rewards if he stayed when the second year was up. However, Florian felt a longing to see the world again. "Very well," said the enchanter, who respected the courage of the brave page. "Thou shalt do as thou desirest. Thou art a brave and faithful lad. Here is a purse of gold for thy wages, and here are 3 gifts to reward thy courage and goodwill." He opened a copper casket and took forth a little golden bird with outstretched wings hanging from a fine golden chain, a golden key, and a starlit sphere marked with a band of white. "This little bird," continued the enchanter, "will protect you from the spells of any sorcerer whose power is less than mine, and will sing when you fare into hidden danger. This key will open every door in the world, and should you ever lose your way, put this sphere on the ground, and it will roll home of its own accord. Moreover, if you are ever yourself in deadly peril, call upon me, and I will come and help you." So, Florian thanked the enchanter, and taking his gifts went back into the world. But so generous and kind was he, that he soon gave away to the unfortunate all the gold he had earned, and was forced again to go in search of work at length. He entered the service of the king and queen of the 12 Towers. This royal couple were renowned in fairyland for their goodness and generosity, as well as further wealth and magnificence. They had built one son, Prince Florizel, who was greatly revered for his bravery. He had driven the dragon of the Blue Cavern out of his father's kingdom. He had fought 3 wicked ogres, one after the other, and finished each one he had delivered the diamond castle of a terrible spell which lay upon it when Florian entered the service of the king and queen. These excellent parents were sending their son on a visit to his uncle, the Emperor of the Plain, and Florian was ordered to join the cheerful company of lords and ladies, knights and soldiers who were to make the journey. According to the gossip of the company, Prince Florizel was being sent to his uncle's in the hope that he would fall in love with his uncle's ward, the beautiful Princess Rosamond, now in some way or other. After the company had been a few days on the road, Prince Florizel, who watched over the company as carefully as a good captain does over his soldiers, became aware of the bravery, trustworthiness, and modest bearing of Florian, the little page, and promoted him to be his own personal squire. Alas, no sooner had he been advanced than Florian, the little page, though remaining hourly, a page, became at heart the runaway girl. Isabella, though she fought as hard as she could against her own heart, it was of little use, and she knew herself to be deeply in love with Floracel. Yet she suffered no word or sign of her affection to escape her, for Prince Floracel thought her only a little page, and to speak would be to betray the secret she had so long and successfully guarded. One morning, as the company was riding through a charming country, Florian was following close behind his master. Suddenly, the prince caught sight of a wonderful scarlet lily blooming by the roadside. At the same moment, the little golden bird that Florian wore around his neck, saying a few clear notes as if it were alive. "What a pretty flower," said the prince. "I must have it." He was about to dismount and pick the flower when Florian spurred on ahead of him, grasped the enchanted flower, and tossed it into a ditch. 5. "What a naughty page," cried the lords and ladies. The company rode on a few miles more, and suddenly the prince caught sight of a beautiful jewel dagger lying in the highway. At the same moment, the little golden bird saying a few clear notes of warning. "What a fine dagger," cried the prince. "I must have it." He was about to dismount and pick up the dagger when Florian spurred on ahead of him, seized the dagger, and tossed it into the ditch. 5. "What a naughty page," cried the lords and ladies. The company now rode on for a few miles more, and the prince saw by the roadside a beautiful enchanted garden. Birds of many colors sang in the branches of the trees. Fountains sparkled and danced in the sunlight, and the sweetest music was heard. At the same moment, a golden bird sang louder and longer than ever. "What a beautiful garden," cried the prince. "Let us right in and look about." So Florian hurried to the prince's side and implored him not to enter, saying that the garden was enchanted and that some harm would certainly befall him. At this, all the lords and ladies, who were a little jealous, perhaps, that a page should know more than they laughed at. Poor Florian, and even Florizel smiled at him and said, "All that is only fancy, little Florian," and dashed in through the garden gate. For a minute or so, nothing happened, and the first to enter mocked at Florian again. But when the whole company had entered the garden, there was a clap of thunder, and everybody except the prince and Florian, who was protected by the enchanter's charm, was turned into stone. The echoes of the thunder had hardly ceased, rolling, when two frightful demons with lions' heads rushed towards them through the garden, seized the prince, and hurried him away. Florian was left alone in the garden, and night was fast approaching. Now the owner of the enchanted garden was a witch who had a daughter so unpleasant that even her mother's powerful magic could not make her kind and lovely in spite of this. However, the witch's daughter considered herself quite alluring and was always asking her mother to invite to the castle princes whom she considered worthy of her hand. So the old witch gave wonderful dances and parties to which all the eligible young kings and princes of the neighborhood were invited. But just as soon as the witch's daughter appeared, with her horrid smirk on her face, the young men were sure to make their excuses and ride away. At length, the old witch, who had just had a severe tongue lashing from her daughter for not punishing a prince who had failed to ask her for a dance, could endure her daughter scolding no longer, and resolved to catch the first prince who came past her garden, and forced him willy-nilly to accept her obnoxious daughter into her trap. Poor Florizel had walked, and the witch, hoping to bend him to her will by terrifying him, had thrown him into a deep dungeon. Her daughter had immediately peeked through the keyhole of the prison and fell in love with Florizel. At first sight, the witch was just considering what to do next when her lion-head servitors informed her that one of the company had resisted her enchantment and was wandering about the garden. So the witch put on her cloak of invisibility and, going down to the garden, found poor Florian wandering sadly under the trees. The witch saw at once that it was the little golden bird which had protected him from her magic, and being afraid of the charm, and yet unable to work the poor lad any harm, while the bird was in his possession, she decided to rid herself of Florian by transporting her castle gardens and all over to the other side of the world. So she uttered a spell and everything disappeared. When Florian woke the next morning and found that the castle was gone, his heart sank. Nevertheless, he did not despair, but taking from his pocket the little scarlet ball, which his master, the enchanter, had given him, he put it on the ground and made it guide him back to the enchanted garden. The little ball immediately began rolling ahead at Florian's own pace. At night, it glowed with a scarlet fire. Day after day, month after month, the scarlet ball rolled on it, led Florian over hill and down dale, through the land of the men who have only one eye, through the country of the dwarfs and the valley of the talking trees, never stopping till it reached the gate of the witch's garden. A year had gone by, and during that year, the witch had done everything she could to induce Prince Florizel to accept her undesirable daughter. First, she had tried frightening him. Then she had tried to win him by giving splendid parties. Then she had tried terrifying him again. But as the prince was neither to be terrified nor cajoled, she came to her wit's end. Finally, she told the prince that if he were not willing to accept her daughter in marriage, on the very next day, she would turn him into a hare and set her dogs upon him. The prince made no answer to her terrible threat, and the witch went ahead and made preparation for the grandest of weddings. On that night, Florian arrived at the garden when it was very late, and the moon, which was a quarter full, had disappeared behind a bank of clouds. Florian crept unobserved to the door of Florian's prison, for their witch had locked him up so securely that she had not taken the trouble to find a watchman. Alas, the poor prince lay at the top of a high tower, and 20 different doors, each one opened by a different key, stood between him and the ground. But Florian was not to be daunted, and drawing from his bosom the key which the enchanter had given him, he opened one door after the other, till he arrived in the cell occupied by the prince. The poor prince lay chained on a bed of straw, trying to read a book by the light of a single candle. He was very unhappy, for he had resolved to let himself be torn in pieces rather than marry the witch maiden. You may be sure he was very glad to see Florian. "Dear Florian," said the unhappy prince, "if I had only obeyed your counsel, it would have been well." And he begged Florian to tell him where he had been all the long year Saul. Florian told the prince of his adventures. Now the chains which the prince wore were riveted cruelly upon him, and since there was no lock to them, the magic key was of no avail. At length, however, Florizel managed to work them off, but in doing so, he injured his foot, and found to his dismay that he could only limp along, little by little. The freshened air and the sough of leaves began to foretell the coming of the dawn. Finally, just as the dawn star began to pale Florizel, and Florian hurried out of the prison through the 20 doors and fled to the high road. But they had traveled only a few miles when the wicked witch discovered Florizel's flight, and enraged, commanded that her dragon car be ready in order that she might go in pursuit of him. So the car was brought forth, and into it the witch leaped and mounted into the sky, hearing the hissing and warring of the dragons in the air. Florian and Florizel tried to hide under some trees, but the witch instantly saw them and pronounced a spell to turn them into hares. But though the hate of the witch was quick, the woman's heart of Isabella was quicker, and sacrificing herself for the man she loved, she threw the chain in the golden bird over the prince's head. An instant later, she had turned into a little gray hare, crouching at Florizel's feet. At the same moment, the cruel witch let loose her pack of fierce hunting dogs, who soon took up the trail of the hare and came bounding toward her. In full cry, poor Prince picked up the hare and hobbled forward as fast as he could go, forgetting the dreadful pain it caused him. But the dogs were running 100 times faster than he near, and near came the pack, their red tongues lolling from their black throats. By good fortune, just as the leader of the pack was no more than 50 feet away, Isabella remembered the promise which the enchanter had made her, and called upon him immediately. A strong glass wall, as high as a castle tower, shot up from the ground behind Isabella, and the prince and the pack hurrying forward found themselves bulked of their prey, snarling and yelling. They threw themselves against the magic wall, but in vain. In another instant, the enchanter himself stood before them, and touching the hare with his wand, restored Isabella to her human form. However, she still wore the garments of Florian, and the prince still thought she was a boy. Suddenly, a shadow fell on the ground near them, and looking up, all beheld the wicked witch and her awful daughter, who had ridden out in the dragon car to enjoy Florizel's cruel death. The enchanter immediately caused the dragon car to vanish, and the witch and her daughter fell tumbling through the air into a pond, and were immediately transformed into ugly little fishes. Then the enchanter carried Florizel and Florian back to the witch's castle, where they found the table spread and the dinner being prepared, which was to celebrate the wedding of Floricel and the witch's daughter. Last of all, he then released Florizel's company from the witch's spell, now one of the ladies. When she heard how the witch had tried to match Florizel with her daughter, and saw the preparations for the wedding, told the prince that it was a pity that the Princess Rosamond was not at hand, so that there might be a wedding. After all, a wedding, said Floricel, not until I have found a wife who shall have proved herself as faithful and as true as little Florian. She's already here, said the enchanter, and he touched Florian with his wand. Immediately, there was a flash of flame, and out of it appeared Isabella. Her hair had grown long again, and the enchanter had clad her in the most magnificent of gowns. Never was there a lovelier girl to be seen on earth. You may be sure that the prince stepped forward, took her by the hand, and claimed her for his bride. Soon the parents of Florizel, who had been summoned by the enchanter, arrived, and there was a wedding after all. When the merrymaking was over, the enchanter went back to his castle on the Black Rock, while Florizel and Isabella returned to their own country and lived there happily ever after. Foreign, there lived a poor fisher who built a hut on the banks of a stream which, shunning the glare of the sun and the noise of the towns, flowed quietly past trees and under bushes, listening to the songs of the birds overhead. One day, when the fisherman had gone out as usual to cast his nets, he saw borne towards him on the current a cradle of crystal, slipping his net quickly beneath it. He drew it out and lifted the silk coverlet inside. Lying on a soft bed of cotton were two babies, a boy and a girl, who opened their eyes and smiled at him. The man was filled with pity at the sight, and throwing down his lines, he took the cradle and the babies home to his wife. A good woman flung up her hands in despair when she beheld. The contents of the cradle are not 8 children enough, she cried, without bringing us 2 more. How do you think we can feed them? You would not have had me leave them to die of hunger, answered he, or be swallowed up by the waves of the sea. What is enough for 8 is also enough for 10. The wife said no more, and in truth, her heart yearned over the little creatures. Somehow or other, food was never lacking in the hut, and the children grew up and were so good and gentle that in time their foster parents loved them as well, or better than their own, who were quarrelsome and envious. It did not take the orphans long to notice that the boys did not like them and were always playing tricks on them. So they used to go away by themselves and spend whole hours by the banks of the river. Here they would take out the bits of bread they had saved from their breakfasts and crumble them for the birds. In return, the birds taught them many things: how to get up early in the morning, how to sing, and how to talk their language, which very few people know. But though the little orphans did their best to avoid quarreling with their foster brothers, it was very difficult always to keep the peace. Matters got worse and worse, till one morning the eldest boy said to the twins, "It is all very well for you to pretend that you have such good manners and are so much better than we. But we have at least a father and a mother, while you have only got the river like the toads and the frogs." The poor children did not answer the insult, but it made them very unhappy, and they told each other in whispers that they could not stay there any longer, but must go into the world and seek their fortunes. So next day they arose as early as the birds and stole downstairs without anybody hearing them. One window was open, and they crept softly out and ran to the side of the river. Then, feeling as if they had found a friend, they walked along its banks, hoping that by and by they should meet someone to take care of them. The whole of that day they went steadily on without seeing a living creature, till in the evening, weary and footsore, they saw before them a small hut. This raised their spirits for a moment, but the door was shut, and the hut seemed empty, and so great was their disappointment that they almost cried. However, the boy fought down his tears and said cheerfully, "Well, at any rate, here was a bench where we can sit down, and when we are arrested, we will think what is best to do next." Then they sat down, and for some time they were too tired even to notice anything. But by and by they saw that under the tiles of the roof a number of swallows were sitting, chattering merrily to each other. Of course, the swallows had no idea that the children understood their language, or they would not have talked so freely. But as it was, they said whatever came into their heads. "Good evening, my fine city," Madame remarked, a swallow whose manners were rather rough and countrified to another who looked particularly distinguished. Happy indeed. are the eyes that behold you. Only think of your having returned to your long-forgotten country. Friends, after you have lived for years in a palace. I have inherited this nest from my parents, reply the other, and as they left it to me, I certainly shall make it my home. But she added politely, I hope that you and all your family are well. Very well indeed, I'm glad to say. But my poor daughter had a short time ago such bad inflammation in her eyes that she would have gone blind had I not been able to find the magic herb which cured her at once. And how is the nightingale singing? Does the lark soar as high as ever? And does the linnet dress herself as smartly? But here, the country swallow drew herself up. I never taught gossip, she said severely. Our people who were once so innocent and well-behaved have been corrupted by the bad examples of men. It is 1,000 pities. What innocence and good behavior are not to be met with among birds, nor in the country. My dear friend, what are you saying? The truth, and nothing more. Imagine when we returned here, we met some limits who, just as the spring and the flowers and the long days had come, were setting up for the north, and the cold, out of pure compassion, we tried to persuade them to give up this folly, but they only replied with the utmost insolence. How shocking, exclaimed the city swallow. Yes, it was. And worse than that, the crested lark that was formerly so timid and shy is now no better than a thief and steals corn whenever she can find them. I am astonished at what you say. You will be more astonished when I tell you that on my arrival here for the summer, I found my nest occupied by a shameless sparrow. This is my nest, I said. Yours, he answered with a rude laugh. Yes, mine. My ancestors were born here, and my sons will be born here also. And at that, my husband sat upon him and threw him out of the nest. I'm sure nothing of this sort ever happens in a town. Not exactly, perhaps, but I have seen a great deal. If he only knew. Oh, do tell us, cry to the all. And when they had settled themselves comfortably, the city swallow began. You must know then that our king fell in love with the youngest daughter of a tailor who was as good and gentle as she was beautiful. His nobles hoped that he would have chosen a queen from one of their daughters and tried to prevent the marriage. But the king would not listen to them, and it took place. Not many months later, a war broke out, and the king rode away at the head of his army, while the queen remained behind, very unhappy at the separation. When peace was made, and the king returned, he was told that his wife had had 2 babies in his absence, but that both were dead, and that she herself had gone out of her mind and was obliged to shut up in a tower in the mountains, where in time the fresh air might cure her. And was this not true? Ask the swallows eagerly. Of course not, answered the city lady, with some contempt for their stupidity. The children were alive at that very moment in the gardener's cottage. But at night, the chamberlain came down and put them in a cradle of crystal, which he carried to the river. For a whole day they floated safely, for though this dream was deep, it was very still, and the children took no harm in the morning. So I'm told by my friend that kingfisher, they were rescued by our fishermen who lived near the riverbank. The children had been lying on the bench, listening lazily to the chatter up to this point. But when they heard the story of the crystal cradle, which their foster mother had always been fond of telling them, they sat upright and looked at each other. Oh, how glad I am! I learned the bird's language, said the eyes of one to the eyes of the other. Meanwhile, the swallows had spoken again. That was indeed good fortune, cried Day. And when the children are all grown up, they can return to their father and set their mother free. It will not be as easy as you think. Answer the city swallow, shaking her head, for they will have to prove that they are the king's children, and also that their mother never went mad at all. In fact, it is so difficult that there is only one way of proving it to the king. And what is that? Quite all the swallows at once. And how do you know it? I know it, answered the city swallow, because one day, when I was passing through the palace garden, I met a cuckoo who, as I need not tell you, always pretend to be able to see into the future. We began to talk about certain things which were happening in the palace and the events of past years. Said he, the only person who can expose the wickedness of the ministers and show the king how wrong he has been is the bird of truth, who can speak the language of men. And where can this bird be found? I asked. It is shut up in a castle guarded by a fierce giant who only sleeps 1/4 of an hour. out of the whole 24, replied the cuckoo. And where is this castle? Inquired the country swallow, who, like all the rest, and the children, most of all, had been listening with deep attention. This is just what I don't know, answered her friend. All I can tell you is that not far from here is a tower where lives an old witch, and it is she who knows the way, and she will only teach it to the person who promises to. Bring her the water from the fountain of many colors, which he uses for her enchantments. But never will she betray the place where the bird of truth is hidden, for she hates him and would kill him if she could, knowing well, however, that this bird cannot die as he is mortal. She keeps him closely shut up and guarded night and day by the birds of bad faith who seek to gag him so that his voice should not be heard. And is there no one else who can tell the poor boy where to find the bird? If he should ever manage to reach the tower, ask the country swallow. No one replied. The city swallow, except an owl who lives a hermit's life in that desert, and he knows only one word of man's speech, and that is cross, so that even if the prince did succeed in getting there, he could never understand what the owl said. But look, the sun is sinking to his nest in the depths of the sea, and I must go to mine. Good night, friends. Good night. Then the swallow flew away in the children who had forgotten both hunger and weariness, and the joy of this strange news rose up and followed in the direction of her flight. After 2 hours walking, they arrived at a large city, which they felt sure must be the capital of their father's kingdom. Seeing a good-natured-looking woman standing at the door of a house, they asked her if she would give them a night's lodging. And she was so pleased with their pretty faces and nice manners that she welcomed them warmly. It was scarcely late the next morning before the girl was sweeping out the rooms and the boy watering the garden, so that by the time the good woman came downstairs, there was nothing left for her to do. This so delighted her that she begged the children to stay with her altogether, and the boy answered that he would leave his sister with her gladly, but that he himself had serious business on hand and must not linger in pursuit of it. So he paid them farewell and set out. For 3 days he wandered by the most out-of-the-way paths. But no signs of a tower were to be seen anywhere. On the fourth morning, it was just the same and filled with despair. He flung himself on the ground under a tree and hid his face in his hands. In a little while, he heard a rustling over his head, and looking up, he saw a turtle dove watching him, with her bright eyes. "Oh, dove," cried the boy, addressing the bird in her own language. "Oh, dove, tell me, I pray you, where is the castle of Come and Never Go, poor child?" Answered the dove, "Who has sent you on such a useless quest, my good or evil?" "Fortune," replied the boy. "I know not which to get there," said the dove. "You must follow the wind which today is blowing towards the castle." The boy thanked her and followed the wind, fearing all the time that it might change its direction and lead him astray. But the wind seemed to feel pity for him and blew steadily on with each step. The country became more and more dreary, but at nightfall, the child could see, behind the dark and bare rocks, something darker still. This was the tower, and which lived the witch. And seizing the knocker, he gave 3 loud knocks, which were echoed in the hollows of the rocks around the door, opened slowly, and there appeared on the threshold an old woman holding up a candle to her face, which was so hideous that the boy involuntarily stepped backwards, almost as frightened by the troop of lizards, beetles, and such creatures that surrounded her as by the woman herself. "Who are you? Who dare to knock at my door and wake me? Quite, she be quick, and tell me what you want, or it will be the worst for you." "Madam," answered the child, "I believe that you will all know the way to the castle of Come and Never Go, and I pray you to show it to me." "Very good, very good," replied the witch, with something that she meant for a smile. "But today is late tomorrow. You shall go. Now enter, and you shall sleep with my lizards." "I cannot stay," said he. "I must go back at once, so as to reach the road from which I started before day dawns. If I tell you, will you promise me that you will bring me this jar full of the many-colored water from the spring in the courtyard of the castle?" As she, "If you fail to keep your word, I will change you into a lizard. Forever, I promise," answered the boy. Then the old woman called to a very thin dog and said to him, "Conduct this pig of a child to the castle of Come and Never Go, and take care that you warn my friend of his arrival." And the dog arose and shook itself and set out. At the end of 2 hours, they stopped in front of a large castle, big and black and gloomy, whose doors stood wide open, although neither sound nor light gave sign of any presence. Within, the dog, however, seemed to know what to expect, and after a wild howl went on. But the boy, who was uncertain whether this was the quarter of an hour when the giant was asleep, hesitated to follow him, and paused for a moment under a wild olive that grew nearby, the only tree which he had beheld since he had parted from the dove. "Heaven help me," cried he. "Cross, cross," answered a voice. The boy leapt for joy as he recognized the note of the owl of which the swallow had spoken, and he said softly in the bird's language, "O wise owl, I pray you to protect and guide me, for I have come in search of the bird of truth, and first I must fill this jar with the many-colored water in the courtyard of the castle." "Do not do that," answer the owl, "but fill the jar from the spring, which bubbles close by the fountain, with the many-colored water. Afterwards, go into the aviary, opposite the great door, but be careful not to touch any of the bright plumaged birds contained in it, which will cry to you, each one, that he is the bird of truth. Choose only a small white bird that is hidden in a corner, which the others try incessantly to kill, not knowing that it cannot die and be quick throughout this very moment. The giant has fallen asleep, and you have only a quarter of an hour to do everything." The boy ran as fast as he could and entered the courtyard, where he saw the 2 springs close together. He passed by the many-colored water without casting a glance at it, and filled the jar from the fountain, whose water was clear and pure. He next hastened to the aviary, and was almost deafened by the clamor that rose as he shut the door behind him. Voices of peacocks, voices of ravens, voices of magpies, each claiming to be the bird of truth. With steadfast face, the boy walked by them all to the corner, where, hemmed in by a hand of fierce crows, was the small white bird he sought. Putting her safely in his breast, he passed out, followed by the screams of the birds of bad faith, which he left behind him. Once outside, he ran without stopping to the witch's tower, and handed to the old woman the jar he had given him. Become a parrot, cry, chee, thinging the water over him, but instead of losing his shape, as so many had done, before he only grew 10 times handsomer. For the water was enchanted for good, and not ill. Then the creeping multitude around the witch hastened to roll themselves in the water, and stood up, human beings again. When the witch saw what was happening, she took a broomstick and flew away. Who can gasp the delight of the sister at the sight of her brother bearing the bird of truth? But although the boy had accomplished much, something very difficult yet remained, and that was how to carry the bird of truth to the king, without her being seized by the wicked courtiers. Soon no one knew how the news spread abroad that the bird of truth was hovering round the palace, and the courtiers made all sorts of preparations to hinder her reaching the king. They got ready weapons that were sharpened and weapons that were poisoned. They sent for eagles and falcons to hunt her down, and constructed cages and boxes in which to shut her up if they were not able to kill her. They declared that her white plumage was really put on to hide her black feathers. In fact, there was nothing they did not do in order to prevent the king from seeing the bird or from paying attention to her words. If he did as often happens in these cases, the courtiers brought about that which they feared. They talked so much about the bird of truth that at last the king heard of it and expressed a wish to see her. The more difficulties that were put in his way, the stronger grew his desire. And in the end the king published a proclamation that whoever found the bird of truth should bring her to him without delay. As soon as he saw this proclamation, the boy called his sister, and they hastened to the palace. The bird was buttoned inside his tunic, but as might have been expected, the courtiers barred the way and told the child that he could not enter. It was in vain that the boy declared that he was only obeying the king's commands. The courtiers only replied that his majesty was not yet out of bed, and it was forbidden to wake him. They were still talking, when suddenly the bird settled the question by flying upwards through an open window into the king's own room, alighting on the pillow. Close to the king's head, she bowed respectfully and said, "My lord, I am the bird of truth whom you wish to see, and I have been obliged to approach you in the manner, because the boy who brought me is kept out of the palace by your courtiers. they shall pay for their insolence," said the king. And he instantly ordered one of his attendants to conduct the boy at once to his apartment. And in a moment more the prince entered, holding his sister by the hand. "Who are you?" asked the king. "And what has the bird of truth to do with you?" "If it please your majesty, the bird of truth will explain that." "Herself," answered the boy. And the bird did explain. And the king heard for the first time of the wicked plot that had been successful for so many years. He took his children in his arms with tears in his eyes, and hurried off with him to the tower in the mountains, where the queen was shut up. The poor woman was as white as marble, for she had been living almost in darkness. But when she saw her husband and children, the color came back to her face, and she was as beautiful as ever. They all returned in state to the city, where great rejoicings were held. The wicked courtiers were thrown into the dungeon, and all their property was taken away. As for the good old couple, they were given riches and honor, and were loved and cherished to the end. There was once a little boy who had taken cold by going out and getting his feet wet. No one could think how he had managed to do so, for the weather was quite dry. His mother undressed him and put him to bed, and then she brought in the teapot to make him a good cup of elder tea, which is so warming. At the same time, the friendly old man who lived all alone at the top of the house came in at the door. He had neither wife nor child, but he was very fond of children and knew so many fairy tales and stories that it was a pleasure to hear him talk. "Now, if you drink your tea," said Mother, "very likely you will have a story in the meantime." "Yes, if I could think of a new one to tell," said the old man. "But how did the little fellow get his feet wet?" asked he. Said the mother, "That is what we cannot make out." "Will you tell me a story?" asked the boy. "Yes, if you can tell me exactly how deep the gutter is in the little street through which you go to school." "Just halfway up to my knee," said the boy promptly. "That is, if I stand in the deepest part, it is easy to see how we got our feet wet," said the old man. "Well, now I suppose I ought to tell a story, but really, I don't know any more." "You can make up one, I know," said the boy. "Mother says that you can turn everything you look at into a story, and everything even that you touch, but those tales and stories are worth nothing. The real ones come of themselves. They knock at my forehead and say, "Here we are." "Won't there be a knock soon?" asked the boy, and his mother laughed as she put elder flowers in the teapot and poured boiling water over them. "Oh, do tell me a story." "Yes, if a story comes of itself. But tales and stories are very grand. They only come when it pleases them." "Stop!" he cried all at once. "Here we have it. Look, there's a story in the teapot now." The little boy looked at the teapot and saw the lid raise itself gradually, and long branches stretch out even from the spout in all directions, till they became larger and larger, and there appeared a great elder tree covered with flowers, white and fresh. It spread itself even to the bed and pushed the curtains aside, and oh, how fragrant the blossoms were. In the midst of the tree sat a pleasant-looking old woman in a very strange dress. The dress was green, like the leaves of the elder tree, and was decorated with large white elder blossoms. It was not easy to tell whether the border was made of some kind of stuff or real flowers. "What is that woman's name?" asked the boy. "The Romans and Greeks call her a dryad," said the old man, "but we do not understand that name. We have a better one for her in the quarter of the town where the sailors live. They call her Elder Flower, Mother, and you must pay attention to her now, and listen while you look at the beautiful tree. Just such a large, blooming tree as this stands outside in the corner of a poor little yard. And under this tree, one bright, sunny afternoon, sat two old people, a sailor and his wife. They had great-grandchildren and would soon celebrate the golden wedding, which is the 50th anniversary of the wedding day in many countries. And the elder mother sat in the tree and looked as pleased as she does. Now I know, when the golden wedding is to be said, but they did not hear her. They were talking of olden times. "Do you remember?" said the old sailor. "When we were quite little and used to run about and play in the very same yard where we are sitting now, and how we planted little twigs in one corner and made a garden." "Yes," said the old woman. "Remember it quite well, and how we watered the twigs, and one of them was a sprig of elder that took root and put forth green shoots, until in time it became the great tree under which we old people are now seated. To be sure, he replied, and in that corner, yonder stands the water butt in which I used to swim my boat that I had cut out all myself, and it sailed well too. But since then, I have learned a very different kind of sailing. Yes, but before that, we went to school, said she, and then we were prepared for confirmation. How we both cried on that day. But in the afternoon, we went hand in hand up to the round tower and saw the view over the Copenhagen and across the water. Then we went to Fredericksburg, where the king and queen were sailing in their beautiful boat on the canals. But I had to sail in a very different voyage elsewhere and be far away from home for years. On long voyages, said the old sailor. Ah, yes, and I used to cry about you, said she, for I thought you must be lying, drowned at the bottom of the sea, with the waves sweeping over you. And many a time have I got up in the night to see if the weather had turned. It turned often enough, but you came not. How well I remember. One day, the rain was pouring down from the skies, and the man came to the house where I was in service to take away the dust. I went down to him with the dust box and stood for a moment at the door. What shocking weather it was! And while I stood there, the postman came up and brought me a letter from you. How that letter had traveled about! I tore it open and read it. I laughed and wept. At the same time, I was so happy. It said that you were in warm countries where the coffee berries grew, and what a beautiful country it was, and described many other wonderful things. And so I stood reading by the dustbin, with the rain pouring down, when all at once somebody came and clasped me around the waist. Yes, and you gave him such a box on the ears that they tangled, said the old man. I did not know that it was you, she replied, but you had arrived as quickly as your letter, and you looked so handsome, and indeed, so you are still. You had a large, yellow silk handkerchief in your pocket, and a shiny hat on your head. You looked quite fine, and all the time, what weather it was, and how dismal the street looked. And then, do you remember, said he, when we were married, and our first boy came, and then Marie and Niels and Peter and Hans Christian? Indeed I do, she replied, and they are all grown up, respectable men and women, whom everyone likes. And now their children have little ones, said the old sailor. There are great-grandchildren for us, strong and healthy. Too, was it not about this time of year that we were married? Yes, and today is the golden wedding day, said Elder Tree. Mother, popping her head out just between the two old people, and they thought it was a neighbor, nodding to them. Then they looked at each other and clasped their hands together. Presently came their children and grandchildren, who knew very well that it was the golden wedding day. They had already wished them joy on that very morning, but the old people had forgotten it, although they remembered so well all that had happened many years before, and the elder tree smelled sweet, and the setting sun shone upon the faces of the old people, till they looked quite ready, and the youngest of their grandchildren danced around them joyfully, and said they were going to have a feast in the evening, and there were to be hot potatoes. Then the elder mother nodded in the tree and cried, "Hooray!" with all the rest. But that is not a story, said the little boy, who had been listening. Not till you understand it, said the old man. But let us ask the elder mother to explain it. It was not exactly a story, said the elder mother, but the story is coming now, and it is a true one, for out of the truth the most wonderful stories grow, just as my beautiful elder bush has sprung out of the teapot. And then she took the little boy out of bed and laid him on her bosom, and the blooming branches of elder closed over them, so that they sat, as it were, in a leafy bower, and the bower flew with them through the air in the most delightful manner. Then the elder mother all at once changed to a beautiful young maiden, but her dress was still of the same green stuff, ornamented with a border of white. Elder blossoms, such as the elder mother had worn, in her bosom. She wore a real elder flower, and a wreath of the same was entwined in her golden ringlets. Her large blue eyes were very beautiful to look at. She was of the same age as the boy, and they kissed each other and felt very happy. They left the arbor together, hand in hand, and found themselves in a beautiful flower garden, which belonged to their home on the green lawn. Their father's stick was tied up. There was life in this stick for the little ones, for no sooner did they place themselves upon it than the white knob changed into a pretty neighing head with a black flowing mane and 4 long slender legs sprung forth, creature was strong and spirited, and galloped with them round the grass. Squad hooray! Now we will ride many miles away, he said. The boy will ride to the nobleman's estate where we went last year. Then they rode round the grass plot again, and the little maiden, who we know as Elder Tree Mother, kept crying out, "Now we are in the country. Do you see the farmhouse with a great baking oven standing out from the wall by the roadside like a gigantic egg? There is an elder spreading its branches over it, and is marching about and scratching for the chickens. See how he struts? Now we're near the church. There it stands on the hill, shaded by the great oak trees, one of which is half dead. See, here we are at the blacksmith's forge. How the fire burns, and the half-clad men are striking the hot iron with the hammer, so that the sparks fly about now then away to the nobleman's beautiful estate. And the boy saw all that the little girl spoke of as she sat behind him on the stick, for it passed before him, although they were only galloping round the grass plot. Then they played together in a sidewalk and raked up the earth to make a little garden. Then she took elder flowers out of her hair and planted them, and they grew just like those which he had heard the old people talking about, and which they had planted in their young days. They walked about, hand in hand, too, just as the old people had done when they were children. But they did not go up the round tower, nor to Fredericksburg Garden. No, but the little girl seized the boy round the waist, and they rode all over the whole country. Sometimes it was spring, then summer, then autumn, and winter followed, while thousands of images were presented to the boy's eyes and heart. And the little girl constantly sang to him, "You must never forget all this." And through their whole flight, the elder tree sent forth the sweetest fragrance. They passed roses and fresh beech trees, but the perfume of the elder tree was stronger than all, for its flowers hung round the little maiden's heart, against which the boy so often leaned his head during their flight. "It is beautiful here in the spring," said the maiden, as they stood in a grove of beech trees covered with fresh green leaves, while at their feet the sweet scented thyme and blushing anemone lay spread amid the green grass in delicate bloom. Oh, that it were always spring in the fragrant beech groves. "Here it is delightful in summer," said the maiden, as they passed old knights' castles telling of days gone by, and saw the high walls and pointed gables mirrored in the rivers beneath, where swans were sailing about and peeping in the cool green avenues. In the fields, the corn waved to and fro like the sea, red and yellow. Flowers grew amongst the ruins, and the hedges were covered with wild hobs. In the evening, the moon rose round and full, and the haystacks in the meadows filled the air with their sweet scent. These were scenes never to be forgotten. It is lovely here. Also in autumn, said the little maiden. And then the scene changed again. The sky appeared higher and more beautifully blue, while the forest glowed with colors of red, green, and gold. The hounds were off to the chase, and large flocks of wild birds flew screaming over the Huns' graves, where the blackberry bushes twined round the old ruins. The dark blue sea was dotted with white sails, and in the barns sat old women, maidens and children, picking hops into a large tub. The young ones sang songs, and the old ones told fairy tales of wizards and witches. There could be nothing more pleasant than all this again, said the maiden. It is beautiful here in winter. Then in a moment, all the trees were covered with horror, frost, so that they looked like white coral. The snow crackled beneath the feet, as if everyone had on new boots, and one shooting star after another fell from the sky in warm rooms. There could be seeing the Christmas trees decked out with presents and lighted up amid festivities. In joy, in the country, farmhouses could be heard the sound of a violin, and there were games for apples, so that even the poorest child could say, "It is beautiful in the winter," and beautiful indeed were all the scenes which the maiden showed to the little boy, and always around them floated the fragrance of the elder blossom, and ever above them waved the red flag with the white cross under which the old seaman had sailed the boy who had become a youth, and who had gone as a sailor out into the wild world, and sailed to warm countries where the coffee grew, and to whom the little girl had given an elder blossom from her bosom for a keepsake when she took leave of him. Place the flower in his hymn book, and when he opened it in foreign lands, he always turned to the spot where this flower of remembrance lay, and the more he looked at it, the fresher it appeared. He could, as it were, breathe a home-like fragrance of the woods and see the little girl looking at him from between the petals of the flower with her clear blue eyes, and hear her whispering, "It is beautiful here at home in spring and summer, in autumn, in winter," while hundreds of these home scenes pass through his memory. Many years had passed, and he was now an old man, seated with his old wife under an elder tree in full blossom. They were holding each other's hands, just as the great-grandfather and grandmother had done and spoke as they did of olden times, and of the golden wedding, the little maiden with the blue eyes and with the elder blossoms in. Her hair sat in the tree and nodded to them and said, "Today is the golden wedding." And then she took 2 flowers out of her wreath and kissed them, and they shone first like silver and then like gold. And as she placed them on the heads of the old people, each flower became a golden crown. And there they sat like a king and queen under the sweet scented tree, which still looked like an elder bush. Then he related to his old wife the story of the elder tree. Mother, just as he had heard it, told when he was a little boy, and they both fancied it very much like their own story, especially in parts which they liked the best. Well, and so it is said, the little maiden in the tree. Some call me elder, mother, others a dryad, but my real name is Memory. It is I who sit in the tree as it grows and grows, and I can think of the past and relate many things. Let me see if you have still preserved the flower. Then the old man opened his hymn book, and there lay the elder flower as fresh as if it had only just been placed there. And Memory nodded, and the 2 old people with the golden crowns on their heads sat in the red glow of the evening sunlight and closed their eyes, and the story was ended. The little boy lay in his bed and did not quite know whether he had been dreaming or listening to a story. The teapot stood on the table, but no elder bush grew out of it, and the old man who had really told the tale was on the threshold and just going out at the door. "How beautiful it was," said the little boy. "Mother, I have been to warm countries. I can quite believe it," said his mother. "When anyone drinks 2 full cups of elderflower tea, he may well get into warm countries." And then she covered him up, that he should not take hold. "You have slept well, while I have been disputing with the old man as to whether it was a real story or a fairy legend. "And where is the elder tree?" "Mother," asked the boy. "She is in the teapot," said the mother. "And there she may stay the autumn. Wind blew, sharp and shrill, around the turrets of a gray stone castle. But indoors, the fire crackled merrily in my lady's bower, where an old nurse was telling a tale of Elfland to Janet, the fairest of Scotch maidens. When the story was finished, Janet's merry laugh echoed through the halls. The old nurse nodded her head earnestly and said, "It is well known, my lassie, that the people of Elfland revel in the hills and halls of Scotland. Come close, and I'll tell you secret." Janet leaned forward, and the old woman whispered, "An elephant knight named Tam Lin Hans the moor land on the border of your father's estate. No maiden dares venture near the enchanted place, for if she should fall under the spell of this elephant knight, she would be obliged to give him a precious jewel for a ransom. One ps of the alpha knight would be worth the rarest gem. I have laughed, Janet. How I wish I could see him." "Hush," said her nurse, tremblingly. Nay, my lady, mortal should have nothing to do with the people of Elfland. By all means, shun the moor land at this time of the year. So tomorrow is Halloween, the night when the fairies ride abroad. But the next morning, Janet bound her golden braids about her head, kilted up her green kernel, and tripped lightly to the enchanted moorland. When she came near, she saw lovely flowers blooming as gaily as if it were midsummer time. She stooped to gather some of the roses, when suddenly she heard the faintest silvery music. She glanced around, and there, riding toward her, was the handsomest knight she'd ever seen, his milk-white steed, which sped along lighter than the wind, was shot in silver shoes, and from the bridle hung tiny silver bells. When the knight came near, he sprang lightly from his horse and said, "Fair Janet, tell me why you pluck roses in Elfland." The maiden's heart beat very fast, and the flowers dropped from her hands. But she answered proudly, "I came to see Tam Lin, this alpha knight. He stands before you." Said the knight, "Have you come to free him from Elfland?" At these words, Janet's courage failed, for she feared he might cast a spell over her. But when the knight saw how she trembled, he said, "Have no fear, Lady Janet, and you shall hear my story. I am the son of noble parents. One day, when I was a lad of 9 years, I went hunting with my father. Now it chanced that we became separated from each other, and ill luck attended me. My good stumbled and threw me to the ground where I lay, stunned by the fall. There the fairy queen found me and carried me off to yonder green hill. And while it is pleasant enough in fairyland, I longed to live among mortals again. Then, why do you not ride away to your home? Ask Janet that I cannot do unless some fair maiden is brave enough to help me in 3 ways. She must prove her courage. First, she must will to meet me here in the enchanted moorland that you have done. Declare the night." Then he stopped and looked pleadingly at Janet. All her fear vanished, and she asked, in what other ways must the maiden show her courage? She must banish all fear of him. That too you have done, said the knight. Tell me the 3rd way, Tamlin, for I believe I am the maid to free you. Only my true love can prove her courage. In the 3rd way, fair, Janet and the maiden answered, I am thy true love. Tamlin, then heed what I say. Brave lady, tonight is Halloween's at the midnight hour. The fairy queen and her knights will ride abroad if you dare. Win your true love. You must wait at Mile Cross until the fairy queen and her elf-in knights pass. I shall be in her train. But how shall I know you among so many knights? Then ask Lady Janet. I shall ride in the 3rd group of followers. Let the 1st and 2nd companies of the fairy queen pass, and look for me. In the 3rd, there will only be 3 knights in this last company. One will ride on a black horse, one on a brown, and the 3rd on a milk-white steed, said the knight, pointing to his horse. My right hand will be gloved. Janet, he continued, but my left hand will hang bare at my side. By these signs, you will know me. Wait calmly until I am near you. Then spring forward and seize me when the fairies see you, holding me. They will change my form in many shapes. Do not fear, but hold me fast in your arms. At last, I shall take my human form if you have courage enough to do this, you will free your true love from the power of the fairies. I have courage enough to do all that you say, declared Janet. Then they sealed this promise with a kiss and parted. Gloomy was the night, and eerie was the way to Mile Cross. But Janet threw her green mantle about her shoulders and sped to the enchanted moorland. All the way, she said to herself, over and over, on this Halloween, at midnight, I shall free my true love from Elfland at Mile Cross. She hid herself and waited. How the wind from the sea moaned across the moorland. Presently, she heard a merry tinkling sound of far-off music, and in the distance she saw a twinkling light dancing forward. Janet could hear her heartbeat, but there she stood, undaunted. The Fairy Queen and her train were riding forth in the lead of her first merry company of knights and maids of honor. Rode the beautiful queen, whose jeweled girdle and crown flashed in the darkness. The second group passed quickly, and now came 3 knights in a third group. One rode on a black horse, one on a brown, and there came the milk white steed last of all. Janet could see that one hand of the rider was gloved, and one hung bare at his side. Then up leaped the maiden. Quickly, she seized the bridle of the milk white steed, pulled the rider from his horse, and threw her green mantle around him. There was a clamor among the Alpha Knights, and the Fairy Queen cried out, "Tamlin, Tamlin, some mortal has hold of Tamlin, the bonniest knight in my company." Then the strangest things happened. Instead of Tamlin, Janet held in her arms a bearded lion which struggled mightily to get away. But she remembered the knight's warning, "Hold me fast, and fear me not." The next moment, she held a fire-breathing dragon, which almost slipped from her. The sheet tightened her grasp, and thought of Tamlin's words. The dragon changed to a burning bush, and the flames leaped up on all sides. But Janet stood still and felt no harm. Then in her arms she held a branching tree filled with blossoms, and at last Tan. Lynn, her own true love, stood there when the Fairy Queen saw that none of her enchantments could frighten Janet. She cried out angrily, "The maiden has won a stately bridegroom, who was my bondiest knight. Alas, Tan Lin is lost to elf land, on into the darkness, rode the fairy train. Tamlin and Lady Janet hastened back to the Greystone Castle. There, in a short time, a wedding feast was prepared, and Tam Lin, who was really a Scottish earl, and Lady Janet, the bravest maid in Scotland, were married. Once upon a time, a balmy prince fell in love with a lassie who was nobly born, but was not his equal in rank. The king was sorely vexed because his son looked with favor on this maiden, and his majesty determined to part the lovers. He sent the high chancellor of the court to an old witch for advice. After thinking the matter over for 9 days, the old woman muttered the following answer: "The lassie will I charm away till courtesy doth win the day." I'm not quite sure what the old hag means, said the king, but if she'll get this maiden out of the prince's sight, can arrange for his marriage with someone of his own rank. In a few days, the lassie disappeared, and the prince could find no trace of her. He was very sad indeed, and declared if he could not marry his own true love, he would remain single all his life. It happened one fine day near the end of October that the young prince and a party of nobles went hunting. The hounds were soon on the track of a fine deer, which was so wily and fleet of foot that the nobles, one by one, lost track of the quarry and dropped out of the chase. The young prince, who was a famous rider, continued the hunt alone. Miles and miles over the low hills he galloped until at last, in the depths of a wooded glen, the exhausted deer was brought to bay by the hounds and dispatched by the prince. Not until after the prize was won did the royal hunter realize how dusky it was in the glen, and how threatening the evening sky looked. He felt sure he was too far from the palace to retrace his journey. Besides, he had lost all trace of direction. He threw the quarry over his deeds, back, whistled to his hounds, and rolled slowly down the wooded valley, wondering where he could lodge for the night. Little sign of hospitality in this lonely place, he mused. Perhaps I'd better make the best of it and find shelter in one of the rocky hollows. On he rode in the gathering darkness. A turn in the valley brought him to a stretch of moorland, and a little distance away he saw the dark outline of an old deserted hunting hall. a cheerless looking. In thought, the prince, no doubt, one will have to play host as well as guest. Here, however, I have my trusty hounds and noble state for company, and the quarry will furnish a good meal for all of us. He leaped from his horse and walked up the old rune. With very little effort, he broke open the door. The creaking of its rusty hinges made strange echoings. Throughout the hall, the prince led his horse into one of the small rooms. Then, with his hounds, he went into the large dining hall, where he lit a fire on the great hearth and proceeded to cook some venison for supper. While he was waiting for the meat on the spit to roast, he listened to the rising wind, which moaned about the gloomy old rune, and rattled the doors and windows unceasingly. The good steed in the adjoining room pawed the floor restlessly, and every few moments the hounds stretched their head straight up into the air and whined in a most uncanny way as he amused. Before the fire, the prince thought, "This is all Halloween, the night when ghosts and witches hold their revels. Nevertheless, I'd rather be in this deserted hall than on the storm-swept moorland." He took the roasted meat from the fire and prepared to eat his supper. Suddenly, a fierce blast of wind burst open a large door at the end of the hall, and into the room stalked a tall, ghostly woman. Her leg figure was clothed in gray garments, which trailed for yards on the floor. Her long gray hair hung loose down her back. By the light of the flickering fire, the prince could see her, hollow eyes and wan features. He was a brave man, but this ghostly creature filled him with dread and horror. The hounds dropped their bones of venison and crept close to their master, who was unable to utter a word. Slowly down the hall, the gray ghost glided to the prince, and pointing a long, bony finger at him, she asked in a hollow voice, "Art thou a courteous knight?" In a trembling voice, the prince answered, "Will serve thee. What dost thou wish? Go ye to the moor. Land and pluck enough heather to make a bed in the turret room for me," said the phantom-like figure. It was a strange request to make, but the prince was relieved to have any excuse to get out of her sight. He sprang quickly to his feet and hurried out to face the stormy night in search of heather. He plucked as much as he could carry in his plaid and returned to the hall, where the ghostly visitor was waiting for him. She led the way down the room and up a half-roomed staircase to the turret room. Here the prince spread a heather bad for her, and covered it with his plaid. When it was finished, she pointed to the door and dismissed him. "May you sleep well," said the prince courteously. Then, cold and weary, he descended to the hall and lay down to sleep in front of the dying embers of the fire. When he awakened, the bright sun was shining in the windows. The prince lost no time in making ready to depart, for he remembered quite well a ghostly visitor of the past night. No doubt she departed before the crowing of the rooster. He said, "I wonder if she left my bonny plaid in the turret room. The autumn air is keen and biting. I'll go and see." He ran quickly up a ruined staircase. To his surprise, when he reached the top, the door of the chamber opened, and there before him stood his lost sweetheart. "How camest thou here?" gasped the prince. "And where is the gray ghost last night?" "I was the gray ghost," she said, "and thou wilt change thy form again tonight?" He asked in horror. "No, never again," said the maiden. "In order to part us, a wicked witch threw a spell over me, a spell which changed me into the awful shape thou saw last night. But thou hast broken her wicked charm." "Tell me how," said the prince, whose face was beaming with happiness. "The witch's charm cannot be broken until some knight should serve me. Even though my form was horrible by thy courtesy, thou hast broken the spell," said the maiden. So the prince and his true love rode away and were happily married. And when the king heard of his son's adventure in the hunting hall, he said, "Now I know what that old witch meant by her prophecy. Thank you. Many years ago, there was an emperor who was so excessively fond of new clothes. Betty spent all his money in dress. He did not trouble himself in the least about his soldiers, nor did he care to go either to the theater or the chase, except for the opportunities then afforded him for displaying his new clothes. He had a different suit for each hour of the day, and like any other king or emperor, one is accustomed to say he is sitting in council. It was always said of him, "The emperor is sitting in his wardrobe." Time passed merrily in the large town which was his capital. Strangers arrived every day. At the court, one day, two rogues calling themselves weavers made their appearance. They gave out that they knew how to weave stuffs of the most beautiful colors in elaborate patterns, the clothes manufactured from which should have the wonderful property of remaining invisible to everyone who was unfit for the office he held, or who was extraordinarily simple in character. These must indeed be splendid clothes off the prayer. Had I such a suit, I might at once find out what men in my realms are unfit for their office, and also be able to distinguish the wise from the foolish. This stuff must be woven for me immediately. And he caused large sums of money to be given to both the weavers, in order that they might begin their work directly. So the two pretended weavers set up 2 looms and affected to work very busily, though in reality they did nothing at all. They asked for the most delicate silk and the purest gold thread, put both into their own knapsacks, and then continued their pretended work at the empty looms until late at night. I should like to know how the weavers are getting on with my cloth, said the emperor to himself, after some little time had elapsed. He was, however, rather embarrassed when he remembered that a simple tin, or one unfit for his office, would be unable to see the manufacturer. To be sure, he thought he had nothing to risk in his own person, but yet he would prefer sending somebody else to bring him intelligence about the weavers and their work before he traveled himself in the affair. All the people throughout the city had heard of the wonderful property the cloth was to possess, and we're all anxious to learn how wise or how ignorant their neighbors might prove to be. I will send my faithful old minister to the weavers, said the emperor at last. After some deliberation, he will be best able to see how the cloth looks, for he is a man of sense, and no one can be more suitable for his office than he is. So the faithful old minister went into the hall where the knaves were working with all their might at their empty looms. What can be the meaning of this? Not the old man opening his eyes very wide. I cannot discover the least bit of thread on the looms. However, he did not express his thoughts aloud. The impostors requested him very courteously to be so good as to come near their looms, and then asked him whether the design pleased him and whether the colors were not very beautiful, at the same time pointing to the empty frames. The poor old minister looked and looked. He could not discover anything on the looms for a very good reason. There was nothing there. What thought he again? Is it possible that I am a simpleton? I have never thought so myself, and no one must know it now. If I am so, can it be that I am unfit for my office? No, that must not be said either. I will never confess that I could not see the stuff. Well, sir, minister, said one of the knaves, still pretending to work, you do not say whether this stuff pleases you. It is excellent. Reply, the old minister, looking at the loom through his spectacles. This pattern and the colors. Yes, I will tell the emperor, without delay, how very beautiful I think them. We shall be much obliged to you, said the impostors, and then they named the different colors and described the pattern of the pretended stuff. The old minister listened attentively to their words in order that he might repeat them to the emperor. And then the knaves asked for more silk and gold, saying that it was necessary to complete what they had begun. However, they put all that was given to them into their knapsacks and continued to work with as much apparent diligence as before. At their empty looms, the emperor now sent another officer of his court to see how the men were getting on, and to ascertain whether the cloth would soon be ready. It was just the same with this gentleman as with the minister. He surveyed the looms on all sides, but could see nothing at all but the empty frames. Does not the stuff appear as beautiful to you as it did to my lord? The minister asked the impostors of the emperor's second ambassador, at the same time making the same gestures as before, and talking of the design and colors which were not there. I certainly am not stupid, thought the messenger. It must be that I'm not fit for my good, profitable office. That is very odd. However, no one shall know anything about it. And accordingly, he praised the stuff he could not see, and declared that he was delighted with both colors and patterns. Indeed, please your imperial majesty, said he to his sovereign, when he returned, the cloth which the weavers are preparing is extraordinarily magnificent. The whole city was talking of the splendid cloth which the emperor had ordered to be woven at his own expense. And now the emperor himself wished to see the costly manufacture while it was still in the loom, accompanied by a select number of officers of the court, among whom were the two honest men who had already admired the cloth. He went to the crafty impostors, who, as soon as they were aware of the emperor's approach, went on working more diligently than ever. Although they still did not pass a single thread through the looms. Is not the work absolutely magnificent? Said the two officers of the crown, already mentioned, if your Majesty will only be pleased to look at it. What a splendid design! What glorious colors! And at the same time, they pointed to the empty frames, for they imagined that everyone else could see the exquisite piece of workmanship. How is this set the emperor to himself? I can see nothing. This is indeed a terrible affair. Am I a simpleton, or am I unfit to be an emperor? That would be the worst thing that could happen. Oh, the cloth is charming, said he aloud. It has my complete approval. And he smiled most graciously and looked closely at the empty looms, for on no account would he say that he could not see what two of the officers of this court had praised so much. All his retinue now strained their eyes, hoping to discover something on the looms, but they could see no more than the others. Nevertheless, they all exclaimed, "Oh, how beautiful!" and advised His Majesty to have some new clothes made from this splendid material for the approaching procession. Magnificent, charming, excellent, resounded on all sides, and everyone was uncommonly happy. The emperor shared in the general satisfaction and presented the impostors with the ribbon of an order of knighthood to be worn in their buttonholes, and the title of gentlemen weavers. The rogues set up the whole of the night before the day on which the procession was to take place, and had 16 lights burning, so that everyone might see how anxious they were to finish the emperor's new suit. They pretended to roll the cloth off the looms, cut the air with their scissors, and sewed with needles, without any thread in them. "See," cried Day, "at last the emperor's new clothes are ready." And now the emperor, with all his grandiose of his court, came to the weavers, and the rogues raised their arms as if in the act of holding something up, saying, "Here are your Majesty's trousers. Here is the scarf. Here is the mantle. The whole suit is as light as a cobweb. One might fancy one has nothing at all on when dressed in it. That, however, is the great virtue of this delicate cloth." "Yes, indeed," said all the courtiers, although not one of them could see anything of this exquisite manufacture. "If your Imperial Majesty will be graciously pleased to take off your clothes, we will fit on the new suit in front of the looking-glass." The emperor was accordingly undressed, and the rogues pretended to array him in his new suit, the emperor turning round from side to side before the looking-glass. how splendid His Majesty looks in His new clothes, and how well they fit. Everyone cried out, "What a design! What colors! These are, indeed, royal robes." The canopy, which is to be borne over your Majesty in the procession, is waiting. Announce the chief master of the ceremonies. I am quite ready. Answer the emperor. Do my new clothes fit well? Asked T, turning himself round again before the looking glass, in order that he might appear to be examining his handsome suit. The lords of the bedchamber, who were to carry His Majesty's train, felt about on the ground as if they were lifting up the ends of the mantle, and pretended to be carrying something, for they would by no means betray anything like simplicity or unfitness for their office. So now the emperor walked under his high canopy in the midst of the procession through the streets of his capital, and all the people standing by and those at the windows cried out, "How beautiful are our emperor's new clothes! What a magnificent train there is to the mantle, and how gracefully the scarf hangs." In short, no one would allow that he could not see these much admired clothes, because in doing so, he would have to declare himself either a simpleton or unfit for his office. Certainly, none of the emperor's various suits had ever made so great an impression as these invisible ones. But the emperor has nothing at all. On, said a little child. Listen to the voice of innocence, explained his father. And what the child had said was whispered from one to another. But he has nothing at all on at last, cried out all the people. The emperor was faxed for. He knew that the people were right, but he thought the procession must go on now, and the lords of the bedchamber took greater pains than ever to appear holding up a train, although in reality there was no train to hold. Foreign Prince was riding one day through a meadow that stretched for miles in front of him, when he came to a deep, open ditch. He was turning aside to avoid it, when he heard the sound of someone crying in the ditch. He dismounted from his horse and stepped along in the direction the sound came from. To his astonishment, he found an old woman who begged him to help her out of the ditch. The kind prince bent down and lifted her out of her living grave, asking her at the same time how she managed to get there. "My son," answered the old woman, "I am a very poor woman, and soon after midnight I set out for the neighboring town in order to sell my eggs in the market on the following morning, but I lost my way in the dark and fell into this deep ditch where I might have remained forever but for your kindness. But then the prince said to her, "You can hardly walk. I will put you on my horse and lead you home. Where do you live over there? At the edge of the forest, in the little hut you see in the distance," replied the old woman. Prince lifted her onto his horse, and soon they reached the hut, where the old woman got down, and turning to the prince said, "Just wait a moment, and I will give you something." And she disappeared into her hut, but returned very soon, and said, "You are a mighty prince, but at the same time you have a kind heart, which deserves to be rewarded. Would you like to have the most beautiful woman in the world for your wife?" "Most certainly," I would reply, the prince. So the old woman continued, "The most beautiful woman in the whole world is the daughter of the queen of the flowers, who has been captured by a dragon. If you wish to marry her, you must first set her free. And this I will help you to do. I will give you this little bell. If you ring it once, the king of the eagles will appear. If you ring it twice, the king of the foxes will come to you. And if you ring it 3 times, you will see the king of the fishes by your side. These will help you if you are in any difficulty. Now farewell, and heaven prosper your undertaking." She handed him the little bell, and then disappeared hot and all, as though the earth had swallowed her up. Then it dawned on the prince that he had been speaking to a good fairy, and putting the little bell carefully in his pocket, he rode home and told his father that he meant to set the daughter of the flower queen free, and intended setting out on the following day into the wild world in search of the maid. Morning, the prince mounted his fine horse and left his home. He had roamed round the world for a whole year, and his horse had died of exhaustion, while he himself had suffered much from want and misery. But still, he had come on no trace of her. At last, one day, he came to a hut in front of which saw the very old man. Prince asked him, "Do you not know where the dragon lives, who keeps the daughter of the flower queen prisoner?" "No, I do not answer," the old man. "But if you go straight along this road for a year, you will reach a hut where my father lives, and possibly he may be able to tell you. The prince thanked him for his information and continued his journey for a whole year along the same road, and at the end of it came to the little hut where he found a very old man. He asked him the same question, and the old man answered, "No, I do not know where the dragon lives, but go straight along this road for another year, and you will come to a hut in which my father lives. I know he can tell you." And so the prince wandered on for another year, always on the same road, and at last reached the hut where he found the third old man. He put the same question to him as he had put to his son and grandson, but this time the old man answered, "The dragon lives up there on the mountain, and he has just begun his year of sleep. For 1 whole year he is always awake, and the next he sleeps. But if you wish to see the flower, Queen's daughter, go up the second mountain. The dragon's old mother lives there, and she has a ball every night to which the Flower Queen's daughter goes regularly." So the prince went up the second mountain, where he found a castle all made of gold with diamond windows. He opened the big gate leading into the courtyard and was just going to walk in when 7 dragons rushed on him and asked him what he wanted. The prince replied, "I have heard so much of the beauty and kindness of the dragon's mother, and would like to enter her service." This flattering speech pleased the dragons, and the eldest of them said, "Well, you may come with me, and I will take you to the mother dragon." They entered the castle and walked through 12 splendid halls, all made of gold and diamonds. In the 12th room, they found the mother dragon seated on a diamond throne. She was the ugliest woman under the sun, and added to it all, she had 3 heads. Her appearance was a great shock to the prince, and so was her voice, which was like the croaking of many ravens. She asked him, "Why have you come here?" The prince answered at once, "I have heard so much of your beauty and kindness that I would very much like to enter your service." "Very well," said the mother dragon, "but if you wish to enter my service, you must first lead my mare out to the meadow and look after her for 3 days. But if you don't bring her home safely, every evening we will eat you up." The brave prince undertook the task and led the mare out to the meadow. But no sooner had they reached the grass than she vanished. The prince sought for her in vain, and at last, in despair, sat down on a big stone and contemplated his sad fate. As he sat thus lost in thought, he noticed an eagle flying over his head. Then suddenly bethought him of his little bell, and taking it out of his pocket, he rang it once in a moment. He heard a rustling sound in the air beside him, and the king of the eagles sank at his feet. "What do you want of me?" the bird said. "You are looking for the mother, Dragon's Mayor, who was galloping a boat among the clouds. I will summon all the eagles of the air together and order them to catch the mare and bring her to you." And with these words, the king of the eagles flew away towards evening. The prince heard a mighty rushing sound in the air, and when he looked up, he saw thousands of eagles driving the mayor before them. They sank at his feet onto the ground and gave the mayor over to him. Then the prince rode home to the old mother dragon, who was full of wonder when she saw him, and said, "You have succeeded today in looking after my mirror, and as a reward you shall come to my ball tonight." She gave him, at the same time, a cloak made of copper, and led him to a big room where several young dragons and she-dragons were dancing together. Here too was the Flower Queen's beautiful daughter. Her dress was woven out of the most lovely flowers in the world, and her complexion was like lilies and roses. As the prince was dancing with her, he managed to whisper in her ear, "I have come to set you free." Then the beautiful girl said to him, "If you succeed in bringing the mirror back safely, the third day, ask the mother dragon to give you a fowl of the mirror as a reward." The ball came to an end at midnight, and early next morning, the prince again led the mother dragon's mare out into the meadow. But again she vanished before his eyes. Then he took out his little bell and rang it twice. In a moment, the king of the foxes stood before him and said, "I know already what you want, and will summon all the foxes of the world together to find the mayor who has hidden herself in a hill." With these words, the king of the foxes disappeared, and in the evening, many thousand foxes brought the mayor to the prince. Then he rode home to the mother dragon, from whom he received this time a cloak made of silver, and again she led him to the ballroom. The Flower Queen's daughter was delighted to see him, safe and sound. And when they were dancing together, she whispered in his ear, "If you succeed, again tomorrow, wait for me with the fowl in the meadow. After the ball, we will fly away together." On the third day, the prince led the mare to the meadow again, but once more she vanished before his eyes. Then the prince took out his little bell and rang it 3 times, the moment the king of the fishes appeared, and said to him, "I know quite well what you want me to do, and I will summon all the fishes of the sea together and tell them to bring you back the mare who is hiding herself in a river towards evening." The mirror was returned to him, and when he led her home to the mother dragon, she said to him, "You are a brave youth, and I will make you my body servant. But what shall I give you as a reward to begin with?" Prince begged for a fowl of the mare, which the mother dragon at once gave him, and over and above a cloak made of gold, for she had fallen in love with him because he had praised her beauty. So in the evening he appeared at the ball in his golden cloak. But before the entertainment was over, he slipped away and went straight to the stables, where he mounted his fell and rode out into the meadow to wait for the Flower Queen's daughter. Towards midnight, the beautiful girl appeared, and placing her in front of him on his horse, the prince and she flew like the wind till they reached the Flower Queen's dwelling. But the dragons had noticed their flight and woke their brother out of his year's sleep. He flew into a terrible rage when he heard what had happened, and determined to lay siege to the Flower Queen's palace. But the queen caused a forest of flowers as high as the sky to grow up round her dwelling, through which no one could force a way. When the Flower Queen heard that her daughter wanted to marry the prince, she said to him, "I will give my consent to your marriage gladly, but my daughter can only stay with you in summer. In winter, when everything is dead and the ground covered with snow, she must come and live with me in my palace underground." The prince consented to this and led his beautiful bride home, where the wedding was held with great pomp and magnificence. The young couple lived happily together till winter came, when the Flower Queen's daughter departed and went home to her mother. In summer, she returned to her husband, and their life of joy and happiness began again and lasted till the approach of winter, when the Flower Queen's daughter went back again to her mother. This coming and going continued all her life long, and in spite of it, they always lived happily together. One fine day, a young princess put on her bonnet and went out to take a walk by herself in a magical forest located a short distance from the palace. And when she came to a cool spring of water that rose in the midst of it, she sat herself down to rest. A while, she had a golden ball in her hand, which was her favorite placing, and she was always tossing it up into the air and catching it again as it fell. After a time, she threw it up so high, then she missed catching it as it fell, and the ball bounded away and rolled down all the way down until at last it fell down into the spring. The princess looked into the spring after her ball, but it was very deep, so deep that she could not see the bottom of it. Then she began to cry for her loss and said, "If I could only get my ball again, I would give all my fine clothes and jewels in everything that I have in the world." In the meanwhile, a frog put its head out of the water and sat, "Princess, why do you weep so bitterly?" "Alas," said the princess, "my golden ball has fallen down, all the way down into the spring." The frog said, "I do not want your pearls and jewels and flying clothes, but if you will love me and let me live with you and eat from your golden plate and sleep upon your bed, I will bring you your ball again." "What nonsense," thought the princess. "This silly frog is talking. He is small and will never be able to get out of the spring to visit me at the palace. On the other hand, he may be able to get my ball for me, and so I will agree with what he asks." So she said to the frog, "Well, if he will bring me my ball, I will do as you ask." Then the frog put his head down and dived deep down, all the way down under the water. And after a little while, he came up again with the ball in his mouth and threw it on the edge of the spring. As soon as the young princess saw her ball, she ran to pick it up. She was so overjoyed to have it in her hand again that she forgot about the frog and her promise, and ran home with the ball as fast as she could. The frog called after her, "Princess, princess, stop. You must take me with you, as you said." But the princess did not stop and continued running as fast as she could back to the palace. The next day, just as the princess had sat down to dinner, she heard a strange noise. Splish, splash, splish, splash, as if something wet was coming up the marble staircase. Soon afterwards, there was a gentle knock at the door, and a little voice cried out and said, "Open the door, my princess dear. Open the door to your true love here, and remember the words that you and I said by the spring in the forest before you fled." Then the princess ran to the door and opened it, and there she saw the frog, whom she had quite forgotten. At this sight, she was sadly frightened, and shutting the door as fast as she could, came back to her seat. King, her father, seeing that something had frightened her, asked her, "What was the matter?" "There is a disgusting frog," said she at the door, "that retrieved my ball for me out of the spring. Yesterday, I had agreed that he could live here with me, thinking that he would never be able to get out of the spring. But there he is, at the door, and he wants to come in." While she was speaking, the frog knocked again at the door and said, "Open the door, my princess dear. Open the door to your true love here, and remember the words that you and I said by the spring in the forest before you fled." Then the king said to the young princess, "Because you made a promise, you must keep it. So go and let him in." Reluctantly, the princess did as she was told, and the frog hopped from the bottom of the room all the way to the top until he came up close to the table where the princess sat. "Please, lift me upon the chair," he said to the princess, "and let me sit next to you." As soon as she had done this, the frog said, "Put your plate closer to me so that I may eat out of it." Then she did, and when he had eaten as much as he could, he said, "Now I am very, very tired. Carry me upstairs and put me in your bed." And the princess, though very unwillingly, took him up in her hand and put him upon the soft pillow of her bed, where he would sleep peacefully all night long. As soon as it was light, he jumped up, hopped downstairs, and went out of the house. "Now there," thought the princess, "at last he is gone and will not bother me any more." But she was mistaken, for when night came, again she heard the same tapping at the door, and the frog came once more and said, "Open the door, my princess dear. Open the door to your true love here, and remember the words that you and I said by the spring in the forest before you fled." And when the princess opened the door, the frog jumped in, and he ate, and then he slept upon her soft, cozy pillow, just like the night before, until morning. And the third night he did the same. But when the princess awoke on the following morning, she was pleasantly surprised to see, instead of the frog, a handsome prince. He stood tall while gazing on her with the most beautiful eyes she'd ever seen. He told her that he had been enchanted by a spiteful fairy who had changed him into a frog, and until a princess should take him out of the spring and let him eat from her plate and sleep on her bed for 3 nights, a frog he would remain. You said, "The prince have broken this cruel charm, and now my only wish is that you come with me to my father's kingdom, where I will marry you and love you as long as you live." The young princess, you may be sure, said yes, and accepted his proposal. And as they spoke, a coach drove up with 8 beautiful horses decked with balloons of feathers and a golden harness. Behind the coach rolled the prince's faithful servant, Henry, who had lamented for so long and so bitterly the misfortune of his master, whom he loved dearly, that his heart was now bursting with joy on his return. Then they said goodbye to the king and got into the coach with 8 horses, and, as they set out, you watch from a distance the prince and princess slowly riding off in the distance, full of joy and merriment for the princess's kingdom, where they live happily for many, many years. One year, the wicked winter witch decided to stop spring from coming on time and make winter the only season on earth. She hid the sun behind dark clouds and covered the earth with heavy snow. So one morning, the people from a small mountain village woke up and found their houses buried under the snow. Up to the roofs started digging tunnels from their own to the neighboring houses, and gathered in small groups to decide what they could do. They finally decided that the best thing to do is to send someone on the highest mountain peak, where the good wizard, Father Frost, lived in his palace of ice, and asked him for help. But no one was willing to go on such a dangerous trip. "I'm ready to go," an old man said, "but I'm afraid I'm too old and slow to reach the pecan time. If I was only 20 years younger." "Don't worry, grandfather. I will go," his little granddaughter said. She was an orphan, living in his home since her parents died. "No, not you." The neighbors pitied her. You are too young and tender for such a hard job. You don't even have a warm coat, no hat and scarf, not even wool and mittens." "Not afraid," the little girl said. "My feet are strong, and I'm as fast as a mountain goat. But you'll freeze up there with no shelter to hide from frost." "Will not," the girl said firmly. Little heart, full of love for everyone. It will save me from the frost. "Go, my child," the old man said. "I know your good heart, and I trust it. The children, who are all her friends, gave her their warmest clothes. Here, take my coat." One of them said, "My mittens are so warm." "Put them on," said another. "Take my hat, my scarf, my woolen socks, and my boots." Soon the little girl was ready to go. She waved back at her friends and started for the snowy mountain peak. A quick pace, she went further and higher, never thinking about rest. Soon, she was able to see the glittering ice on top of the highest peak. All of a sudden, the whirlwinds woke up from their sleep, and noticing the little figure in the snow, became furious. "Who dares to trespass our property? Let's show her who we are," they screamed. "Let's blow at her so hard until she forgets where she's heading for." And they started whirling fiercely around the girl. But she only huddled into her warm coat and gravely went on the whirlwinds, got very tired, and one after the other fell on the ground, gasping for breath. "What a strong girl," one of them said. "We are exhausted, and she's not even tired. No human being has ever overmastered us, let alone such a fragile little girl. If we cannot manage ourselves, let's call our sisters, the blizzards, for help." So they called for the blizzards. Hearing them, the blizzards became very angry. "She will pay for that." They roared and threw themselves after her. It was a long and uneven struggle. But the girl overcame the blizzards too, thanks to her strong, warm heart that never let her feel fear or weariness. The blizzards fell on the ground, breathing heavily. "That's shame," one of them hissed. "We're not able to stop her. Let's call our mother for help." "Mother, mother," they all screamed, "come to help." Their mother was their frosty winter witch. She came at once and said, "Everything. Now listen to me. When you cannot defeat someone by force, turn things the other way around. Let's be good to her." "What do you mean to kiss her?" A whirlwind asked ironically. Nothing of the sort, the frosty winter said. Let's just try to be kind and polite so she will never suspect us of any evil thoughts. So the winds stopped and the blizzards went away. The frosty winter witch appeared before the girl, and like a beautiful young woman in a sparkling white gown with long white hairs and a crown of icy diamonds. Am I dreaming? Or is this some good miracle? The girl thought, this beautiful lady has the face of my dear mother, and I can hear her sweet voice singing my lullaby. How I want to hear some more. I'll sit here for a while, she said to herself. I'm so near to the palace, no more than an hour, walking left all beyond time. The little girl sat down and closed her eyes. A frosty winter, which grinned in delight. Sleep, little girl, and may you sleep forever. Then she left the sleeping girl on the snowy hill and flew away to tell her children how she managed to deceive the girl. The little girl was sleeping, smiling happily, but the color of her face was changing. As time passed, her pink cheeks became at first red, then blue, then waxy yellow. She was slowly freezing until all of a sudden something stirred the snow. A squeaking sound was heard, and a tiny head showed up from a hole in the snow. It was a little white mouse, her shiny black eyes fixed on the sitting figure. Someone's in trouble, squeaked the mouse. And right after that, a number of little holes opened in the snow, and a number of mice peeped out of the holes. They ran to the girl and started massaging her feet and hands. But mice were so little, and their labors so inefficient, that they decided to call their friends, the rabbits, for help. This time, bigger holes opened in the snow, and a number of white rabbits peeped out and ran to the rescue from the snow-covered pine trees. A number of squirrels jumped down, and soon the girl was covered with white and brown fur. All over the little animals warmed her up with their own furry bodies. They were extremely happy to see her cheeks becoming pink again. Soon, the girl opened her eyes. She thanked her new friends for saving her life and told them why she was here and where she was going. "We're coming with you." The animals cheered. "We also suffer very much from this never-ending winter." Flocking around the girl, the animals accompanied her to the ice palace there. They all knocked at the gate, but no one answered. what might have happened to Father Frost. The animals wondered. Let's try to open the door. It's not locked. They opened the heavy gate, and the girl stepped in, followed by her friends. A glittering, icy corridor led them to a big crystal hall, and there, on a gorgeous throne of carved ice, Father Christmas was fast asleep, sitting on his icy throne, dressed in silver embroidered clothes. 2 squirrels jumped in his lap and tickled his face with their furry tails. A mighty sneezing sound made them all freeze with fear. But Father Christmas opened his blue eyes and smiled. What are you doing here, little friends? The girl told him. Everything you mean. I have slept here while the wicked winter witch was trying to stop spring from coming. Throughout the whole winter, Father Christmas asked, astonished. I guess she decided to outsmart me and stay on Earth forever. But I will not let her thank you, little ones, for waking me up now. I'll restore the natural order and give everyone what he deserves. Then he blew on his silver whistle, and in an instant, all his subjects appeared in the big crystal hall. He ordered them to go and find the frosty winter witch and bring her to the palace so he could lock her down in the cellar. Until next year, he also told them to clear the skies from clouds so that the sun can melt the snow. When the big gates opened again, the sun outside was shining, and the soft snow has started to melt. The way back was much easier. The new friends parted, promising to help any time when needed. Everyone in the village cheered meeting the brave little girl. They were very happy to pick the first snowdrops and give them to her. Spring was also very happy to hear the songs and see the dances the children had prepared, especially for her. Once upon a time, there was a king who had 3 sons. Now, it happened that one day the 3 princes went out hunting in a large forest at some distance from their father's palace, and the youngest prince lost his way, so his brothers had to return home without him. For 4 days, the prince wandered through the glades of the forest, sleeping on moss beneath the stars at night, and by day living on roots and wild berries. At last, on the morning of the 5th day, he came to a large, open space in the middle of the forest. And here stood a stately palace, but neither within nor without was there a trace of human life. The prince entered the open door and wandered through the deserted rooms without seeing a living soul. At last, he came on a great hall, and in the center of the hall was a table spread with dainty dishes and choice wines. The prince sat down and satisfied his hunger and thirst. Immediately afterwards, the table disappeared from his sight. This struck the princess very strange. But though he continued his search through all the rooms upstairs and down, he could find no one to speak to. At last, just as it was beginning to get dark, he heard steps in the distance, and he saw an old man coming towards him up the stairs. "What are you doing? Wandering about my castle?" asked the old man, to whom the prince replied, "Lost my way, hunting in the forest. If you will take me into your service, I should like to stay with you and will serve you faithfully." "Very well," said the old man. "You may enter my service. You'll have to keep the stove always lit. You will have to fetch the wood for it from the forest. And you will have the charge of the black horse. In the stables, I will pay you a floor in a day, and at meal times you will always find the table in the hall spread with food and wine, and you can eat and drink as much as you require." The prince was satisfied, and he entered the old man's service and promised to see that there was always wood on the stove, so that the fire should never die out. Now, though he did not know it, his new master was a magician, and the flame of the stove was a magic fire, and if it had gone out, the magician would have lost a great part of his power. One day, the prince forgot and let the fire burn so low that it very nearly burnt out, just as the flame was flickering. The old man stormed into the room. "What do you mean by letting the fire burn so low?" he growled. "Only arrived in the nick of time." And while the prince hastily threw a log on the stove and blew on the ashes to kindle a glow, his master gave him a severe box on the ear and warned him that if it ever happened again, it would fare badly with him. One day, the prince was sitting disconsolate in the stables when, to his surprise, the black horse spoke to him. "Come into my stall," it said. "I have something to say to you. Fetch my bridle and saddle from the cupboard and put them on me. Take the bottle that is beside them. It contains an ointment which will make your hair shine like pure gold. Then put all the wood you can gather together onto the stove till it is piled quite high up." So the prince did what the horse told him He saddled and bridled the horse. He put the ointment on his hair till it shone like gold, and he made such a big fire in the stove that the flames sprang up and set fire to the roof. And in a few minutes, the palace was burning like a huge bonfire. Then he hurried back to the stables, and the horse said to him, "There is one more thing you must do. In the cupboard, you will find a looking glass, a brush, and a riding whip. Bring them with you. Mount on my back and ride as hard as you can, for now the house is burning merrily." The prince did as the horse made him. Scarcely had he got into the saddle, then the horse was off and away, galloping at such a pace that in a short time the forest and all the country belonging to the magician lay far behind them. In the meantime, the magician returned to his palace, which he found in smoldering ruins. In vain, he called for a servant. At last he went to look for him in the stables, and when he discovered that the black horse had disappeared too, he had once suspected that they had gone together. So he mounted a roan horse that was in the next stall and set out in pursuit. As the prince rolled the quick ears of his horse, heard the sound of pursuing feet. "Look behind you," he said, "and see if the old man is following." And the prince turned in his saddle and saw a cloud-like smoke or dust in the distance. "We must hurry," said the horse after they had galloped. For some time, the horse said again, "Look behind and see if he is still at some distance. He's quite close. Answer the prince. Then throw the looking glass on the ground," said the horse, saw the prince through it, and when the magician came up, their own horse stepped on the mirror, and crash! His foot went through the glass, and he stumbled and fell, cutting his feet so badly that there was nothing for the old man to do but to go slowly back with him to the stables and put new shoes on his feet. Then they started once more in pursuit of the prince, for the magicians set great value on the horse and was determined not to lose it. In the meanwhile, the prince had gone a great distance, but the quick ears of the black horse detected the sound of following feet from afar. "Dismount," he said to the prince. "Put your ear to the ground and tell me if you do not hear a sound." So that Prince dismounted and listened. "I seem to hear the earth tremble," he said. "I think he cannot be very far off." "Mount me at once," answered the horse, and I will gallop as fast as I can. Look back. Once more, he said, after a short time, and see if he is in sight. I see a cloud and a flame, answered the prince, but a long way off. We must make haste, said the horse, and shortly after he said, look back again. He can't be far off. Now the prince turned in a saddle and exclaimed, he is close behind us. In a minute, the flame from his horse's nostrils will reach us. Then throw the brush on the ground, said the horse, and the prince threw it. And in an instant, the brush was changed into such a thick wood that even a bird could not have gone through it. And when the old man got up to it, their own horse came suddenly to a standstill, not able to advance a step into the thick tangle. So there was nothing for the magician to do but to retrace his steps to fetch an axe with which he cut himself away through the wood. But it took him some time, during which the prince and the black horse got on well ahead. But once more they heard the sound of pursuing feet. Look back, said the black horse, and see if he's following. Yes, answer the prince. This time I hear him distinctly. Let us hurry on, said the horse. And a little while later he said, look back now and see if he is in sight. Yes, said the prince, turning round. I see the flame. He is close behind us. Then you must throw down the whip. Answer the horse. And in the twinkling of an eye, the whip was changed into a broad river. When the old man got up to it, he urged the roan horse into the water. But as the water mounted higher and higher, the magic flame which gave the magician all his power grew smaller and smaller, till with a fizz it went out, and the old man and their own horse sank in the river and disappeared. When the prince looked round, they were no longer to be seen. Now, said the horse, you may dismount. There is nothing more to fear, for the magician is dead. Beside the brook you will find a willow wand. Gather it and strike the earth with it, and it will open, and you will see a door at your feet. When the prince had struck the earth with the wand, a door appeared and opened into a large vaulted stone hall. Led me into that hall, said the horse. I will stay there, but you must go through the fields till you reach a garden, in the midst of which is a king's palace. When you get there, you must ask to be taken into the king's service. Goodbye. and don't forget me." So they parted. But first, the horse made the prince promise not to let anyone in the palace see his golden hair. So he bound a scarf rounded like a turban, and the prince set out through the fields till he reached a beautiful garden. And beyond the garden, he saw the walls and towers of a stately palace. At the garden gate he met the gardener, who asked him what he wanted. "I want to take service with the king," replied the prince. "Well, you may stay and work under me in the garden," said the man, for as the prince was dressed like a poor man, he could not tell that he was a king's son. "I need someone to weed the ground and to sweep the dead leaves. From the paths he shall have a floor in a day, a horse to help you to cart the leaves away, and food and drink." So the prince consented and set about his work. But when his food was given to him, he only ate half of it. The rest he carried to the vaulted hall beside the brook and gave to the black horse. And this he did every day. And the horse thanked him for his faithful friendship one evening, as they were together, after his work in the garden was over, the horse said to him, "Tomorrow, a large company of princes and great lords are coming to your king's palace. They are coming from far and near as wooers for the 3 princesses. They will all stand in a row in the courtyard of the palace, and the 3 princesses will come out, and each will carry a diamond apple in her hand, which she will throw into the air at whosoever feet the apple falls. He will be the bridegroom of that princess. You must be close by in the garden at your work. The apple of the youngest princess, who is much the most beautiful of the sisters, will roll past the wooers and stop in front of you. Pick it up at once and put it in your pocket. The next day, when the wars were all assembled in the courtyard of the castle, everything happened just as the horse had said. The princesses threw the apples into the air, and the diamond apple of the youngest princess rolled past all the lures out onto the garden and stopped at the feet of the young gardener, who was busy sweeping the leaves away. In a moment, he had stooped down, picked up the apple, and put it in his pocket. As he stooped, the scarf round his head slipped a little to one side, and the princess got sighted as golden hair and loved him from that moment. But the king was very sad, for his youngest daughter was the one he loved best, but there was no help for it. And the next day, a threefold wedding was celebrated at the palace. And after the wedding, the youngest princess returned with her husband to the small hut in the garden where he lived. Sometime after this, the people of a neighboring country went to war with the king, and he set out to battle, accompanied by the husbands of his two eldest daughters, mounted on stately steeds. But the husband of the youngest daughter had nothing but the old broken-down horse, which helped him in his garden work. And the king, who was ashamed of this son-in-law, refused to give him any other. So as he was determined not to be left behind, he went into the garden, mounted the soaring egg, and set out. But scarcely had he ridden a few yards before the horse stumbled and fell. So he dismounted and went down to the brook, to where the black horse lived, in the vaulted hall. And the horse said to him, "Saddle and bridle me, and then go into the next room, and you will find a suit of armor and sword. Put them on, and we will ride forth together to battle." And the prince did as he was told. And when he had mounted the horse, his armor glittered in the sun, and he looked so brave and handsome that no one would have recognized him as the gardener who swept away the dead leaves from the paths. The horse bore him away at a great pace, and when they reached the battlefield, they saw that the king was losing the day. So many of his warriors had been slain. But when the warrior on his black charger and in glittering armor appeared on the scene, hewing right and left with his sword, the enemies were dismayed and fled in all directions, leaving the king master of the field. Then the king and his two son-in-laws, when they saw their deliverer, shouted, and all that was left of the army joined in the cry, "A god has come to our rescue." And they would have surrounded him, but his black horse rose in the air and bore him out of sight. Soon after, this part of the country rose in rebellion against the king, and once more he and his two son-in-laws had to fare forth to battle. And the son-in-law, who was disguised as a gardener, wanted to fight too. So he came to the king and said, "Dear father, let me ride with you to fight your enemies. I don't want a blockhead like you to fight for me." "Answer the king. Besides, I haven't got a horse fit for you. But see, there is a carter on the road, carting hay. You may take his horse." So the prince took the carter's horse, but the poor beast was old and tired, and after it had gone a few yards, it stumbled and fell. So the prince returned sadly to the garden and watched the king ride forth at the head of the army, accompanied by his 2 sons-in-law. When they were out of sight, the prince bee took himself to the vaulted chamber by the brook side, and having taken counsel of the faithful black horse, he put on the glittering suit of armor and was borne on the back of the horse through the air to where the battle was being fought. And once more he routed the king's enemies, hacking to right and left with his sword. And again they all cried, "A god has come to our rescue." But when they tried to detain him, the black horse rose in the air and bore him out of their sight. When the king and his sons-in-law returned home, they could talk of nothing but the hero who had fought for them, and all wondered who he could be. Shortly afterwards, the king of a neighboring country declared war, and once more the king and his sons-in-law and his subjects had to prepare themselves for battle. And once more the prince begged to ride with them. But the king said he had no horse to spare for him. But he added, "You may take the horse of the woodman who brings the wood from the forest. It is good enough for you." So the prince took the woodman's horse, but it was so old and useless that it could not carry him beyond the castle gates. So he betook himself once more to the vaulted hall where the black horse had prepared a still more magnificent suit of armor for him than the one he had worn on the previous occasions. And when he had put it on and mounted on the back of the horse, he bore him straight to the battlefield. And once more he scattered the king's enemies, fighting single-handed in their ranks, and they fled in all directions. But it happened that one of the enemies struck with his sword and wounded the prince in the leg, and the king took his own pocket handkerchief with his name and crown embroidered on it, and bound it round the wounded leg. And the king would fain have compelled him to mount in a litter and be carried straight to the palace. And 2 of his knights were to lead the black charger to the royal stables. But the prince put his hand on the mane of his faithful horse and managed to pull himself up into the saddle. And the horse mounted into the air with him. Then they all shouted and cried, "The warrior who has fought for us is a god, he must be a..." And throughout all the kingdom, nothing else was spoken about. And all the people said, "Who can the hero be? Who has fought for us in so many battles? He cannot be a man. He must be a god." And the king said, If only I could see him once more, and if it turned out that after all he was a man and not a god, I would reward him with half my kingdom. Now, when the prince reached his home, the gardener's hut where he lived with his wife, he was weary, and he lay down on his bed and slept. And his wife noticed the handkerchief bound round his wounded leg, and she wondered what it could be. Then she looked at it more closely and saw in the corner that it was embroidered with her father's name in the royal crown. So she ran straight to the palace and told her father, and he and his 2 sons-in-law followed her back to her house. And there the gardener lay asleep on his bed, and the scarf that he always wore bound round his head had slept off, and his golden hair gleamed on the pillow, and they all recognized that this was the hero who had fought and won so many battles for them. Then there was great rejoicing throughout the land, and the king rewarded his son-in-law with half of his kingdom, and he and his wife reigned happily over it. Foreign in a noble realm to the west of the Golden Plain, there towered to the sky a solitary height of such majesty and grave beauty that the realm became known through the world as the kingdom of the mountain, mighty, snow-capped, and serene it rose beyond the little woods and willow-bordered streams. Now he came to pass that a king ruled in the land who had been left with 2 little motherless children, the Prince Ariel and the Princess Leoline. The princess was the elder of the 2, and though only 3 years old, considered herself quite a grown-up personage. As for the little prince, he was but a child in arms from a window of their chamber in a tower top. The children would look forth over the land to the mountain, rising afar, now blazing white and bright in the clear mid-winter air, now half concealed in summer's hazy veil, and now, with the suddenness of a tempest shattering the quiet of the night, a wicked nobleman, Babylon by name, rose against the good king and challenged him to do battle for his throne. Now it chanced that the wise old nurse, to whom the king had entrusted the Princess Leoline, had for some time feared that all was not well with her master's cause. So on the day of battle, she climbed to a high tower top to see what she could see already from afar through the Dall. Still morning could be heard the silent tumult of the fray, closer and closer, advancing hour by hour, louder and louder, growing the tide of battle approached the very gates of the stronghold. Suddenly enveloped in a cloud of dust, the first stragglers from the king's defeated army burst from a little wood and came hastening down the road toward the castle, knowing only too well that all was lost and that the troops of Babylon would be soon battering at the gate. The good nurse caught up Leeline and hurried down the curving stair to warn the guardians of Ariel. Neither prince nor guardian, however, could she find the castle was already in confusion. People were running hither and thither, an alarm. Bell was widely clinging, and in the soldiers' court, a runaway was gasping out his story to a handful of frightened listeners, well aware that her first duty must be the safety of the little princess sleeping on her shoulder. The old nurse abandoned the search for Ariel and fled from the castle with her charge. And because she had been born in a village of the mountain and knew the region to be inaccessible and wild, the brave nurse turned her steps toward the height all night long, down lonely lane and royal highway, by woodland path and river road. The brave woman hurried through the dark, war-shaken land. The voice of great waters roaring in the night under turreted bridges beat upon her ears as she fled. Messengers galloped by, spurring fast, and here and there a signal beacon flamed, far on some high crest. But presently the swarming stars grew pale, and streaks of day appeared in the east. Pausing at a lonely farm at the end of the lowland way, the nurse begged a crack of milk and a morsel of bread for herself and Leoline to the east. Beyond the hills rose the great snowy summit of the mountain, outlined against a clear green sky of dawn. And now the pleasant fields gave way to rocky, wind-swept pastures lying at the foot of the road, winding and climbing along a great ridge of the mountain to a tiny village at a valley's height. To the right of this road, towering steeps of rocks soared to a wild snow. Mantled crest to the left, the mountainside fell away, a terrible precipice to a torrent. All a foam up this road flared to the old nurse, half carrying, half dragging the weary and bewildered Leeline. When they arrived at the journey's end, the day was at its close. The air was hushed, and the wide chasm of the valley lay dark with mist and gloom. The sun had set upon the huddled roofs of the village, but towering into the upper air, the ruling summit still beheld the western light. and reflected a rosy splendor in its nose. Once safe in the village, the old nurse took refuge in a cottage belonging to her sister, a little woman who kept a flock of sheep, fearful lest the cruel Babylon in some manner became aware of the princess and her refuge. The good woman wisely determined to keep secret the true history of her, little guessed in time. Even Leoline herself forgot all about the palace. Thus did it come to pass that Leoline the princess became Leoline, the maiden of the mountain. As for the prince, Ariel, his fate remained a mystery. Some said the poor little prince had perished in a sort of prison. Some whispered that the wicked new king had caused him to be abandoned in the wildwood. But whatever the truth may have been, no one at the palace saw him or heard from him anymore. And now passed many years safe within her refuge in the mountain. The princess, Leoline, grew from a rosy-cheeked mountain child to a tall, blue-eyed, golden-haired shepherdess. Far and wide through the villages of the height ran tales of rest-out-heartedness and great daring, her gentleness and courtesy, as well again and again, in quest of a stray away, or seeking some rare flower of this nose, she had made her way to heights to which none had ever dared to spire. Indeed, so fearless was the royal shepherdess that presently a poor woman to whom she had bought an armful of snow, violets, cried out to her that she must surely be under the protection of the giant of the mountain. The giant of the mountain, asked Leoline. Who is he? Pray tell me, for I have never before heard of him. And she turned her head to gaze wanderingly on the wild crest of the mountain, half hidden in the morning mist. The giant of the mountain is the ruler of the height, replied the village. Good wife, at least so men say, though. Never in my lifetime have men beheld him. Perhaps he has hidden himself away from mortals. But long ago, maiden lean, in the days of the grand sires, men who climbed beyond the torrents sometimes heard a great voice speaking, solemn as thunder in the hills. With that I might. Behold him, cried Elaine, and with wonder in her heart, she returned to the daily task of watching her sheep, clad in a pretty dress of rustic brown and wearing a kirtle of apple green. The royal shepherdess was very fair to see. Now he came to pass on the afternoon of that very day. that as Leoline was driving her flock home to its fold, she heard the sound of weeping, and presently she overtook a little sister, shepherdess in tears, catching the child to her. Leoline endeavored to comfort her and asked her why she wept. "Alas, maiden," Leoline replied, "the ragged little shepherdess, I weep because the white lamb which my father made me guard has strayed away and is nowhere to be found. Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do?" And the little shepherd is wept afresh, while her halted flock lowered their silly heads and bleated mournfully. "A white lamb," said Leoline, "come take heart. He cannot be far away. We shall find him, I am sure, for the sun is still high above the west, and the day is far from spent. Do you but remain here and guard your flock and mine, while I go to search the pasture by the snows." And with these words, the kind maiden turned her face to the height through upland pasture and rocky dell, fair to Leoline, scanning the waving flower-strewn grass for the lost white lamb, and listening for a forlorn crying. But of the lamb she had neither sight nor sound. Little by little, the afternoon drew to a close. Presently, a chill of cold and dark crept into the air as the sun vanished behind a great mass of somber cloud, finding a mountain torrent near at hand. Leoline followed the edge of the roaring stream toward the wild steeps of the mountain. The sky was now about one vast and seemingly motionless sea of cloud. Beneath this cloudy tent, however, floating strangely and swiftly by fled steamy wisps and fragments of shapeless mist. And eventually, one of these fugitives enveloped a Leoline in its chilly veil, bravely making her way along a path, every step more dangerous. Growing, the maiden at length attained the last sweep of open land strewn with lovely flowers. Was the field, and two strange crags which Leoline had never seen before, rose from its further bound now. As Leoline gazed upon the two crags, the level floor of rock lifted high between them and the pinnacled wall of cliff rising behind. She beheld that they formed together a marvelous great throne, of which the two crags were the carve in arms, and the cliff wall, the sculptured back a throne for a giant being, mighty as the mountain, a being whose feet were of the earth, and whose body rose to the clouds and the stars. And this chair stood exalted, high, strange, and noble, and dark, now outlined against the sullen clouds, now caught up and hidden in their depths. Presently, the unseen sun sank below the crest of the mountain, and a wild dark fell. The clouds rolled about the craggy throne, and now, of a sudden, a great roaring wind arose, which swept the mountain top with a sound of noble music. The cloud veil broke asunder and rolled away. A rich and sudden light poured down upon the field, and Leline beheld to the great throne uplifted high against the sunset's flare, and within the throne, mantled in a robe that might of cloud had been spun, sat a giant being. The western light was about his head, his hands rested on the crags, and there was mystery in his eyes. For a long moment, Leoline, awed yet unafraid, gazed at the giant of the mountain. Then came a sound like unto a far trumpet. Clang. The winds were again unleashed. The clouds once more gathered together and thrown in. Giant vanished in the mountain. Gloom all at once. Leline heard a pitiful cry, and looking down, beheld the lost lamb at her feet. Whence could it have come? It was nowhere to be seen. A moment before, lifting the lamb gently up, Leoline carried it through the twilight to the little shepherdess. And now a year, and a half a year again passed, and presently disorder reigned once more. Within the realm, weary of Babylon and his tyrannies, the people of the land were gathering far and wide to drive him from his throne. Surely there was never a worse. King did he demand, gold from some unhappy village. Gold would he have, or else the villagers would see their houses and flames, and their lowing cattle being harried to the royal barns. His prisons were full of innocent folk whose possessions he coveted, or against whom he had taken a grudge. No longer in the land was to be found that friendly spirit in good cheer which had reigned there in the time of Liline's unhappy father. But though the anger of Babylon was the anger of the thunderstroke, there is an end to all patience, and presently the land rose against the king. The leader of the people in this rife was a young forester of humble birth named Norbert. This daring youth, I must tell you, had once been imprisoned by Babylon for saving a poor family from his oppression, but had succeeded in escaping to the mountain. Courteous, generous, and brave as a lion, the young captain, was the idol of the land. Presently, the tidings of the revolt arrived at the village in the mountain, and from rocky pasture in a planned field, the youth of the neighborhood gathered in the village square to choose their chief. And because Leoline was so spirited and daring, they cried out that she must be their leader, and that no other. Would they obey riding at the head of her band of sturdy mountaineers, and clad in the armor of a young knight? Even thus went to the shepherdess princess, to the wars. Little by little, the army of the revolt swept towards the stronghold of Babylon, and presently encamped at the foot of a huge ridge of land, no great distance from the city. And there in the meadows below the ridge, the people slept, doubting not that the next eve would see their victorious standards in the city streets, and Babylon their prisoner. But when came the dawn, they beheld the terrible black horsemen of Babylon drawn up in line along the ridge. The sky was pale behind them. They moved not, and little awakening breezes fluttered their dark bannerets. Midway in the somber rank, mounted upon a giant charger, Halton a little ahead of the others, was to be seen the wicked king. All at once there were trumpet calls, some near, others afar, and with a great, wild, echoing cry, the host of Babylon swept. Galloping down the slope of the ridge upon the surprised soldiery of the people. And now all was confusion. Indeed, a panic was at hand, emboldened, however, by the coolness, courage, and resource of Norbert. The army of the revolt, though taken by surprise, rallied quickly and held its ground. Day long, thunder of arms resounded from the fair green fields and fruit-laden orchards. Norbert performed prodigies of valor, and Leline was ever to be found in the thick of the fray, now at the head of her mountaineer. She brought succor to an encircled group of her comrades in the revolt, now from Babylon's own color. Bearer, she rested the black standard with the scarlet eagles. Now is she to be seen, giving water to both wounded, friend and foe. But alas, as the day grew old and the shadows lengthened, the host of Babylon slowly gained the mastery, and by nightfall the army of the people was fleeing in disorder through the highways and the fields. Now it came to pass that Leoline, forced at length to abandon the struggle in which she had played so brave a part, discovered Norbert lying wounded and unheated in in an orchard dismounting from her horse, she lifted the young leader to the saddle and, accompanied by her faithful troop, hurried through the night toward the village in the mountains. And now it was once more dawn presently. Leoline, Norbert, and their followers arrived at the little cottage in which Lalene's old nurse and foster mother awaited her return. It was cold, and a crackling fire was burning on the huge hearth. After placing their unhappy young leader on a little pallet, the mountaineers withdrew, leaving Leoline and her foster mother to care for him. As for poor Norbert, alas, so weak was he that he lay helpless and unknowing. And now, of a sudden, there came a swift knocking at the door, and opening it, Leoline discovered there the little shepherdess whose white lamb she had found the year before. "Oh, maiden!" Lean cried out the little shepherdess. "I've come to warn you. The king has discovered this refuge and is on his way here with a troop of horsemen. They are mounting the road along the ridge. My father has seen them from the high rock. Oh, make haste and hide where you will fall into his cool hands." "But our captain," one of him asked Leoline, "we cannot desert him in his hour of sorrow and defeat. Quick, give me your aid, and we will hide him away in yonder pines." But the old nurse shook her head. "Nay," she said, "stare him now, and he will never again awaken into life. Oh, maiden, Leoline, do make haste," cried the little shepherdess, holding the door ajar. "Nay, little sister," answered Leoline, shaking her head. "Here shall I remain. Farewell, little friend. I thank thee for the warning now. Rose, the morning sun, and splendor over the shoulder of the mighty mountain, rolling away the mists and revealing the dewy fields, leaving Norbert in the care of the old nurse." Leoline ran to the high rock. Before and below her lay the village, then the deep gulf of the valley, opening toward the distant plain. All at once, the princess beheld Babylon and his men up the road leading along the side of the higher crest they were mounting, ever and on lesser slopes of the winding road. They galloped. Their steeds now crept despair into the heart of the brave. Leoline, even as the bitter cold of a winter's night creeps into a room and sinks the fire, and in her heart she beheld the helpless Norbert in the hands of his enemy, her people flying pursued to the caverns in the mountain, and her village laid low, but of whom could she now seek aid along the snow-crested ridge? Near and near rode the wicked king suddenly. Leoline recalled to mind the giant of the mountain, turning her face toward the mountain peak. She lifted her arms to it and cried aloud, "Giant of the mountain, O giant of the snows, help us in our need." Loud and clear rang the cry of Leoline to the mountain air, and was followed by a silence. A breeze shook the branches of the dwarfed pines, a bird saying. Then suddenly, a far high murmur trembled to a roar loud and terrible enough to drown all the sounds of the world. And from the snow-capped ridge above the road, there flowed and rolled down on Babylon a mighty avalanche. Huge stones were there in it, glistening ice and snow, brown earth, and uprooted pines sweeping over the road. The mass poured over the precipice into the valley. Depth a league below such was the end of the wicked Babylon. Now it came to pass that because his horse had gone lame, one of Babylon's men had fallen behind, and as a consequence had escaped the avalanche. Upon this fellow, the mountaineers quickly fell, and were about to do him a mischief, when the horseman cried, "Hold, I and I alone can tell you of the lost prince." Ariel, hearing these words, the mountaineers thought it was wise to take their captive to Leoline, bound securely. The horseman was thrust into a corner of the cottage and commanded to tell his story to the assembled company. "Babylon gave me the prince," Ariel said, the man at arms, "and bade me abandon him in the wild wood. But I obeyed not his cruel word, and left the child with a good forester named Hilbrand of the Oaks." Now when the horseman had spoken, all present knew that by a strange and wonderful turn of fortune's wheel, their young leader was likewise their lawful lord and king for Norbert. The daring had passed as the son of the forester, Hilbrand of the Elks, and now it was the old nurse's turn to speak. Said she, "Long enough I have kept my counsel, but now that the danger which kept me silent is no more, I may tell all our Leline, whom you have known as Leline the shepherdess, is reeling our princess and own sister to Prince Ariel." And she told them all of her flight to the mountain, and of how she had saved the little princess from the cruel Babylon. You will believe that, Leoline was amazed to find herself a real princess, but her heart was filled with joy and pride because of her brother's deeds. Now, when Ariel's wounds had healed and his strength had returned, the people of the mountain escorted him in triumph to the royal city. And there, amid universal joy, the brave prince claimed and received his own the annals of fairyland tell of no better king. I'm glad to say that he richly rewarded both the men at arms and the old nurse. As for Leoline, she took the mountain for her kingdom, and under the protection of the giant of the height dwelt there, long in peace and happiness. Laughs. Once there was a farmer with 2 sons. One morning he said to them, "Boys, you're old enough now to marry, but in our family we have our own way to choose a bride." The younger son listened respectfully, but the older one said, "You've told us, Father. We must each cut down a tree and see where it points." "That's right," said the farmer. "Then walk that way till you find a sweetheart." That's how we've done it, and that's how we always will. Now the older son already knew who he wanted to marry. He also knew how to cut a tree, so it fell how he wanted. So his tree fell and pointed to the farm where his sweetheart lived. The younger son, whose name was Miko, didn't have a sweetheart, but he thought he'd try his luck in the town. Well, maybe he cut the tree wrong, or maybe it had thoughts of its own, but it fell, pointing to the forest. "Good job," Miko, his brother, mocked. "What sweetheart will you find there? A wolf or a fox?" "Never mind," said Miko. "Find who I find." The 2 young men went their ways. Miko walked through the forest for hours without seeing a soul. But at last, he came to a cottage deep in the woods. "I knew I'd find a sweetheart," said Nico. But when he went inside, he saw no one all this way for nothing. He said sadly, "Maybe not," came a tiny voice. Miko looked around, but the only living thing in sight was a little mouse on a table standing on its hind legs. It gazed at him with large, bright eyes. "Did you say something?" he asked. "It of course I did. Now, why don't you tell me your name and what you came for?" Nico had never talked with a mouse, but he felt it only polite to reply. "My name is Miko, and I've come looking for a sweetheart." The mouse squealed and delayed. "Why Miko?" I'll gladly be your sweetheart. But you're only a mouse, said Miko. That may be true, she said, but I can still love you faithfully. Besides, even a mouse can be special. Come feel my fur with one finger. Miko stroked the mouse's back. Why, it feels like velvet, just like the gown of a princess. That's right, Miko. And as he patted her, she sang to him prettily. Miko, sweetheart, will I be? What a fine young man is he. Gown of velvet I do wear like a princess, fine and rare. Nico looked into those sword-bright eyes and thought she really was quite nice for a mouse. And since he'd found no one else anyway, he said, "All right, little mouse, you can be my sweetheart." "Oh, Miko," she said happily, "I promise you won't be sorry." Miko wasn't too sure, but he just stroked her fur and smiled. When Miko got home, his brother was already there, boasting to their father, "My sweetheart has rosy red cheeks and long golden hair." "Sounds very nice," said the farmer. "And what about yours?" "Miko?" "Yes," Miko said, his brother laughing. "Did you find a sweetheart with a nice fur coat?" Now, Miko didn't want to admit his sweetheart was a mouse, so he said, "Mine wears a velvet gown, like a princess." His brother stopped laughing. "Well," said the farmer, "it sounds like Miko's tree pointed a good way, too. But now I must test both your sweethearts tomorrow. You'll ask them to weave you some cloth. Then you'll bring it home to me. That's how we've done it. And that's how we always will." They started out early. Next morning, when Miko reached the cottage in the woods, there was the little mouse on the table. She jumped up and down and clapped her tiny paws. "Miko, I'm so glad you're here. Is this the day of our wedding?" Miko gently stroked her fur. "Not yet, little mouse," he said plumly. "Why, Miko? You look so sad. What's wrong?" "My father wants you to weave some cloth." "But how can you do that? You're only a mouse." "That may be true," she said, "but I'm also your sweetheart, and surely Miko's sweetheart can weave." "But you must be tired from your walk. Why don't you rest while I work?" "All right," said Miko, yawning. He lay down on a bed in the corner, and the little mouse saying him a pretty lullaby. "Miko, sweetheart, will I be? What a fine young man is he. cloth of linen. I will weave all be done when he must leave. When the little mouse was sure that Meeko was asleep, she picked up a sleigh bell on a cord and rang it out of mouse holes. All around the room poured hundreds of mice. They all stood before the table, gazing up at her. "Hurry," she said. "Each of you fetch a strand of the finest flax." The mice rushed from the cottage, then 1, 2, 3, and back. They were each with a strand of flax. First, they spun it into yarn on the spinning wheel where some worked the petal, some fed the flax, some rode around with the wheel. Then they strung the yarn on the loom and wove it into cloth. Swish, thunk, swish, thunk, swish, thunk. Some worked the petals, some rocked the beater. Sun sailed the shuttle back and forth. At last, they cut the cloth from the loom and tucked it in a nutshell. "Now off with you," said the little mouse, and they all scampered back to their mouse holes. Then she called Meeko. "Wake up. It's time to go home. And here is something for your father." Meeko sleepily took the nutshell. He didn't know why his father should want such a thing, but he said, "Thank you, little mouse." When he got home, his brother was proudly presenting the cloth from his sweetheart. The father looked it over and said, "Strong and fairly, even good enough for simple folks like us." "And where is yours?" "Meeko." Meeko blushed and handed him the nutshell. "Look at that," said his brother. Meeko asked for cloth, and his sweetheart gave him a nut. But the farmer opened the nutshell and peered inside. Then he pinched at something and started to pull. Elk came linen, fine beyond belief. It kept coming, 2 yard after yard after yard. Meeko's brother gaved with open mouth, and Meeko did too. There can be no better weaver than Meeko. "Sweetheart," declared the farmer, "but both your sweethearts will do just fine tomorrow. You'll bring them home for the wedding. That's how we've done it, and that's how we always will." When Meeko arrived at the cottage next morning, the little mouse again jumped up and down. "Oh, Meeko, is this the day of our wedding?" "It is little mouse." But he sounded more glum than ever. "Why, Meeko, what's wrong? How can I bring home a mouse to marry? My brother and father and all our friends and neighbors will laugh and think I'm a fool. They might think so." "Indeed," she said. softly, "But Nico, what do you think?" Nico looked at the little mouse, gazing at him so seriously, with her large, bright eyes. He thought about how she loved him and cared for him. "Think you're sweet, as any sweetheart could be, so let them laugh and think what they like. Today, you'll be my bride. Oh, Miko, you've made me the happiest mouse in the world." She rang her sleigh bell, and to Miko's astonishment, a little carriage raced into the room. It was made from a nutshell and pulled by 4 black rats. A mouse, coachman, sat in front, and a mouse, footman, behind, Miko said. The little mouse, "Aren't you going to help me down?" Miko lifted her from the table and set her in the carriage. The rats took off, and the carriage sped from the cottage, so that Miko had to rush to catch up while he hurried along behind her, the little mouse saying a pretty song. "Miko, sweetheart, will I be? What a fine young man is he in a carriage. I will ride when I go to be his bride." At last they reached the farm, and then the spot for the wedding, on the bank of a lovely, swift flowing stream. The guests were already there enjoying themselves, but as Miko came up, they all grew silent and stared at the little carriage. Miko's brother stood with his bride, gaping in disbelief. Miko and the little mouse went up to him. "That's the stupidest thing I ever saw," said his brother, and with one kick sent the carriage, the rats, and the mice all into the stream before Miko could do a thing. The current bore them away. "What have you done?" cried Michael. "You've killed my sweetheart." "Are you crazy?" said his brother. "That was only a mouse." "She may have been a mouse," said Miko tearfully, "but she was also my sweetheart, and I really did love her." He was about to swing at his brother when his father called Miko. "Look." All the guests were staring downstream and pointing and crying out in wonder. Miko turned, and to his amazement, saw 4 black horses pulling a carriage out of the stream. A coachman sat in front, and a footman behind, and inside was a soaked but lovely princess in a gown of pearly velvet. The carriage rolled up along the bank and stopped right before him. Miko said, "The princess! Aren't you going to help me down?" Miko stared blankly a moment, and then his eyes flew wide. "Are you the little mouse?" "I surely was," said the princess, laughing, but no longer a witch. "Enchanted me, and the spell could be broken only by one brother who wanted to marry me, and another who wanted to kill me. But sweetheart, I need a change of clothes. I can't be wet at our wedding, and a grand wedding. It was with Miko's bride, the wonder of all. The farmer could hardly stop looking at her. Of course, Miko's brother was a bit jealous, but his own bride was really quite nice, so he couldn't feel too bad. The next day, the princess brought Miko back to her cottage. But it was a cottage no longer. It was a castle with hundreds of servants, and there they made their home, where they lived happily ever after. And if Miko and Princess had any sons, you know just how they chose their brides. Long ago in the river port city, called Novgorod the Great, there lived a young musician named Slotko. Every day, a rich merchant or noble would send a messenger to Satko's door, calling him to play at a feast. Sotko would grab his 12-string loosely and rush to the banquet hall. There he would pluck the strings of his instrument till all the guests were dancing. Eat your fill, the host would tell him. Later, pointing him to the table and passing him a few small coins. Besides, and on such as he was given, did Slotko live? Often, his friends would ask him, "How can you survive on so little?" "It's not so bad," Sadko would reply. "How many men can go to a different feast each day, play the music they love, and watch? It set a whole room dancing, was proud of his city, the richest and most free in all Russia. He would walk through busy markets where lined with merchants in their stalls and teeming with traders from many lands. He never crossed the square without hearing tongues of far-off places, from Italy to Norway to Persia. Down at the piers, he would see sailing ships with their cargoes of lumber grain, hides, pottery spices, and precious metals, and crossing the great bridge over the river Vokal. Sadko would catch the glint from the gilded roofs of a dozen white stone churches. Is there another such city as Novgorod? In all the world, he would say, is there any better place to be? Yet, sometimes Sadko was lonely. The maidens who danced gaily to his music at the feasts would often smile at him, and more than one had set his heart on fire. But they were rich, and he was poor, and not one of them would think of being his one lonely evening. Sadko walked sadly beyond the city walls and down along the broad river Volkhov. He came to his favorite spot on the bank and said his goosely on his lap. Gentle waves brushed the shore, and moonlight shimmered on the water. My lovely River Volkhov, he said with a sigh. Rich men, poor man, it's all the same to you. If only you were a woman, I'd marry you and live with you here in the city. Love cycle plucked a sad tune, then a peaceful one, then a merry one. The tinkling notes of his goosely floated over the vocal all at once the river grew rough and strong. Waves began to slap the bank. Heaven helped me, cried Thoughtko, as a large shape rose from the water before him. Stood a huge man with a pearl-encrusted crown atop a flowing mane of seaweed. Musician, said the man, behold the king of the sea. To this river I have come to visit one of my daughters, the Princess Volkova. Your sweet music reached us on the river bottom, where it pleased us greatly. Thank you, Your Majesty, stammered Zodka. Soon I will return to my own palace, said the king. Wish you to play there. At a feast? Gladly, said Sako. But where is it? And how do I get there? Why? Under the sea. Of course, I'm sure you'll find your way. But meanwhile, you need not wait for your reward. Something large jumped from the river and flopped at Zodka's feet. A fish with golden scales. As Sadko watched in amazement, it stiffened and turned to solid gold. Your Majesty, you are too generous. Say no more about it, said the king. Music is worth far more than gold. If the world were fair, you'd have your fill of riches. And with a splash, he sank in the river and was gone. The next morning, Sadko arrived at the market square just as the stalls were opening. He quickly sold the golden fish to an astonished merchant. Then, hurrying to the piers, he booked his passage on a ship leaving Novgorod that very day. Down the Vocals, the ship sailed across Lake Ladoga and the Gulf of Finland and into the Baltic Sea. As it sped above the deep water, Sadko appeared over the rail. In all the wide sea, he murmured, how can I ever find the palace? Just then, the ship shuddered to a halt. The wind filled the sails. Yet the ship stood still, as if a giant hand had grasped it. Some of the sailors cursed in fear. while others prayed for their lives. "It must be the king of the sea," the captain cried. "Perhaps he seeks tribute, or someone among us. Do not be troubled," called Sadko. "I know the one he seeks." And clutching his goosely, he climbed the railing. "Stop them! Shout at the captain." But before any could lay hold of him, Sadko jumped from the ship and plunged below the waves, all the way down to the sea floor. The red sun shone dimly through the water above, while before him stood a white stone palace. Sarko passed through a coral gate as he reached the huge palace doors. They swung open to reveal a giant hall. The elegant rooms filled with guests and royal attendants. Standing among the guests were dozens of maidens, the sea king's daughters, on a shell throne. At the end of the hall sat the Sea King and his queen. "You're just in time," called the king musician. "Come sit by me and let the dance begin," Sadka said as Goosely on his lap, and plucked a merry tune. All the fish swam in graceful figures. The sea four crawlers cavorted the river. Maidens leaped and spun. "I like that tune," declared the king. He jumped to the center of the hall and joined the dance. His arms waved, his robe swirled his hair, streamed his feet. "Stamped faster," cried the king. "Play faster." So Sadko played faster, and the king's dance grew wilder. All the others stopped and watched in awe. Ever more madly did he move, whirling faster, leaping higher, stamping harder. The Sea Queen whispered urgently, "Musician, and your tune? It seems to you the king merely dances in his hall, but above us the sea is tossing, ships like toys, and giant waves are breaking on the shore." Alarmed Sadko pulled a string until it snapped. "Your Majesty, my Goosely is broken." "What a shame," said the Sea King, winding to a stop. "I could have danced for days. But a fine fellow. You are Sadko. I think I'll marry you to one of my daughters and keep you here forever." "Your Majesty," said Slotko carefully, "beneath the sea, your word is law. But this is not my home. I love my city of Novgorod. Say no more about it. Lord the King, prepare to choose your bride. Daughters come forth." The river maidens passed and parade before Sadko. Each was more lovely than the one before. But Sadko's heart was heavy, and he barely looked at them. "What's wrong, musician?" the king said merrily. "Too hard to choose? Then I'll wedge you to the one who fancies you. Behold the princess, Okova." Princess stepped forward. Her green eyes were sparkling, and a soft smile graced her lips. "Dear Asadko, at last we can be together for years. I have thrilled to the music you've played on the shore, Volkova," said Sako in wonder. "You're as lovely as your river." The sea queen leaned over and said softly, "You're a good man, Sadko, so I will tell you the truth. If you but once kiss or embrace her, you can never return to your city again that night." Sadko lay beside his bride on a bed of seaweed. "She's so lovely," thought Sadko, "so charming. All I've ever hoped for. How can I not hold her?" But time after time, the queen's words came back to him. "Never returned to your city again." And his arms lay, frozen at his sides. "Dearest," said the princess, "why do you not embrace me? It is the custom of my city." Sadko stammered, "We never kiss or embrace on the first night." "Then I fear you never will," she said sadly, and turned away. When Sadko awoke the next morning, he felt sunlight on his face. He opened his eyes and saw beside him not the princess Volkova, but the river Vocals, and behind him rose the walls of Novgorod. "My home," said Sarko, and he wept, perhaps for joy at his return, perhaps for sadness at his loss. Perhaps for both the years were good to Sadko. With the money that remained to him, he bought a ship and goods enough to fill it. And so Sadko became a merchant, and in time the richest man in Novgorod. He married a fine young woman and raised a family. Many a feast he would hold so he could play his gusli and watch his children dance. Yet sometimes still on a quiet evening, he would walk out of the city alone, sit on the bank, and send his tinkling music over the water. And sometimes, too, a lovely head would rise from the river to listen. Or perhaps it was only the moonlight on the Volkov Forum. There was a king who reigned over a great kingdom. He had a queen and only a single daughter. In consequence, the little girl was the apple of her parents' eyes. They loved her above everything else in the world. and their dearest thought was the pleasure they would take in her when she was older. But the unexpected often happens, for before the king's daughter began to grow up, the queen, her mother, fell ill and died. It is not hard to imagine the grief that reigned, not alone in the royal castle, but throughout the land, for the queen had been beloved of all. The king grieved so that he would not marry again, and his one joy was the little princess. A long time passed, and with each succeeding day, the king's daughter grew taller and more beautiful, and her father granted her every wish. Now there were a number of women who had nothing to do but wait on the princess and carry out her commands. Among them was a woman who had formerly married and had 2 daughters. She had an engaging appearance, a smooth tongue, and a winning way of talking, and she was as soft and pliable as silk, but at heart she was full of machinations and falseness. Now when the queen died, she had once began to plan how she might marry the king, so that her daughters might be kept like royal princesses. With this end in view, she drew the young princess to her, paid her the most fulsome compliments on everything she said and did, and was forever bringing the conversation around to how happy she would be were the king to take another wife. There was such said on this head, early and late, and before very long, the princess came to believe that the woman knew all there was to know about everything. So she asked her what sort of woman the king ought to choose. For a wife, the woman answered, as sweet as honey. It is not my affair to give advice in this matter, yet he should choose her queen, someone who was kind to the little princess. For one thing I know, and that is, were I fortunate enough to be chosen, my one thought would be to do all I could for the little princess, and if she wished to wash her hands, one of my daughters would have to hold the wash bowl, and the other hand her the towel. This and much more she told the king's daughter, and the princess believed it, as children will. From that day forward, the princess gave her father no peace, and begged him again and again to marry the good court lady. Yet he did not want to marry her, but the king's daughter gave him no rest, but urged him again and again, as the false court lady had persuaded her to do. Finally, one day, when she again brought up the matter, the king cried, "I can see you will end by having your own way about this. even though it be entirely against my will. But I will do so only on one condition." "What is the condition?" asked the princess. "If I marry again," said a king, "it is only because of your ceaseless pleading. Therefore you must promise that if in the future you are not satisfied with your stepmother or your stepsisters, not a single lament or complaint on your part reaches my ears." This she promised the king, and it was agreed that he should marry the court lady and make her queen of the whole country. As time passed on, the king's daughter had grown to be the most beautiful maiden to be found far and wide. The queen's daughters, on the other hand, were homely evil of disposition, and no one knew any good of them. Hence, it was not surprising that many youths came from the east and west to sue for the princess's hand, but that none of them took any interest in the queen's daughters. This made the stepmother very angry, but she concealed her rage and was as sweet and friendly as ever. Among the wars was a king's son from another country. He was young and brave, and since he loved the princess dearly, she accepted his proposal, and they plighted their troth. The queen observed this with an angry eye, for it would have pleased her had the prince chosen one of her own daughters. She therefore made up her mind that the young pair should never be happy together, and from that time on thought only of how she might part them from each other. An opportunity soon offered itself. News came that the enemy had entered the land, and the king was compelled to go to war. Now the princess began to find out the kind of stepmother she had, for no sooner had the king departed than the queen showed her true nature and was just as harsh and unkind as she formerly had pretended to be, friendly and obliging. Not a day went by without her scolding and threatening the princess, and the queen's daughters were every bit as malicious as their mother. But the king's son, the lover of the princess, found himself an even worse position. He had gone hunting. One day, had lost his way, and could not find his people. Then the queen used her black arts and turned him into a werewolf to wander through the forest for the remainder of his life in that shade. When the evening came and there was no sign of the prince, his people returned home, and one can imagine what sorrow they caused when the princess learned how the hunt had ended. She grieved, wept day and night, and was not to be consoled. But the queen laughed at her grief, and her heart was filled with joy to think that all had turned out exactly as she'd wished now. It chanced one day, as the king's daughter was sitting alone in her room, that she thought she would go herself into the forest where the prince had disappeared. She went to her stepmother and begged permission to go out into the forest in order to forget her surpassing grief. The queen did not want to grant her request, for she always preferred saying no to yes. But the princess begged her so winningly that at last she was unable to say no, and she ordered one of her daughters to go along with her and watch her. That caused a great deal of discussion, for neither of the stepdaughters wanted to go with her. Each made all sorts of excuses and asked what pleasures were there when going with the king's daughter, who did nothing but cry. But the queen had the last word in the end, and ordered that one of her daughters must accompany the princess, even though it be against her will. So the girls wandered out of the castle and into the forest. The king's daughter walked among the trees and listened to the song of the birds, and thought of her lover for whom she longed, and who was now no longer there. And the queen's daughter followed her, vexed in her malice, with the king's daughter and her sorrow. After they had walked a while, they came to a little hut lying deep in the dark forest. By then, the king's daughter was very thirsty and wanted to go into the little hut with her stepsister in order to get a drink of water. But the queen's daughter was much annoyed and said, "Is it not enough for me to be running around here in the wilderness with you? Now, you even want me, who am a princess, to enter that wretched little hut? No, I will not step a foot over the threshold if you want to go in. Why go in alone?" The king's daughter lost no time, but did as her stepsister advised, and stepped into the little hut. When she entered, she saw an old woman sitting there on a bench, so enfeebled by age that her head shook. The princess spoke to her in her usual friendly way. "Good evening, Mother. May I ask you for a drink?" "Water. You are heartily welcome to it," said the old woman. "Who may you be, that step beneath my lowly roof and greet me in so winning a way?" The king's daughter told her who she was, and that she had gone out to relieve her heart in order to forget her great grief. "And what may your great grief be?" asked the old woman. "No doubt it is my fate to grieve," said the princess, "and I can never be happy again. I have lost my only love, and God alone knows whether I shall ever see him again." And she also told her why it was, and the tears ran down her cheeks and streams, so that anyone would have felt sorry for her. When she had ended, the old woman said, "You did well in confiding your sorrow to me. I have lived long, and may be able to give you a bit of good advice. When you leave here, you will see a lily growing from the ground. This lily is not like other lilies, however, but has many strange virtues. Run quickly over to it and pick it. If you can do that, then you need not worry, for then one will appear who will tell you what to do." Then they parted, and the king's daughter thanked her and went her way, while the old woman sat on the bench and wanged her head. But the queen's daughter had been standing without the hut the entire time, vexing herself and grumbling, because the king's daughter had taken so long. So when the latter stepped out, she had to listen to all sorts of abuse from her stepsister, as was to be expected. Yet she paid no attention to her, and thought only of how she might find the flower of which the old woman had spoken. They went through the forest, and suddenly she saw a beautiful white lily growing in their very path. She was much pleased and ran up at once to pick it. But at that very moment, it disappeared and reappeared somewhat further away. The king's daughter was now filled with eagerness, no longer listened to her stepsister's calls, and kept right on running. Yet each time when she stooped to pick the lily, it suddenly disappeared and reappeared somewhat further away. Thus it went for some time, and the princess was drawn further and further into the deep forest. But the lily continued to stand and disappear and move further away, and each time the flowers seemed larger and more beautiful than before. At length, the princess came to a high hill, and as she looked toward its summit, there stood the lily, high on the naked rock, glittering as white and radiant as the brightest star. The king's daughter now began to climb the hill, an inner eagerness. She paid no attention to stones nor steepness, and when at last she reached the summit of the hill, lo, and behold, the lily no longer evaded her grasp, but remained where it was, and the princess stooped and picked it, and hid it in her bosom. And so heartfelt was her happiness that she forgot her stepsisters and everything else in the world for a long time. She did not tire of looking at the beautiful flower. Then she suddenly began to wonder what her stepmother would say when she came home after having remained out so long. And she looked around in order to find the way back to the castle. But as she looked around, behold, the sun had set, and no more than a little strip of daylight rested on the summit of the hill. Below her lay the forest so dark and shadowed that she had no faith in her ability to find the homeward path. And now she grew very sad, for she could think of nothing better to do than to spend the night on the hilltop. She seated herself on the rock, put her hand to her cheek, cried, and thought of her unkind stepmother and stepsisters, and of all the harsh words she would have to endure when she returned. And she thought of her father, the king who was away at war, and of the love of her heart, whom she would never see again. And she grieved so bitterly that she did not even know she wept. Night came, and darkness, and the stars rose, and still the princess sat in the same spot and wept, and while she sat there, lost in her thoughts, she heard a boy say, "Good evening, lovely maiden. Why do you sit here so sad and lonely?" She stood up hastily and felt much embarrassed, which was not surprising. When she looked around, there was nothing to be seen but a tiny old man who nodded to her and seemed to be very humble. She answered, "Yes, it is no doubt my fate to grieve and never be happy again. I have lost my dearest love, and now I have lost my way in the forest, and I'm afraid of being devoured by wild beasts." "As to that," said the old man, "you need have no fear if you will do exactly as I say. I will help you." This made the princess happy, for she felt that all the rest of the world had abandoned her. Then the old man drew off flint and steel and said, "Lovely maiden, you must first build a fire." She did as he told her, gathered moss, brush, and dry sticks, struck sparks, and lit such a fire on the hilltop that the flame blazed up to the skies. That done, the old man said, "Go on a bit, and you will find a kettle of tar and bring the kettle to me." This, the king's daughter, did the old man. Continued now, put the kettle on the fire, and the princess did that as well. When the tar began to boil, the old man said, "Now throw your white lily into the kettle." Princess thought this a harsh command, and earnestly begged to be allowed to keep the lily. But the old man said, "Did you not promise to obey my every command? Do as I tell you, or you will regret it." The king's daughter turned away her eyes and threw the lily into the boiling tar, but it was altogether against her will. So fond had she grown of the beautiful flower. The moment she did so, a hollow roar, like that of some wild beast, sounded from the forest. It came near and turned into such a terrible howling that all the surrounding hills re-echoed it. Finally, there was a cracking and breaking among the trees. The bushes were thrust aside, and the princess saw a great gray wolf come running out of the forest and straight up the hill. She was much frightened and would gladly have ran away had she been able. But the old man said, "Make haste, run to the edge of the hill, and the moment the wolf comes along, upset the kettle on him." The princess was terrified and hardly knew what she was about. Yet she did as the old man said, took the kettle, ran to the edge of the hill, and poured its contents over the wolf just as he was about to run up. And then a strange thing happened. No sooner had she done so than the wolf was transformed, cast off his thick, great pelt, and in place of the horrible wild beast, there stood a handsome young man looking up to the hill. And when the king's daughter collected herself and looked at him, she saw that it was really and truly her lover, who had been turned into a werewolf. It is easy to imagine how the princess felt. She opened her arms and could neither ask questions nor reply to them. So moved and delighted was she. But the prince ran hastily up the hill and braced her tenderly and thanked her for delivering him. Nor did he forget the little old man, but thanked him with many civil expressions for his powerful aid. Then they sat down together on the hilltop and had a pleasant talk. The prince told how he had been turned into a wolf, and of all he had suffered while running about in the forest. And the princess told of her grief and the many tears she had shed while he had been gone. So they sat the whole night through and never noticed it until the stars grew pale, and it was light enough to see when the sun rose. they saw that a broad path LED from the hilltop straight to the royal castle, for they had a view of the whole surrounding country from the hilltop. Then the old man said, "Lovely maiden, turn around. Do you see anything out yonder?" "Yes," said the princess. "I see a horseman on a foaming horse, riding as fast as he can." Then the old man said, "He is a messenger sent on ahead by the king Yotu. Father, and your father, with all his army, is following him." That pleased the princess above all things, and she wanted to descend the hill at once to meet her father. But the old man detained her and said, "Wait a while. It is too early. Yet let us wait and see how everything turns out." Time passed, and the sun was shining brightly, and its rays fell, strayed on the royal castle, down below. Then the old man said, "Lovely maiden, turn around. Do you see anything down below?" "Yes," replied the princess. "I see a number of people coming out of my father's castle, and some are going along the road, and others into the forest." The old man said, "Those are your stepmother's servants. She has sent some to meet the king and welcome him, but she has sent others to the forest to look for you." At these words, the princess grew uneasy and wished to go down to the queen's servants. But the old man withheld her and said, "Wait a while, and let us first see how everything turns out." More time passed, and the king's daughter was still looking down the road from which the king would appear, when the old man said, "Lovely maiden, turn around. Do you see anything down below?" "Yes," answered the princess. "There is a great commotion in my father's castle, and they are hanging it with black." The old man said, "That is your stepmother and her people. They will assure your father that you are dead." Then the king's daughter felt bitter anguish, and she implored from the depths of her heart, "Let me go. Let me go, so that I may spare my father this anguish." But the old man detained her and said, "No, wait. It is still too early. Let us foresee how everything turns out again." Time passed. The sun lay high above the fields, and the warm air blew over metal and forest. The royal maid and youth still sat on the hilltop with the old man where he had left them. Then they saw a little cloud rise against the horizon, far away in the distance. and the little cloud grew larger and larger and came nearer and near along the road, and as it moved, one could see it was a gleam with weapons and nodding helmets and waving flags. One could hear the rattle of swords and the name of horses, and finally recognize the banner of the king. It is not hard to imagine how pleased the king's daughter was, and how she insisted on going down and greeting her father. But the old man held her back and said, "Lovely maiden, turn around. Do you see anything happening at the castle?" "Yes," answered the princess. "I can see my stepmother and stepsisters coming out dressed in mourning, holding white curry chips to their faces and weeping bitterly." The old man answered, "Now they are pretending to weep because of your death. Wait just a little while longer. We have not yet seen how everything will turn out." After a time, the old man said again, "Lovely maiden, turn around. Do you see anything down below?" "Yes," said the princess. "I see people bringing a black coffin. Now my father is having it opened. Look, the queen and her daughters are down on their knees, and my father is threatening them with his sword." Then the old man said, "Your father wished to see your body, and so your evil stepmother had to confess the truth." When the princess heard that, she said earnestly, "Let me go, let me go, so that I may comfort my father in his great sorrow." But the old man held her back and said, "Take my advice and stay here a little while longer. We have not yet seen how everything will turn out." Again time went by, and the king's daughter and the prince and the old man were still sitting on the hilltop. Then the old man said, "Lovely maiden, turn around. Do you see anything down below?" "Yes," answered the princess. "I see my father and my stepsisters and my stepmother with all their following moving this way." The old man said, "Now they have started out to look for you. Go down and bring up the wolf's pelt in the gorge." The king's daughter did as he told her. The old man continued, "Now stand at the edge of the hill." And the princess did that too. Now, one could see the queen and her daughters coming along the way and stopping just below the hill. Then the old man said, "Now throw down the wolf's pelt." The princess obeyed him and threw down the wolf's pelt. According to his command, it fell directly on the evil queen and her daughters. And then a most wonderful thing happened. No sooner had the pelt touched the 3 evil women than they immediately changed shape, and turning into 3 horrible werewolves, they ran away as fast as they could into the forest, howling dreadfully. No more had this happened than the king himself arrived at the foot of the hill with his whole retinue. When he looked up and recognized the princess, he could not at first believe his eyes, but stood motionless, thinking her revision. Then the old man cried, "Lovely maiden, now hasten, run down, and make your father happy." There was no need to tell the princess twice. She took her lover by the hand, and they ran down the hill. When they came to the king, the princess ran on ahead, fell on her father's neck, and wept with joy. And the young prince wept as well. And the king himself wept. And their meeting was a pleasant sight for everyone. There was great joy and many embraces. And the princess told of her evil stepmother and stepsisters, and of her lover, and all that she had suffered, and of the old man who had helped them in such a wonderful way. But when the king turned around to thank the old man, he had completely vanished. And from that day on, no one could say who he had been or what had become of him. King and his whole retinue now returned to the castle, where the king had a splendid banquet prepared, to which he invited all the able and distinguished people throughout the kingdom, and bestowed his daughter on the young prince. And the wedding was celebrated with gladness and music and amusements of every kind. For many days I was there too, and when I rode through the forest, I met a wolf with 2 young wolves, and they showed me their teeth and seemed very angry, and I was told they were none other than the evil stepmother and her 2 daughters. A poor woodman sat in his cottage one night, smoking his pipe by the fireside, while his wife sat by his side, spinning. "How lonely it is," wife, said he, as he puffed out a long curl of smoke, "for you and me to sit here by ourselves, without any children to love and play with, while other people seemed so happy and merry with their children. What you say is very true," said the wife, sighing. "How happy should I be if I had that one child, even if the child was no bigger than my thumb, I would be very happy, and I would love it dearly now. Odd as you may think it, it came to pass that this good woman's wish was fulfilled just in the very way she had wished it. For not long afterwards, she had a little boy who was quite healthy and strong, but was not much bigger than a thumb, so they said. Well, we cannot say we have not got what we wished for, and level as he is, we will love him dearly. And they called him Thomas. They gave him plenty of food. Yeah, for all they could do, he never grew bigger, but kept just the same size as he had been when he was born. Still his eyes were sharp and sparkling, and he soon showed himself to be a clever little fellow who always knew well what he was about. One day, as the woodman was getting ready to go into the wood to cut fuel, he said, "I wish I had someone to bring the cart after me, for I want to make haste." "Oh, Father," cried Tom, "I will take care of that. The cart shall be in the wood by the time you want it." Then the woodman laughed and said, "How can that be? You can't reach up to the horse's bridle." "Never mind that," Father said, "Tom. If my mother will only harness the horse, I will get into his ear and tell him which way to go." "Very well," said the father. "We will try for once." When the time came, the mother harnessed the horse to the cart and put Tom into his ear. And as he sat there, he told the horse when to go and when to stop, and thus the horse went on just as well as if the woodman had driven it himself into the wood. It happened that as the horse was going a little too fast, little Tom was calling out gently, gently, when two strangers came up. "What an odd thing that is," said one. "There was a cart going along, and I hear a carter talking to the horse, but yet I can see no one." "That is strange, indeed," said the other. "Let us follow the cart and see where it goes." So they went on into the wood, till at last they came to the place where the woodman was then. Tom Thumb, seeing his father, cried out, "See, Father, here I am with the cart, all right and safe, and now take me down." So his father took hold of the horse with one hand, and with the other took his son out of the horse's ear and put him down upon a straw, where he sat as merry as you please. The two strangers were all this time looking on, and did not know what to say for wonder At last one took the other aside and said, "That little urchin will make our fortune if we can get him and carry him about from town to town. As a show, we must buy him." So they went up to the woodman and asked him what he would take for the little man. "He will be better off," said they, "with us than with you." "I won't sell him at all," said the father. "My own flesh and blood is dearer to me than all the silver and gold in the world." But Tom, hearing of the bargain they wanted to make, crept up his father's coat to his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Take the money, father, and let them have me. I'll soon come back to you." So the woodman at last said he would sell Tom to the strangers for a large piece of gold, and they paid the price. "Where would you like to sit?" said one of them. "Put me on the rim of your hat. That will be a nice gallery for me. I can walk about there and see the country as we go along." So they did as he wished. They journeyed on until it began to be dusky. And then Tom Thumb said, "Let me get down. I'm tired." So the man took off his hat and put him down on a clod of earth in a plowed field by the side of the road. But Tom ran about amongst the furrows and at last slipped into an old mouse hole. "Good night, my masters," said he. "I'm off." Then they ran at once to the place and poked the ends of their sticks into the mouse hole. But all in vain. Tom only crawled farther and farther in, and at last it became quite dark, so they were forced to go their way, without their prize, as sulky as could be. When Tom found they were gone, he came out of his hiding place. "What dangerous walking it is," said he, "in this plowed field. If I were to fall from one of these great clods, I should undoubtedly break my neck." At last, by good luck, he found a large, empty snail shell. "This is lucky," he said. "I can sleep here very well." And in he crept. Just as he was falling asleep, he heard two men passing by, chatting together. And one said to the other, "How can we rob that rich person's house of his silver and gold?" "I'll tell you," cried Tom. "What noise was that?" said the thief, frightened. "I'm sure I heard someone speak." They stood still, listening, and Tom said, "Take me with you, and I'll soon show you how to get the person's money." "But where are you?" Said they, "Look about on the ground," answered he, "and listen where the sound comes from." At last the thieves found him out and lifted him up in their hands. "You little urchin," they said, "what can you do for us?" "Why, I can get between the iron window bars of the parson's house and throw you out whatever you want." "That's a good thought," said the thieves. "Come along. We shall see what you can do." When they came to the parson's house, Tom slipped through the window, bars into the room, and then called out as loud as he could, "Ball, will you have all that is here?" At this, the thieves were frightened and said, "Speak low that you may not awaken anybody." But Tom seemed as if he did not understand them and bawled out again, "How much will you have? Shall I throw it all out?" Now, the cook lay in the next room, and hearing a noise, she raised herself up in her bed and listened. Meantime, the thieves were frightened and ran off a little way, but at last they plucked up their hearts and said, "The little urchin is only trying to make fools of us." So they came back and whispered softly to him, saying, "Now let us have no more of your roguish jokes, but throw us out some of the money." Then Tom called out as loud as he could, "Very well, hold your hands. Here it comes." The cook heard this quite plain, so she sprang out of bed and ran to open the door. The thieves ran off as if a wolf was at their tails, and the maid, having roped about and found nothing, went away for a light. By the time she came back, Tom had slipped off into the barn, and when she had looked about and searched every hole in corner and found nobody, she went to bed, thinking she must have been dreaming with her eyes open. Little Tom crawled about in the hayloft and at last found a snug place to finish his night's rest. And though he laid himself down, meaning to sleep till daylight, and then find his way home to his father and mother. But alas, the cook got up early before daybreak to feed the cows, and going straight to the hayloft, carried away a large bundle of hay with Tom Thumb in the middle of it. Fast asleep, he still, however, slept on, and did not wait till he found himself in the mouth of the cow, for the cook had put the hay into the cow's reck, and the cow had taken Tom up in a mouthful of it. How came I to tumble into the mill? But he soon found out where he really was, and was forced to have all his wits about him, that he might not get between the cow's teeth, and so be crushed to death. At last down he went into her stomach. "It is rather dark," said he. "They forgot to build windows in this room, to let the sun in a candle would be no bad thing, though he made the best of his bad luck. He did not like his quarters at all, and the worst of it was that more and more hay was always coming down, and the space left for him became smaller and smaller. At last, he cried out as loud as he could, "Don't bring me any more hay." The maid happened to be, just then, milking the cow and hearing someone speak, but seeing nobody, and yet being quite sure was the same voice that she had heard in the night. She was so frightened that she fell off her stool and tipped over the milk pail. As soon as she could pick herself up out of the dirt, she ran off as fast as she could to her master, the person, and said, "Sir, sir, the cow is talking." But the parson said, "Woman, thou art surely mad." However, he went with her into the cow house to try and see what was the matter. Scarcely had they set foot on the threshold when Tom called out, "Don't bring me any more hay." Then the parson himself was frightened and thinking the cow would surely. Bewitched told his man to kill her on the spot. So the cow was killed and caught up, and the stomach in which Tom lay was thrown out upon a dunghill. Tom soon set himself to work to get out, which was not a very easy task. But at last, just as he made room to get his head out, fresh ill luck befell him. A hungry wolf sprang out and swallowed up the whole stomach with Tom in it and ran away. Tom, however, was still not disheartened, and thinking the wolf wouldn't mind having a chat with him as he was going along, he called out, "My good friend, I can show you a famous treat." "Where's that?" said the wolf. "In such and such a house," at home describing his own father's house. "You can crawl through the drain into the kitchen and then into the pantry, and there you will find cakes, ham, beef, whole chicken, roast, pig apple dumplings, and everything that your heart can wish." The wolf did not want to be asked twice, so that very night he went into the house and crawled through the drain into the kitchen, and then into the pantry, and ate and drank there to his heart's content. Soon as he had had enough, he wanted to get away, but he had eaten so much that he could not go out by the same way he came in. This was just what Tom had reckoned upon, and now he began to set up a great shout, making all the noise he could. "Will you be quiet?" said the wolf. "You'll awaken everybody in the house if you make such a clatter." "What's that to me?" said little Tom. "You've had your frolic. Now it's my turn to have fun." And he began singing and shouting as loud as he could. A woodman and his wife, being awakened by the noise, peeped through a crack in the door. But when they saw a wolf was there, you may well suppose that they were sadly frightened, and the woodman ran for his axe and gave his wife a scythe. "You stay behind," said the woodman, "and when I have knocked him on the head, you must rip him up with the skies." Tom heard all of this and cried out, "Father, I am here. The wolf has swallowed me." And his father said, "Heaven be praised. We have found our dear child again." And he told his wife not to use the scythe for fear she should hurt him. Manny aimed a great blow and struck the wolf on the head and killed him on the spot. And when he was dead, they cut up his body. Tommy free. "Ah," said the father, "we were so worried about you." "Yes, Father," answered he. "I have traveled all over the world, I think, in one way or other, since we parted. And now I am very glad to come home and get fresh air again." "Why, where have you been?" said his father. "I have been in a mouse hole and in a snail shell, and down a cow's throat, and in the wolf's belly, and yet here I am again, safe and sound." "Well," said they, "you're home now, and we will not sell you again for all the riches in the world." Then they hugged and kissed their dear little son and gave him plenty to eat and drink, for he was very hungry. And then they fetched new clothes for him, for his old ones had been quite spoiled on his journey. So Master Thumb stayed at home with his father and mother in peace, for though he had been so great a traveler and had done and seen so many fine things, and was fond enough of telling the whole story, he always agreed that, after all, there's no place like home. Laughs. Foreign. It was so beautiful in the country. It was the summertime. The wheat fields were golden. The oats were green, and the hasted in great stacks in the green meadows. The stork paraded about among them on his long red legs, chattering away in Egyptian, the language he had learned from his lady mother. All around the meadows and cornfields grew thick woods, and in the midst of the forest was a deep lake. Yes, it was beautiful. It was delightful. In the country, in a sunny spot, stood a pleasant old farmhouse circled all about with deep canals, and from the walls down to the water's edge grew great burdocks so high that under the tallest of them a little child might stand upright. The spot was as wild as if it had been in the very center of the thick wood. In this snug retreat sat a duck upon her nest, watching for her young brood to hatch. But the pleasure she had felt at first was almost gone. She had begun to think it a weary, some task, for the little ones were so long coming out of their shells, and she seldom had visitors. The other ducks liked much better to swim about in the canals than to climb the slippery banks and sit under the burdock leaves to have a gossip with her. It was a long time to stay so much by herself at length. However, one shell cracked, and soon another, and from each came a living creature that lifted its head and cried, "Peep, peep, quack, quack," said the mother. And then they'll try to say it too, as well as they could, while they looked all about them, on every side of the tall green leaves. Their mother allowed them to look about as much as they liked, because green is good for the eyes. What a great world it is! "To be sure," said the little ones, when they found how much more room they had than when they were in the eggshell. "Is this all the world? Do you imagine?" said the mother. "Wait till you have seen the garden. Far beyond that, it stretches down to the pastor's field, though I have never ventured to such a distance. Are you all?" She continued, rising to look. "No, not at all. The largest egg lies there. Yet, I declare, I wonder how long this business is to last. I'm really beginning to be tired of it." But for all that, she sat down again. "Well, and how are you today?" quacked an old duck who came to pay her a visit. "There's one egg that takes a deal of hatching. The shell is hard and will not break," said the fond mother, who sat still upon her nest. "But just look at the others. Have I not a pretty family? Are they not the prettiest ducklings you ever saw? They are the image of their father, the good for naught. He never comes to see me. Let me see the egg that will not break," said the old duck. "I've no doubt it's a guinea fowl's egg. The same thing happened to me once, and a deal of trouble it gave me. For the young ones are afraid of the water. I quacked and clucked, but all to no purpose. Let me take a look at it. Yes, I am right. It's a guinea fowl, upon my word. So take my advice and leave it where it is. Come to the water and teach the other children to swim. I think I will wait a little while longer," said the mother. "I have sat so long, a day or two more won't matter very well. Please yourself," said the old duck, rising, and she went away. At last, the great egg broke, and the latest bird cried, "Peep, peep," as he crept forth from the shell. How big and ugly he was! The mother duck stared at him and did not know what to think. Really, she said, "This is an enormous duckling, and it is not at all like any of the others. I wonder if he will turn out to be a guinea fowl. Well, we shall see when we get to the water. For into the water he must go, even if I have to push him in myself." On the next day, the weather was delightful. The sun shone brightly on the green burdock leaves, and the mother duck took her whole family down to the water and jumped in with a splash. Crunchy, and one after another, the little ducklings jumped in the water, closed over their heads. But they came up again in an instant and swam about quite prettily, with their legs paddling under them as easily as possible. Their legs went of their own accord, and the ugly gray coat was also in the water, swimming with them. "Oh," said the mother, "that is not a guinea fowl. See how well he uses his legs, and how erect he holds himself. He is my own child, and he's not so very ugly, after all, if you look at him properly. Quack, quack, come with me. Now I will take you into grand society and introduce you to the farmyard, but you must keep close to me, or you may be trodden upon. And above all, beware of the cat." When they reached the farmyard, there was a wretched riot going on. 2 families were fighting for an eel's head, which, after all, was carried off by the cat. See, children, that is the way of the world, said the mother, duck wetting her beak, for she would have liked the eel's head herself. Come now, use your legs, and let me see how well you can behave. You must bow your heads prettily to the old duck. Yonder, she is the highest born of them all, and has Spanish blood. Therefore, she is well off. Don't you see, she has a red tag tied to her leg, which is something very grand and a great honor for a duck. It shows that everyone is anxious not to lose her, and that she is to be noticed by both man and beast. Come now, don't turn in your toes. A well-bred duckling spreads his feet wide apart, just like his mother and father in. This way. Now bend your necks and say, quack. The ducklings did as they were made. But the other duck stared and said, look here, comes another brood, as if there were not enough of us already. And bless me, what a strange-looking object one of them is. We don't want him here. And then one flew out and bit him in the neck. Let him alone, said the mother. He's not doing any harm. Yeah, but he's so big and ugly. He's a perfect fright, said this spiteful duck, and therefore he must be turned out. Little biting will do him good. The others are very pretty. Children, said the old duck with the rag on her leg. All but that one. I wish his mother could smooth him up a bit. He is really ill-favored. That is impossible. Your Grace, replied the mother, he is not pretty, but he has a very good disposition and swims as well as the others. Or even better, I think he will grow up pretty and perhaps be smaller. He has remained too long in the egg, and therefore his figure is not properly formed. And then she stroked his neck and smoothed the feathers, saying, it is a drake, and therefore not of so much consequence. I think he will grow up strong and able to take care of himself. The other ducklings are graceful enough, said the old duck. Now make yourself at home, and if you find an eel's head, you can bring it to me. And so they made themselves comfortable. But the poor duckling, who had crept out of his shell last of all, and looked so ugly, was bitten and pushed and made fun of, not only by the ducks, but by all the poultry. He's too big, they all said, and the turkey, who had been born into the world with spurs and fancied himself really an emperor, puffed himself out like a vessel in full sail and flew at the duckling. He became quite red in the head with passion, so that the poor little thing did not know where to go and was quite miserable because he was so ugly as to be laughed at by the whole farmyard. So it went on from day to day. It got worse and worse. The poor duckling was driven about by everyone. Even his brothers and sisters were unkind to him and would say, "Ugly creature, I wish the cat would get you." And his mother had been heard to say she wished he had never been born. The ducks pecked him, the chickens beat him, and the girl who fed the poultry pushed him with her feet. So at last he ran away, frightening the little birds in the hedge as he flew over the palings. "They're afraid because I'm so ugly," he said. So he flew still farther until he came out on a large, more inhabited by wild ducks. Here he remained the whole night, feeling very sorrowful. Morning, when the wild ducks rose in the air, they stared at their new comrade. "What sort of duck are you?" they all said, coming around him. He bowed to them and was as polite as he could be, but he did not reply to their question. "You are exceedingly ugly," said the wild ducks. "But that will not matter if you do not want to marry one of our family, poor thing." He had no thoughts of marriage. All he wanted was permission to lie among the rushes and drink some of the water on the moor after he had been on the moor 2 days. There came 2 wild geese, or rather goslings, for they had not been out of the egg long, which accounts for their impertinence. "Listen, friend," said one of them to the duckling. "You are so ugly that we like you very well. Will you go with us and become a bird of passage? Not far from here is another moor in which there are some wild geese, all of them unmarried. It is a chance for you to get a wife. You may make your fortune ugly, as you are." Bang, bang sounded in the air, and the 2 wild geese fell dead among the rushes, and the water was tinged with blood. Bang, bang echoed far and wide in the distance, and whole flocks of wild geese rose up from the rushes. The sound continued from every direction, for the sportsmen surrounded the moor, and some were even seated on branches of trees overlooking the rushes. The blue smoke from the guns rose like clouds over the dark trees, and as it floated away across the water, a number of sporting dogs bounded in among the rushes, which bent beneath them wherever they went. How they terrified the poor duckling. He turned away, his head to hide it under his wing, and at the same moment, a large, terrible dog passed quite near him. His jaws were open, his tongue hung from his mouth, and his eyes glared fearfully. He thrust his nose close to the duckling, showing his sharp teeth, and then splash, splash. He went into the water without touching him. "Oh," saw the duckling, "how thankful I am for being so ugly. Even a dog will not bite me." And so he lay quite still, while the shot rattled through the rushes, and gun after gun was fired over him. It was late in the day, before all became quiet. But even then, the poor young thing did not dare to move. He waited quietly for several hours, and then, after looking carefully around him, hastened away from the moor as fast as he could. He ran over field and meadow till a storm arose, and he could hardly struggle against it. Towards evening, he reached a poor little cottage that seemed ready to fall, and only seemed to remain standing because it could not decide on which side to fall. First, the storm continued, so violent that the duckling could go no farther. He sat down by the cottage, and then he noticed that the door was not quite closed, in consequence of one of the hinges having given way. There was therefore a narrow opening near the bottom, large enough for him to slip through, which he did very quietly, and got a shelter for the night. Here in this cottage lived a woman, a cat and a hen. The cat whom his mistress called my little son was a great favorite. He could raise his back and purr, and could even throw out sparks from his fur if it were stroked the wrong way. The hen had very short legs, so she was called Cheeky. Short legs, she laid good eggs, and her mistress loved her as if she had been her own child. In the morning, the strange visitor was discovered. The cat began to purr, and the hen to cluck. "What is that noise about?" said the old woman, looking around the room. But her sight was not very good. Therefore, when she saw the duckling, she thought it might be a fat duck that had strayed from home. "Oh, what a prize!" she exclaimed. "I hope it is not a drake, for then I shall have some duck's eggs. I must wait and see." So the duckling was allowed to remain on trial for 3 weeks. But there were no eggs. Now, the cat was the master of the house, and the hen was the mistress. And they always said, "We in the world," for they believed themselves to be half the world, and by far the better half too. The duckling thought that the others might hold a different opinion on the subject, but the hen would not listen to such doubts. "Can you lay eggs?" she asked. "Then have the goodness to cease talking. Can you raise your back or purr or throw out sparks?" said the cat. "No? Then you have no right to express any opinion when sensible people are speaking." So the duckling sat in a corner, feeling very low-spirited. But when the sunshine and the fresh air came into the room through the open door, he began to feel such a great longing for a swim that he could not help speaking of it. "What an absurd idea," said the hand. "You have nothing else to do? Therefore, you have foolish fancies. If you could purr or lay eggs, they would pass away. But it is so delightful to swim about on the water," said the duckling, "and so refreshing to feel it close over your head while you dive down to the bottom. Delightful. Indeed, it must be a strange sort of pleasure," said the hen. "Why, you must be crazy." "Ask the cat. He is the cleverest animal." "I know. Ask him how he would like to swim about on water or to dive under it. For I will not speak of my own opinion. Ask our mistress, the old woman. There is no one in the world more clever than she is. Do you think she would relish swimming and letting the water close over her head? I see. You don't understand me," said the duckling. "We don't understand you. Who can understand you? I wonder, do you consider yourself more clever than the cat or the old woman?" "Will say nothing of myself. Don't imagine such nonsense, child, and thank your good fortune that you have been so well received. Here are you not in a warm room and in society from which you may learn something, but you are a chatter, and your company is not very agreeable. Believe me, I speak only for your good. I may tell you unpleasant truths, but that is a proof of my friendship. I advise you, therefore, to lay eggs and learn to purr as quickly as possible. I believe I must go out into the world again," said the duckling. "Yes, do," said the hen, saw the duckling left the cottage, and soon found water on which it could swim and dive. But he was avoided by all other animals because of his ugly appearance. Autumn came, and the leaves in the forest turned to orange and gold. Then, as winter approached, the wind caught them as they fell and whirled them into the cold air. The clouds, heavy with hail and snowflakes, hung low in the sky, and the ravens did among the reeds, crying, "Croak, croak." It made one shiver with cold to look at him. All this was very sad for the poor little duckling. One evening, just as the sun was setting, amid radiant clouds, there came a large flock of beautiful birds out of the bushes. The duckling had never seen any like them before. They were swans, and they curved their graceful necks while their soft plumage shone with dazzling whiteness. They uttered a singular cry as they spread their glorious wings and flew away from those cold regions to warmer countries across the sea. They mounted higher and higher in the air, and the ugly little duckling had a strange sensation. As he watched them, he whirled himself in the water like a wheel, stretched out his neck towards them, and uttered a cry so strange that it frightened even himself. Could he ever forget those beautiful happy birds? And when at last they were out of his sight, he dived under the water and rose again, almost beside himself with excitement. He knew not the names of these birds, nor where they had flown, but he felt towards them as he had never felt towards any other bird in the world. He was not envious of these beautiful creatures. It never occurred to him to wish to be as lovely as they poor, ugly creature. How gladly he would have lived, even with the ducks, had they only treated him kindly and given him encouragement. The winter grew colder and colder. He was obliged to swim about on the water to keep it from freezing. But every night, the space on which he swam became smaller and smaller. At length, it rose so hard that the ice in the water crackled as he moved, and the duckling had to paddle with his legs as well as he could to keep the space from closing up. He became exhausted at last and lay still and helpless, frozen fast in the ice. Early in the morning, a peasant who was passing by saw what had happened. He broke the ice in pieces with his wooden shoe and carried the duckling home to his wife. The warmth revived the poor little creature. But when the children wanted to play with him, the duckling thought they would do him some harm. So he started up in terror, fluttered into the milk pan and splashed the milk about the room. Then the woman clapped her hands, which frightened him. Still more, he flew first into the butter cask, then into the meal tub, and out again. What a condition he was in! The woman screamed and struck at him with the tongs. The children laughed and screamed and tumbled over each other in their efforts to catch him. But luckily, he escaped. The door stood open. The poor creature could just manage to slip out among the bushes and lie down quite exhausted in the newly fallen snow. It would be very sad were I to relate all the misery which the poor little duckling endured during the hard winter. But when it had passed, he found himself lying one morning in a moor amongst the rushes. He felt the warm sun shining, and heard the lark singing, and saw that all around him was beautiful spring. Then the young bird felt that his wings were strong as he flapped them against his sides and rose high into the air. They bore him onwards until before well he knew how it had happened, he found himself in a large garden. The apple trees were in full blossom, and the fragrant elders bent their long green branches down to the stream, which wound round a smooth lawn. Everything looked beautiful in the freshness of early spring. From a thicket close by came 3 beautiful white swans, rustling their feathers and swimming lightly over the smooth water. The ducklings saw these lovely birds and felt more strangely unhappy than ever. I will fly to these royal birds, he exclaimed, and they will kill me, because ugly as I am, I dare to approach them. But it does not matter. Better be killed by them than pecked by the ducks, beaten by the hens, pushed about by the maiden who feeds the poultry, or starved with hunger in the winter. Then he flew to the water and swam towards the beautiful swans the moment they aspired. The stranger. They rushed to meet him with outstretched wings. "Kill me," said the poor bird, and he bent his head down to the surface of the water and awaited death. But what did he see in the clear stream below? His own image, no longer a dark gray bird, ugly and disagreeable to look at, but a graceful and beautiful swan, to be born in a duck's nest in a farmyard is of no consequence to a bird if it is hatched from a swan's egg. He now felt glad at having suffered sorrow and trouble, because it enabled him to enjoy so much better all the pleasure and happiness around him. For the great swans swam round the newcomer and stroked his neck with their beaks as a welcome into the garden. Presently came some little children and threw bread and cake into the water. See, quite the youngest. There is a new one. And the rest were delighted and ran to their father and mother, dancing and clapping their hands and shouting joyously, "There is another swan. Come, a new one has arrived." Then they threw more bread and cake into the water and said, "The new one is the most beautiful of all. He is so young and pretty." And the old swans bowed their heads before him. Then he felt quite ashamed and hid his head under his wing, for he did not know what to do. He was so happy. Yet he was not at all proud. He had been persecuted and despised for his ugliness, and now we heard them say he was the most beautiful of all the birds. Even the elder tree bent down its boughs into the water before him, and the sun shone warm and bright. Then he rustled his feathers, curved his slender neck, and cried joyfully from the depths of his heart, "I've never dreamed of such happiness as this. While I was the despised, ugly duckling, there was once a velveteen rabbit, and in the beginning he was really splendid. He was fat and bungy, as a rabbit should be. His coat was spotted brown and white. He had real thread, whiskers, and his ears were aligned with pink sateen. On Christmas morning, when he sat wedged in the top of the boy stocking with a sprig of holly between his paws, the effect was charming. There were other things in the stocking, nuts and oranges, and a toy engine, and chocolate almonds, and a clockwork mouse. But the rabbit was quite the best of all. For at least 2 hours, the boy loved him, and then aunts and uncles came to dinner, and there was a great rustling of tissue paper and unwrapping of parcels, and in the excitement of looking at all the new presents, the velveteen rabbit was forgotten for a long time. He lived in the toy cupboard or on the nursery floor, and no one thought very much about him. He was naturally shy, and being only made of velveteen, some of the more expensive toys quite snubbed him. The mechanical toys were very superior and looked down upon everyone else. They were full of modern ideas and pretended they were real. The model boat, who had lived through 2 seasons and lost most of his paint, caught the tone from them and never missed an opportunity of referring to his rigging. In technical terms, the rabbit could not claim to be a model of anything, for he didn't know that real rabbits existed. He thought they were all stuffed with a sawdust, like himself, and he understood that sawdust was quite out of date and should never be mentioned in modern circles. Even Timothy, the jointed wooden lion, who was made by the disabled soldiers and should have had broader views, put on airs, and pretended he was connected with government. Between them all, the poor little rabbit was made to feel himself very insignificant in commonplace, and the only person who was kind to him at all was the skin horse. The skin horse had lived longer in the nursery than any of the others. He was so old that his brown coat was bald in patches and showed the seams underneath. and most of the hairs in his tail had been pulled out to string bead necklaces. He was wise, for he had seen a long succession of mechanical toys arrived to boast and swagger, and by break their mainsprings and pass away. And he knew that they were only toys and would never turn into anything else. For nursery magic is very strange and wonderful, and only those playthings that are old and wise and experienced, like the skin horse, understand all about it. "What is real?" asked the rabbit one day when they were lying side by side near the nursery. Fender, before Nana came to tidy the room. "Does it mean having things that buzz inside you? And a stick-out handle? Real isn't how you are made," said the skin horse. "It's a thing that happens to you when a child loves you for a long, long time, not just to play with, but really loves you. Then you become real." "Does it hurt?" asked the rabbit. "Sometimes," said the skin horse, for he was always truthful. "When you're real, you don't mind being hurt. Does it happen all at once, like being wound up?" he asked, "or bit by bit?" "It doesn't happen all at once," said the skin horse. "You become. It takes a long time. That's why it doesn't happen often to people who break easily, or have sharp edges, or who have to be carefully kept generally. By the time you are real, most of your hair has been loved off and your eyes drop out, and you get loose in the joints and very shabby. But these things don't matter at all, because once you are real, you can't be ugly, except to people who don't understand." "I suppose you are real," said the rabbit, and then he wished he had not said it, for he thought the skin horse might be sensitive. But the skin horse only smiled. "The boy's uncle made me real," he said. "That was a great many years ago. But once you are real, you can't become unreal again. It lasts for always," the rabbit sighed. He thought it would be a long time before this magic called real happened to him. He longed to become real, to know what it felt like, and yet the idea of growing shabby and losing his eyes and whiskers was rather sad. He wished that he could become it without these uncomfortable things happening to him. There was a person called Nana who ruled the nursery. Sometimes she took no notice of the playthings lying about, and sometimes, for no reason, whatever she went, swooping about like a great wind, and hustled them away. In cupboards, she called this tidying up, and the playthings all hated it, especially the tin ones. The rabbit didn't mind it so much, for whenever he was thrown, he came down soft one evening. When the boy was going to bed, he couldn't find the china dog that always slept with him. Nana was in a hurry, and it was too much trouble to hunt for china dogs at bedtime, so she simply looked about her, and seeing that the toy cupboard door stood open, she made a swoop. "Here," she said, "take your old bunny. He'll do to sleep with you." And she dragged the rabbit out by one ear and put him into the boy's arms that night. And for many nights after, the Velveteen Rabbit slept in the boy's bed. At first, he found it rather uncomfortable for the boy, hugged and very tight, and sometimes he rolled over on him, and sometimes he pushed him so far under the pillow that the rabbit could scarcely breathe. And he missed, too, those long moonlight hours in the nursery, when all the house was silent, and his talks with the skin horse. But very soon he grew to like it, for the boy used to talk to him and made nice tunnels for him under the bedclothes that he said were like the burrows the real rabbits lived in. And they had splanted games together in whispers when Nana had gone away to her supper and left the night light burning on the mantelpiece. And when the boy dropped off to sleep, the rabbit would snuggle down close under his little warm chin and dream, with the boy's hands clasped close around him all night long. And so time went on, and the little rabbit was very happy, so happy that he never noticed how his beautiful velveteen fur was getting shabbier and shabbier, and his tail became unsewn, and all the pink rubbed off his nose where the boy had kissed him. Spring came, and they had long days in the garden, for wherever the boy went, the rabbit went too. He had rides in the real barrel, and picnics on the grass, and lovely fairy huts built for him under the raspberry canes behind the flower border. And once, when the boy was called away suddenly to go out to tea, the rabbit was left out on the lawn until long after dusk, and Nana had to come and look for him with the candle, because the boy couldn't go to sleep unless he was there. He was wet through with the dew and quite earthy from diving into the burrows the boy had made for him in the flower bed. And Nana grumbled as she rubbed him off with a corner of her apron. "You must have your old bunny," she said. "Fancy all that fuss for a toy?" The boy sat up in bed and stretched out his hands. "Give me my bunny," he said. "You mustn't say that he isn't a toy. He's real. When the little rabbit heard that he was happy, for he knew that what the skin horse had said was true. At last, the nursery magic had happened to him, and he was a toy no longer. He was real. The boy himself had said it that night. He was almost too happy to sleep, and so much love stirred in his little sawdust heart that it almost burst, and into his boot, button eyes that had long ago lost their polish, there came a look of wisdom and beauty, so that even Nana noticed it. Next morning, when she picked him up and said, "I declare, if that old bunny hasn't got quite a knowing expression, that was a wonderful summer. Near the house where they lived, there was a wood, and in the long June evenings, the boy liked to go there after tea to play. He took the Velveteen Rabbit with him, and before he wandered off to pick flowers or play among the trees, he always made the rabbit a little nest somewhere among the bracken, where he would be quite cozy, for he was a kind-hearted little boy, and he liked Bunny to be comfortable one evening, while the rabbit was lying there alone, watching the ants that ran to and fro between his velvet paws and the grass. He saw two strange beings creep out of the tall bracken near him. They were rabbits like himself, but quite furry and brand new. They must have been very well made, for their seams didn't show at all, and they changed shape in a queer way when they moved. One minute they were long and thin, and the next minute fat and bunchy, instead of always staying the same like he did. Their feet padded softly on the ground, and they crept quite close to him, twitching their noses, while the rabbit stared hard to see which side the clockwork stuck out for. He knew that people who jump generally have something to wind them up, but he couldn't see it. There were evidently a new kind of rabbit. Altogether, they stared at him, and the little rabbit stared back, and all the time their noses twitched. "Why don't you get up and play with us?" one of them asked. "I don't feel like it," said the rabbit, for he didn't want to explain that he had no clockwork. "It's as easy as anything," and he gave a big hop sideways and stood on his hind legs. "Don't believe you can," he said. "I can," said the little rabbit. "I can jump higher than anything," he meant when the boy threw him up. But of course, he didn't want to say so. "Can you hop on your hind legs?" asked the furry rabbit. That was a dreadful question, for the Velveteen Rabbit had no hind legs at all. The back of him was made all in one piece, like a pin cushion. He sat still in the bracken and hoped that the other rabbits wouldn't notice. "I don't want to," he said again, "but the wild rabbits have very sharp eyes." And this one stretched out his neck and looked. "He hasn't got any hind legs," he called out. "Fancy a rabbit without any hind legs." And he began to laugh. "I have cried, the little rabbit. I've got hind legs. I am sitting on them. Then stretch them out and show me." "Like this," said the wild rabbit, and he began to whirl round and dance till the little rabbit got quite dizzy. "I don't like dancing," he said. "I'd rather sit still." But all the while he was longing to dance, for a funny, new tickly feeling ran through him, and he felt he would give anything in the world to be able to jump a belt, like these rabbits did. The strange rabbit stopped dancing and came quite close. He came so close this time that his long whiskers brushed the Velveteen Rabbit's ear, and then he wrinkled his nose suddenly and flattened his ears and jumped backwards. "He doesn't smell right," he exclaimed. "He isn't a rabbit at all. He isn't real. I am real," said the little rabbit. "I am real," the boy said. And he nearly began to cry. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps, and the boy ran past near them. And with a stamp of feet and a flash of white tails, the two strange rabbits disappeared. "Come back and play with me," called the little rabbit. "Oh, do come back. I know I am real." But there was no answer. Only the little ants ran to and fro, and the bracken swayed gently where the two strangers had passed. The Velveteen Rabbit was all alone. "Oh dear," he thought. "Why did they run away like that? Why couldn't they stop and talk to me for a long time?" He lay very still, watching the bracken and hoping that they would come back, but they never returned. Presently, the sun sank lower, and the little white moths fluttered out, and the boy came and carried him home. Weeks passed, and the little rabbit grew very old and shabby, but the boy loved him just as much. He loved him so hard that he loved all his whiskers off, and the pink lining to his ears turned gray, and his brown spots faded. He even began to lose his shape, and he scarcely looked like a rabbit anymore, except to the boy. To him, he was always beautiful, and that was all that the little rabbit cared about. He didn't mind how he looked to other people, because the nursery magic had made him real, and when you were real, shabbiness doesn't matter. And then one day, the boy was ill. His face grew very flushed, and he talked in his sleep, and his little body was so hot that it burned the rabbit when he held him close. Strange people came and went in the nursery, and a light burned all night, and through it all, the little velveteen rabbit lay there hidden from sight under the bedclothes, and he never stirred, for he was afraid that if they found him, someone might take him away, and he knew that the boy needed him. It was a long, weary time, for the boy was too ill to play, and the little rabbit found it rather dull with nothing to do all day long. But he snuggled down patiently and looked forward to the time when the boy should be well again, and they would go out in the garden amongst the flowers and the butterflies, and placed splendid games in the raspberry thicket, like they used to all sorts of delightful things he planned. And while the boy lay half asleep, he crept up close to the pillow and whispered them in his ear. And presently the fever turned, and the boy got better. He was able to sit up in bed and look at picture books while the little rabbit cuddled close at his side. And one day, they let him get up and dress. It was a bright, sunny morning, and the window stood wide open. They had carried the boy out onto the balcony, wrapped in a shawl, and the little rabbit lay, tangled up among the bedclothes, thinking the boy was going to the seaside tomorrow. Everything was arranged, and now it only remained to carry out the doctor's orders. They talked about it all, while the little rabbit lay under the bed, closed, with just his head peeping out, and listened. The room was to be disinfected, and all the books and toys that the boy had played with in bed must be burnt. Hooray, thought the little rabbit. Tomorrow we shall go to the seaside. For the boy had often talked to the seaside, and he wanted very much to see the big waves coming in, and the tiny crabs, and the sand castles. Just then, Nana caught sight of him. "How about his old bunny?" She asked that, said the doctor. "Why, it's a massive scarlet fever. Germs burn it at once get him a new one. He mustn't have that anymore. And so the little rabbit was pulled into a sack with the old picture books and a lot of rubbish, and carried out to the end of the garden behind the fowl house that was a fine place to make a bonfire. Only the gardener was too busy just then to attend to it. He had the potatoes to dig and the green peas together. But next morning, he promised to come quite early and burn the whole lot. That night, the boy slept in a different room, and he had a new bunny to sleep with him. It was a splendid bunny, all white, plush, with real glass eyes. But the boy was too excited to care very much. For tomorrow, he was going to the seaside, and that in itself was such a wonderful thing that he could think of nothing else. And while the boy was asleep, dreaming of the seaside, the little rabbit lay among the old picture books in the corner behind the fowl house, and he felt very lonely. The sack had been left untied, so by wriggling a bit, he was able to get his head through the opening and look out. He was shivering a little, for he had always been used to sleeping in a proper bed, and by this time his coat had worn so thin and threadbare from hugging that it was no longer any protection to him. Nearby, he could see a thicket of raspberry canes growing tall and close like a tropical jungle, in whose shadow he had played with the boy on bygone mornings. He thought of those long sunlit hours in the garden, how happy they were, and a great sadness came over him. He seemed to see them all pass before him, each more beautiful than the other. The fairy, Hudson, the flower bed, the quiet evenings in the wood when he lay in the bracken and the little ants ran over his paws. A wonderful day when he first knew that he was real. He thought of the skin horse, so wise and gentle, and all that he had told him of what use was it to be loved and lose one's beauty and become real if it all ended like this. And a tear, a real tear, trickled down his little shabby velvet nose and fell to the ground. And then a strange thing happened, for where the tear had fallen, a flower grew out of the ground, a mysterious flower, not at all like any that grew in the garden. It had slender green leaves, the color of emeralds, and in the center of the leaves, a blossom like a golden cup. It was so beautiful that the little rabbit forgot to cry and just lay there, watching it. And presently, the blossom opened, and out of it there stepped a fairy. She was quite the loveliest fairy in the whole world. Her dress was of pearl and dewdrops, and there were flowers around her neck and in her hair, and her face was like the most perfect flower of all. He came close to the little rabbit and gathered him up in her arms and kissed him on his velveteen nose that was all damp from crying. "Little rabbit," she said, "don't you know who I am?" The rabbit looked up at her, and it seemed to him that he had seen her face before, but he couldn't think where I'm the nursery. "Magic fairy," she said. "I take care of all the playthings that the children have loved when they are old and worn out, and the children don't need them anymore. Then I come and take them away with me and turn them into real. Wasn't I real before? Ask the little rabbit. You were real to the boy," the fairy said, "because he loved you. Now you shall be real to everyone." And she held the little rabbit close in her arms and flew with him into the wood. It was light now, for the moon had risen. All the forest was beautiful, and the fronds of the bracken shone like frosted silver in the open glade. Between the tree trunks, the wild rabbits danced with their shadows on the velvet grass. But when they saw the fairy, they all stopped dancing and stood round in a ring to stare at her. "I've brought you a new playfellow," the fairy said. "You must be very kind to him and teach him all he needs to know in Rabbitland, for he's going to live with you forever and ever." And she kissed the little rabbit again and put him down on the grass. "Run and play little rabbit," she said. But the little rabbit sat quite still for a moment and never moved. For when he saw all the wild rabbits dancing around him, he suddenly remembered about his hind legs, and he didn't want them to see that he was made all in one piece. He did not know that when the fairy kissed him, the last time she had changed him altogether, and he might have sat there a long time, too shy to move, if just then something hadn't tickled his nose. And before he thought what he was doing, he lifted his hind toe to scratch it, and he found that he actually had hind legs instead of dingy. Velveteen. He had brown fur, soft and shiny. His ears twitched by themselves, and his whiskers were so long that they brushed the grass. He gave one leap, and the joy of using those hind legs was so great that he went springing about the turf, on them jumping. sideways and whirling round as the others did, and he grew so excited that when at last he did stop to look for the fairy, she had gone. He was a real rabbit. At last, at home with the other rabbits, autumn passed, and winter, and in the spring, when the days were warm and sunny, the boy went out to play in the wood behind the house. And while he was playing, 2 rabbits crept out of the bracken and peeked at him. One of them was brown all over, but the other had strange markings under his fur, as though long ago he had been spotted, and the spot still showed through, and about his little soft nose and his round black eyes there is something familiar, so that the boy thought to himself, why, he looks just like my old bunny that was lost when I had scarlet fever, but he never knew that it really was his own. Bunny, come back to look at the child who had first helped him to be real. I hope you enjoyed this gentle, sweet story tonight. If you're still awake, that's okay. All you have to do is just focus on the sound of my voice, and you'll feel more and more relaxed. And the more relaxed you feel, the easier it will become to drift off. It is safe to relax. It is safe to let go, softening and sinking down into your bed, letting go more spin more. Eyes are heavy, shoulders are soft, your whole body completely relaxed. Your mind is quiet and still. And so, in your own time and in your own way, you can drift off into a sound and restful sleep. Dreams, my friend. Sleep. Well, foreign, 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 foreign. And now, dear listener, our long journey through enchanted forests, moonlit kingdoms, and quiet fairy tales has finally come to rest. The candles burn low in distant castles. The snow settles softly upon silent rooftops, and the old woods grow peaceful beneath the stars. The swans have folded their wings. The wandering children have found warmth beside the fire, and the last pages of tonight's stories drift gently closed. Perhaps your thoughts are already becoming dreamlike, your breathing softer, your body wonderfully heavy and calm. So there is nothing left to do now, only to rest, to drift slowly into sleep, while these old fairy tales fade gently into the night. And if you are still awake, remain here a little longer among whispering forests, sleeping palaces, and quiet lantern light glowing against the darkness. I will return again very soon with another peaceful journey here on the Sleepy Story. Until then, good night. Sleep deeply and dream softly.